Chapter 234. After Crown Prince Li Chongqian and Li Tai had acknowledged Li Wangyu as their master, Pai Lupi did not rush to have the eunuchs send them to Dingzhou village to study with Li Wangyu because Li Wangyu was busy preparing the heavenly grand ritual. Now that the matter had been settled, Pai Lupi finally remembered to have his 3 sons and daughters go to Dingzhou village to study with Li Wangyu and learn about the hardships of the common people. Although Li Chongqian and Li Tai had been forced to kneel and pay their respects to Li Wangyu and acknowledge him as their master, how could the 2 of them be willing to truly regard Li Wangyu as their master? What qualifications did an insignificant founding county official, only 16 years old, have to become the crown prince's master? They did not know what kind of bewitching potion Li Chongshou had fed their imperial father, forcing the 2 of them to acknowledge him as their master. Of the 3, only the youngest, Changel, did not reject this matter. However, it was clear that she could not influence her 2 elder brothers. On the road from Taiji Palace to Dingzhou village, Li Chongqian and Li Tai were huddled together, discussing something in hushed tones. Princess Changel wanted to stop her 2 elder brothers, but at this moment, how could Li Chongqian and Li Tai listen to the little lowly's words? They directly cast her to the side. Li Lizzie angrily glared at Li Chongqian and Li Tai, but she was helpless. The little lowly's lips were so pouty that one could hang an oil bottle from them. When Pai Lupi escorted Li Chongqian and the others to Dingzhou village, he naturally did not bring out the full crown prince's ceremonial entourage. Only a few palace guards accompanied him, as well as a few eunuchs from the Eastern Palace. Li Wangyu had naturally received advance notice from Pai Lupi, but he did not take it too seriously. Regardless of whether it was Li Wangyu or Su Chongqing, their reverence for imperial authority was limited. There was no need to count on the 2 of them to have any reverence for 3 brats. Therefore, Li Wangyu did not instruct the old steward, Li Heng, to clean the streets and use yellow soil to pave the way. He also did not open the main door to welcome the arrival of the crown prince and the others. When Li Chongqian's car stopped in front of the Li family in Dingzhou village, not a single person from the Li family came out to greet them. Before Li Chongqian and the others could say anything, the eunuchs of the Eastern Palace flew into a rage. These eunuchs of the Eastern Palace felt that they were the people around the future emperor of the Tang dynasty, so they were very proud. Even though he knew that Li Wangyu was the crown prince and the others' teacher, he didn't take it seriously. Li Chongqian naturally had a teacher to teach him in the Eastern Palace. However, Li Chongqian's teachers were also very respectful to the crown prince, due to their fear of imperial power. They didn't have the dignity of a teacher at all. This gave the eunuchs by Li Chongqian's side the misconception that the so-called emperor's teacher was nothing more than this. Now that the crown prince had condescended to visit the Li family in Dingzhou village, not a single person came out to welcome him. Therefore, without waiting for Li Chongqian's orders, they ran up to the door and smashed it down. "Open the door. Is everyone dead? Tian Shilang, you have no manners at all. Who do you think you are? Hurry up and open the door." The door of the Li family's old residence was not very sturdy to begin with, so it was almost torn down by the eunuchs. The door was on the verge of collapse. Li Heng, who had no idea what was going on, was shocked when he heard the door being smashed. He hurriedly opened the door to check. "Who are you? Why are you smashing the door? This is the residence of the county magistrate of Huxian. Don't be impudent." Li Heng was so angry that his beard was sticking up. He pointed at the plaque on the door and roared at the eunuchs who were smashing the door. The plaque on the door of the Li family had already been replaced with the words, "County Magistrate of Huxian." This was the old man's pride. How could he tolerate others looking down on him? However, Li Heng's words only caused the eunuchs to sneer. Bulsh * T County Magistrate of Huxian. Does a mere county magistrate who founded the country think he's something? Hurry up and tell the county magistrate of Huxian to come out. We've seen plenty of princes and dukes in Chang'an. How dare a mere county magistrate who founded the country bring it up? It really is Tian Shilang. His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. That bastard Li Wang, you actually dares to not come out to welcome him. Is he trying to rebel? Do you believe that we'll tear down your Bulsh * T County Magistrate of Huxian for neglecting His Highness the Crown Prince like this? The old steward Li Heng was shocked when he heard their words. His Highness the Crown Prince had come to the Li family? He didn't know what was going on, So he hurriedly sent a servant girl to inform his Lang Jun. The eunuchs wanted to push Li Heng aside and rush into the residence. However, Li Heng wasn't willing to let them pass. He didn't care about his old age and reached out to stop them. "Old man, get out of my way. Be careful that we don't beat you to death, Tian Shilang. Why bother with him? Rush in and find Li Wangyu to talk to him." Li Wangyu was in the back courtyard, but he had already heard the commotion from the outer courtyard. He couldn't help but frown. He was afraid that his old steward, Li Heng, would be at a disadvantage, so he hurriedly rushed out of the back courtyard. "Stop!" Li Wangyu had just arrived in the front courtyard when he saw Li Chengqian's eunuchs pushing Li Heng. He couldn't help but shout angrily, "Li Chengqian, Li Tai, come out!" Li Chengqian and Li Tai, who had been hiding behind the Imperial Guard to watch the commotion, could only walk out from behind the Imperial Guard when they saw Li Wangyu come out. They casually cupped their hands towards Li Wangyu as a form of greeting. Although the eunuchs' actions weren't ordered by Li Chengqian or Li Tai, they had tacitly approved of it. They wanted to give Li Wangyu, this junior division commander, a show of strength. Li Chengqian, Li Tai, is this the gift for becoming a disciple? Li Wangyu asked coldly. Before Li Chengqian and Li Tai could say anything, the eunuchs, eager to protect their masters and show off, jumped out again. "Shut up. Do you think you have the right to call out the names of His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of you? How unruly. Don't you know the difference between superior and inferior? Why aren't you bowing when you see His Highness the Crown Prince? How dare you? How dare you act so impudently in front of His Highness the Crown Prince?" Li Wangyu ignored the clamoring of the Eastern Palace eunuchs. He only looked coldly at Li Chengqian and Li Tai, waiting for them to give him an explanation. "Hehe, Big Brother Wang, these servants don't know any better. Don't mind them. I'll teach them a lesson later." Li Chengqian smiled unconcernedly and played dumb. Although he was only 9 years old, he was used to being flattered by others. Why would he care about the actions of the eunuchs beside him? "Call me division commander." Li Wangyu stared at him and said. Li Chengqian's mouth twitched, but he could only reply, "Yes, division commander." Li Wangyu asked, "Let me ask you, are these eunuchs from your Eastern Palace?" Li Chengqian was still smiling mischievously as he replied, "Yes, they're just a few ignorant servants. I'll be sure to strictly control them later." Although the little fatty Li Tai didn't say anything on the side, he had a mocking smile on his face. He wanted to see how Li Wangyu would get off the stage. Li Wangyu nodded and suddenly took out an item from his sleeve. He shouted at Li Chengqian and Li Tai, "You two, give me your hands." The item in his hand was the golden ferrule that Pai Lupi had bestowed upon him that day. The two brats, Li Chengqian and Li Tai, couldn't help but change their expressions when they saw Li Wangyu take out the ferrule. The mocking smile on their faces had long since disappeared, and was replaced by an expression of disbelief. Could it be that this Li Wangyu really dared to punish the two of them? Was he crazy? Chapter 235. In Li Chengqian and Li Tai's minds, although their father had given Li Wangyu the golden ruler, it was only a gift for him to become a disciple. Could it be that this little Huxian man really dared to punish the two of them? Even in the palace, although Empress Zhongsun was strict with her children, no one dared to actually punish the two of them. Unlike Chang'e, Li Chengqian was the crown prince and Li Tai was the king of Yu. Their statuses were different. The palace maids dared to use the ruler to punish Chang'e and Pai Lupi's other children, but no one dared to touch the two of them. As for Li Chengqian and Li Tai's original teachers, they were also afraid of the imperial power and abided by the rules of a ruler. Why would they use the ruler to punish them? It could be said that from birth until now, no one dared to touch a single hair on Li Chengqian and Li Tai's heads. When they saw their father give Li Wangyu the golden ruler, the two brats were still a bit afraid. However, the eunuchs beside them comforted them, saying that Huxian man, Li Wangyu, definitely did not have the guts to punish them. The two brats thought about it and felt that it was true. They were the most beloved sons of the Tang dynasty's crown prince and Pai Lupi. How could Li Wangyu, a mere founding county man, dare to touch them? It was because of this thought that they tacitly allowed the Eastern Palace eunuchs to provoke Li Wangyu. They wanted to give Li Wangyu a show of strength. Who would have thought that Li Wangyu would not play by the rules? He directly took out the golden ruler and prepared to punish them. This made Li Changqian and Li Tai dumbfounded. On the other hand, the eunuchs of the Eastern Palace were all furious when they saw Li Wangyu take out the ruler. The eunuch stood in front of Li Changqian to protect him. "Huxian man, what are you doing? This is His Highness the Crown Prince." "Unscrupulous. Simply unscrupulous. You, a mere founding county man, actually want to punish His Highness the Crown Prince. Do you still have any respect for saints? Huxian man, do you want to offend your superiors? Protect the Crown Prince. Don't let this madman hurt the Crown Prince and His Highness. Guards! Guards! Protect the Crown Prince." The Eastern Palace Chamberlain jumped up and down, trying his best to show that he was loyal to his master. However, the palace guards who had followed him to Dingzhou village were dumbfounded. Should they stop Huxian Nan? Or should they pull away the eunuchs? They couldn't be blamed for their hesitation. Before they set off, the imperial guards had already received a warning from Pai Lupi. After going to Dingzhou village, they were only responsible for the safety of the 3 princes and princesses. They were not allowed to interfere with anything else and allowed Huxian Xianji to make the decision. But now Huxian Man wanted to beat the Crown Prince and the King of Yu. Should they protect the Crown Prince and the others, or should they let Huxian Man make the decision? The imperial guards in the palace all looked at the imperial guard leader doubtfully, waiting for his decision. The leader of the guards gritted his teeth and silently shook his head at his subordinates, indicating that he would not interfere in this matter. Li Wangyu paid no attention to the clamoring of the Eastern Palace chamberlains, only coldly staring at Li Changqian and Li Tai. "What? You two have the courage to indulge your servants, but don't have the courage to bear the consequences?" To the side, Princess Changle hurriedly ran forward. After curtsying to Li Wangyu, she acted coquettishly and cutely towards Li Wangyu. "Brother Wangyu, please forgive Brother Crown Prince and Brother Qingke. They won't be like this in the future, okay?" Li Wangyu's originally frosty expression was immediately melted by the little loli's pleading. That damned Pai Lupi! How did he give birth to such an adorable little loli? Smiling, he dotingly stroked Princess Changle's small head. "Okay. Since Changle has pleaded for leniency on their behalf, then the 10 lashes each will be changed to 3 lashes each as punishment for their lack of respect for their elders. Okay." How could Princess Changle, a 7-year-old little loli, be a match for Li Wangyu? She believed that Li Wangyu had truly pleaded for leniency on behalf of her 2 elder brothers, reducing the punishment of each being struck by the ferrule 7 times. On the other hand, Li Changqian and Li Tai were on the verge of tears. This scoundrel of a junior commander was bullying them again. Both sides were going to beat them, yet he was still trying to swindle a favorable impression from their younger sister. Truly a scoundrel. However, Li Changqian and Li Tai did not dare to disobey. After all, Li Wangyu was currently holding the golden ferrule bestowed by their imperial father. On that day, the two had clearly heard Pai Lupi's words. If Li Wangyu were to use this ferrule to punish them, Pai Lupi would definitely not blame them. In a sense, this ferrule bestowed by Pai Lupi to Li Wangyu represented the authority of Pai Lupi. How could the 2 brats have imagined that Li Wangyu would be so forceful? They had only tacitly allowed the eunuchs to do as they pleased, yet the punishment was now in their hands. This moment the 2 were in a dilemma. They could only use silence to resist Li Wangyu. As for the eunuchs, they were unwilling to let the matter go. They stood in front of Li Changqian and Li Tai, cursing incessantly. "Out of the way!" Li Wangyu coldly shouted at the group of eunuchs. These eunuchs were currently immersed in resisting the evil demon and protecting the Crown Prince. How could they possibly listen to Li Wangyu's words? Li Wangyu could not be bothered to pay them any attention. He only raised his eyes to look at the group of imperial guards. "Everyone, these eunuchs are all people of the palace. If they continue to cause trouble, then please return. I will explain to the saint that I am unable to instruct the Crown Prince and His Imperial Highness, the Prince of Yu." Finished speaking, he took Princess Changle's small hand and returned to his residence without looking back. After he entered, the main doors of the Lai hut behind him slammed shut. Seeing Li Wangyu not give them any face, whether it was the imperial guards Li Changqian or Li Tai, they were all dumbfounded. This county man had shut them out of the main doors just like this? He even wanted to drive them back to Chang'an? The eunuchs were still unaware. Seeing Li Wangyu return to his residence, They began to urge Li Changqian and Li Tai on. Your Imperial Highness, the Prince of you, this county man is truly repulsive. Let us return to the palace. That's right, Your Imperial Highness. Let us return and ask the saint to uphold justice for us. We must punish this arrogant and despotic county man with a crime of great disrespect, and have him demoted and stripped of his noble title. This kind of vile character is truly arrogant. Your Imperial Highness, let us return to the Eastern Palace. Her Imperial Highness, the Empress, will definitely uphold justice for you. At this moment, Li Changqian and Li Tai were not listening to the clamor of the eunuchs. They only smiled bitterly and looked at each other. Although the two little fellows were young, they were not as shallow as the eunuchs. If they returned to Chang'an like this, they were certain that they would be severely punished by their imperial father. Their imperial mother would also not protect them. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun valued filial piety the most. Respecting one's teachers was also a part of filial piety in China. If Li Wangyu were to complain to their imperial father, saying that the two brothers did not respect their elders, it was likely that the punishment they would receive would be even more severe. Although Li Changqian was the crown prince, he was still very respectful towards his teacher. The two of them were just angry that Li Wangyu was so young and not much older than them, yet he wanted to be their teacher. However, even as the crown prince, Li Changqian did not dare to return to Chang'an with his tail between his legs. With no other choice, Li Changqian and Li Tai could only push aside the eunuchs in front of them. They stepped forward and lightly knocked on the main doors of Lai Hot. Chapter 236. The old housekeeper Li Heng opened the door once more. Now that he knew that the two children in front of him were the crown prince and King Yu of the Tang dynasty, the old man was quite frightened. However, he still mustered up his courage and asked Li Changqian and Li Tai according to his Longjuan's instructions, Your Highness, King Yu, are you willing to accept your punishment? Li Changqian and Li Tai looked at each other and nodded helplessly, indicating that they would accept Li Wangyu's punishment. Seeing that the crown prince had agreed, the Eastern Palace eunuchs began to beat their chests and stomp their feet as if their parents had died. They cried bitterly and scolded Li Wangyu for offending the crown prince's actions. When Li Wangyu walked out of the door and saw this scene, he almost laughed out of anger. These eunuchs were all good actors with superb acting skills. Unfortunately, their brains weren't good, and their EQ and IQ were low. He only needed to look at the group of palace guards who did not move at all and were only quietly watching from the side. He knew that they must have received Li Er's order in advance to act like this. Why didn't the Eastern Palace eunuchs, the crown prince's people, receive Pai Lupi's orders? Li Wangyu was willing to bet his head that these eunuchs were thrown to him by Pai Lupi to make an example out of them. Since Pai Lupi could sense that Crown Prince Li Changqian was behaving oddly, he naturally thought that it was the Eastern Palace eunuch's fault. This was indeed the case. As the Emperor and Empress of the Tang dynasty, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun spent far less time with Crown Prince Li Changqian than the Eastern Palace eunuchs. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that a large part of the responsibility for Li Changqian's future tragedy lay with the Eastern Palace eunuchs who had accompanied Li Changqian since he was a child. Anyone who had been flattered and fawned on from a young age would inevitably develop an oddball personality. After Li Wangyu figured out what Pai Lupi was thinking, he couldn't help but gnash his teeth in anger. This damned bearded man actually wanted him to be the bad guy and help him teach the crown prince's close servant a lesson. However, even though he despised Pai Lupi for using someone else to do his dirty work, he did not object to being the bad guy. Judging from the actions of the Eastern Palace eunuchs, it was already a good thing that Li Changqian had not gone astray. Since he had agreed to become the teacher of Li Changqian and the others, he naturally wanted to change everything. In order to correct Li Changqian's and Li Tai's personalities, other than his guidance as a teacher, Li Changqian's personal attendants were also very important. A good cultural environment was very important to a child's growth in life. Li Wangyu looked at the silent palace guards and said loudly, "Take these servants away and flog them 30 times each. Then, chase them back to the Taiji Palace and hand them over to the saint." The leader of the guards hesitated, then raised his eyes to look at the crown prince. Even though Pai Lupi had told them to listen to Li Wangyu, these Eastern Palace eunuchs were the crown prince's people. He was somewhat undecided as to whether or not to listen to this county man's words. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Li Changqian couldn't help but clench his small fists. His eyes were filled with anger as he glared at Li Wangyu. No, they are people of the Eastern Palace. Before Li Changqian could finish speaking, he saw Li Wangyu flash the golden ruler that the emperor had bestowed upon him, blocking his words. Li Wangyu's expression did not change. He looked at Li Changqian and said, "They are your personal attendants. Logically speaking, I should not be the one to punish them. However, these people took advantage of the situation to do evil and flatter you. As personal attendants of the Crown Prince, they instigated the Crown Prince to be disrespectful and unreasonable. As your teacher, I naturally have the duty to teach these impudent eunuchs a lesson so that they will not tarnish the Crown Prince's reputation in the future." He then used his palm to lightly tap the golden ruler twice in a threatening manner. "Changqian, do you have any objections to your teacher's words?" Even if Li Changqian had objections, he was scared away by the ruler in his hand. He shook his head repeatedly. "Teacher is right. Changqian has no objections. It's good that you have no objections." Li Wangyu couldn't help but smile. He then looked at the leader of the guards. "Why aren't you moving? Do you really want me to ask for the saint's decree?" The leader of the guards saw that even the Crown Prince had given in. Naturally, he wouldn't oppose Li Wangyu. He immediately waved his hand at his guards, indicating for them to come forward and hold down the Eastern Palace eunuchs. When they were pressed to the ground by the ferocious guards, the Eastern Palace eunuchs finally dared to feel fear. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, please save me. How can I let Tian Shilang humiliate you so wantonly? County man, I know I was wrong. Please spare me. Crown Prince, save me." Hearing these eunuchs, who were usually obedient to him, cry and beg for mercy, Li Changqian's eyes couldn't help but redden. Although he was the Crown Prince, he was only 9 years old. In the future, he would only be a little brat in the 3rd grade. Many of these Eastern Palace eunuchs were his playmates. After interacting with them day and night, Li Changqian also had feelings for them. He was like a little brat whose beloved toy had been broken. He looked at Li Wangyu with anger in his eyes. Li Wangyu ignored Li Changqian's anger. He just stared at the palace guards as they pressed the Eastern Palace eunuchs to the ground and began to beat them with planks. 30 planks, and under the circumstances where the guards didn't hold back, it was enough to beat the Eastern Palace eunuchs until their butts split open. The Eastern Palace eunuchs, who had been incomparably arrogant earlier, now realized that they had kicked an iron plate. However, it was too late for regrets. They were beaten until tears and snot flowed out of their eyes and noses. Some of the weaker ones directly fainted. Not long after, the 30 planks were finished. Li Wangyu pointed at the eunuchs on the ground who didn't even have the strength to cry, and said seriously to Li Changqian and Li Tai, "Changqian Qingke, this is the first lesson I'm giving you. Remember, if you're in a high position and are unfilial, you won't be the only unlucky ones. You'll also harm the people around you and the people of the Tang dynasty." He then said to Li Changqian and Li Tai, "Now it's your turn. Stretch out your hands." Seeing that Li Wangyu was still going to punish them, Li Changqian and Li Tai didn't care about the eunuchs anymore. They pouted and stretched out their small hands, feeling wronged. Li Wangyu didn't hold back with the two of them. He raised the golden ruler in his hand and slammed it down a few times. Although he didn't use too much strength, it still hit the two kids until tears immediately welled up in their eyes. It was only by doing their best not to cry out loud. After teaching Li Changqian and Li Tai a lesson, Li Wangyu led the two of them into the residence. "Let's go. I've prepared some new toys for you." Although Li Wangyu didn't have a family and children in the future, nor did he become a teacher, even if he hadn't eaten pork, he would have seen pigs run. Giving a sweet date after a slap. When he was young, he was often taught a lesson by his grandfather like this. Li Wangyu was going to follow suit and use this method to teach Li Changqian and the others a lesson. After the slap, it was time to give a sweet date. Chapter 237. Ever since that day in Taiji Palace, when Li Changqian and the others had taken him as their master, Li Wangyu had been thinking about how he should be the king of the children. For this reason, he had discussed many methods with his beautiful superior. As for how to educate the naughty children, the two had a common understanding. First, they would use play to attract Li Changqian and Li Tai, and then slowly teach them. As for Princess Changle, there was no need to worry. The adorable little princess was not only clever, but also sensible. Li Wangyu planned to have his beautiful superior and Aphrodite accompany Changle to play, while he would concentrate on teaching Li Changqian and Li Tai. As for how to attract Li Changqian and Li Tai's interest, Li Wangyu was not worried at all. When it came to playing, Li Wangyu could boldly say that there was not a single person in the Tang dynasty who could fight. Although Li Wangyu was unable to create the mobile phones and computer games that the naughty children of the future loved to play, when he was young, where would he have had these to play with? Li Wangyu's childhood was abnormally lacking in material things, but his mental life was extremely happy. His memories were still fresh in his mind. Eagle-catching chicks, hopscotch, ice skating, cross-legged cockfighting, goat jumping, and even mud. These were all things that his group of little friends could play for an entire day. Rolling iron rings, spinning tops, and other toys were their favorite. Li Wangyu planned to bring all of these to the Tang dynasty. First, he would attract the interest of the two most noble naughty children of the Tang dynasty. From Li Wangyu's point of view, Li Changqian and Li Tai, as well as Pai Lupi's other sons, had been locked up in the palace for too long and lacked contact with their peers. Spending every day with those feminine attendants, it would be strange if they did not feel awkward. He planned to first attract the interest of Li Changqian and Aphrodite, and then slowly have these two naughty children play with the naughty and mischievous children of Dingzhou village. This would allow them to understand the hardships of the common people, and also allow these two spoiled brats in the palace to reawaken their childlike nature. For this reason, Li Wangyu took great pains to find Carpenter Lu and his family from the village. They busied themselves for 2 to 3 days and made many new things in the open space of the outer courtyard. After Li Changqian, Li Tai, and Li Lizzie entered the Lai Hut, they were immediately attracted by the things in front of them. In the open space in the front yard, there were wooden slides, swings, merry-go-round, and all kinds of climbing frames. Even though Li Changqian and Li Tai still hated Li Wangyu in their hearts, they couldn't take their eyes off the rides and kept staring at them. Li Wangyu paid no attention to them. Leading the little lowly Princess Changle, he led her to the front of the amusement facilities, explaining to her one by one how to play. The two brats, Li Changqian and Li Tai, whose faces were filled with unwillingness, were immediately attracted by these novel rides. Regardless of whether it was the wooden slide or the wooden horse that required the manpower of the palace's imperial guards to move, they were all extremely excited. Previously, when they had been punished by Li Wangyu and had their eunuchs beaten and driven away, they had long since thrown their dissatisfaction and anger to the back of their minds. To the side, Li Wangyu smiled as he looked at the three little fellows, cheering and jumping up and down. At this moment, the imperial guards were so busy that their foreheads were covered in sweat, frantically protecting the extremely excited crown prince, His Imperial Highness the Prince of Yu, and the eldest princess. With a snap of his fingers, it was settled. Dealing with these brats was too simple. All he needed to do was find something that they were interested in and guide them. Although Li Changqian and Li Tai had previously appeared unwilling, Li Wangyu dared to bet that even if he drove them away, it would be useless. When the three little fellows were covered in sweat from playing, their beautiful superior led the servant girls out, delivering iced drinks to each of the little fellows. Of course, this was made by using saltpeter to make ice. Originally, Li Wangyu had thought about whether he should go to Chang'an City to open a cold drink shop. He believed that the business would definitely be very good. In just over a month, he had changed from a second generation of the rich to the founding father of the Tang dynasty. His family also had a four-wheeled carriage business, which was a profitable business. Naturally, he would not open a small cold drink shop in Chang'an City. However, the iced drinks made Li Changqian and Li Tai cry out in joy. Even their attitude towards their beautiful superior was excessive. They even called her master's wife. Li Wangyu was speechless. However, the beautiful superior rolled her beautiful eyes at Li Wangyu and actually acquiesced to this address. Su Changqing liked the little lowly Changle even more. After delivering the iced drinks to the three little fellows, he took the cute little lowly to the backyard to play. For the entire morning, Li Wangyu played with Li Changqian and Li Tai, making the two little brats extremely excited. How could they have imagined that someone would have so many fun things to play with? Compared to those palace eunuchs, this was much more interesting. After having a delicious lunch at the Li family at noon, The three little fellows were extremely satisfied to learn from Li Wangyu. This was not because the imperial cuisine in the palace tasted bad, but because Li Wangyu was too shameless. He actually used unhealthy fried food to attract Li Changqian and Li Changqian. Even in the future, the brats who were used to eating all kinds of delicacies had no resistance to KFC and McDonald's, not to mention the three little brats from 1300 years ago. Fried chicken steaks, fried chicken burgers, and iced drinks. That's right, burgers. In order to please Afro, Li Wangyu had already figured out how to make bread. Speaking of which, making bread was not complicated and Afro knew a little about it. Su Chongqing was also a baking enthusiast in the future. The only thing lacking in the Tang dynasty was an electric oven, but this was not important. They could just find the masons in the village to build an oven. After a few experiments, the bread was successfully baked. When Afro took the first bite of the steaming bread, tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks, making her beautiful superior feel sorry for her. But when Afro took the initiative to give Li Wangyu a kiss, her beautiful superior was so angry that she wanted to draw her knife and chase after this adulterous couple. Li Wang, you only felt that it was a pity that potatoes and tomatoes had not yet been spread to the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, they could be used to make French fries and ketchup. Even so, the eyes of Li Changqian, Li Tai, and Li Lizzie lit up when they ate a delicious meal that they had never eaten before. In particular, the little fatty Li Tai actually finished off 3 burgers in one go, which almost scared Li Wangyu out of his wits. He was afraid that this fellow would choke to death, and he would not be able to explain it to Pai Lupi. Relying on fun and good food, Li Wangyu finally made Li Changqian and Li Tai not reject him anymore. After lunch, Li Wangyu coaxed the 3 energetic children, who still wanted to play on the rides, to take an afternoon nap. They were still primary school students. They could only study properly if they played well, ate well and rested well. After the 3 children got up energetically, Li Wangyu led them to his study, which he had already converted into a small classroom. Since Pai Lupi had taught his own children to him, Li Wangyu could not just bring them along to play. Li Wangyu planned to teach Li Changqian and the others some different knowledge. Chapter 238. Li Wangyu had a headache over what he had to teach Li Changqian and the others for a long time. Thinking back to the primary school of the modern era, it seemed that they learned Chinese, mathematics, English, art, music, and physical education. There was no need to consider Chinese. If Li Wangyu didn't plagiarize the works of the great masters of the modern era, his actual level might not even be as good as these 3. Although Li Changqian and Li Tai were 8 and 9 years old respectively, in terms of essays, poems, policy, laws, decrees, scriptures, and moi, they were far superior to Li Wangyu as they had been taught by famous teachers since childhood. There was also no need to consider English. It was useless to learn it. He seemed to be able to teach the 3 little ones how to sketch, but this was only a minor skill. It seemed that he could only teach them mathematics, plus some simple physics and chemistry knowledge. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu felt very tired. However, what he taught Li Changqian and the others was not important. Li Wangyu felt that the most important thing was to establish a correct outlook on life for the 3 little ones. They had to learn the 8 honors and 8 disgraces. They had to study every day and strive to be a useful person to society. Li Wangyu stroked his chin, wondering if he should write down the code of daily conduct for primary school students for the 3 little ones to recite. He was extremely familiar with this code of daily conduct for primary school students. When he was young, every time he made a mistake, he would be punished by his homeroom teacher to copy it. Because he had copied it so many times, it was deeply engraved in his memory. Even now, Li Wangyu could recite it backwards. In the small study, Li Wangyu had already placed many teaching tools. The indispensable blackboard was actually quite simple. He had Carpenter Lu nail a wooden board and brush it with a thick layer of black paint. However, to make chalk, Li Wangyu had to spend a bit of effort and experiment many times before he succeeded in making usable chalk from gypsum. Li Changqian, Li Tai, and little Princess Changle had never seen a blackboard before. They didn't understand why their junior teacher had placed such a large piece of black wood in the study. When Li Wangyu picked up the chalk and began to write on the blackboard, the 3 little ones' eyes widened. Li Wangyu wrote down 10 Arabic numbers from 0 to 9 on the blackboard. The Arabic numerals were first invented by the ancient Indians, then spread to Europe by the Arabs, and then modernized by the Europeans. People thought it was an Arab invention, so people called it Arabic numerals. Arabic numerals were first introduced to China in the 13th to 14th century. Actually, ancient Chinese mathematics was not bad. It was even ahead of the rest of the world. From the Wei Jin dynasty to the beginning of the Tang dynasty, it was the time when the Chinese mathematical system was established. There were many mathematical works such as Wucao Suanjing, Wujing Suanshu, Wujing Suanshu, Nine-chapter Suanshu, and so on. It was just that Chinese numbers were too cumbersome, and to a large extent it limited the development of mathematics. The three little ones were very curious. They looked at the strange symbols that Li Wangyu had drawn on the blackboard, not understanding what they were. Li Wangyu then wrote down the corresponding Chinese numbers below each Arabic number, before he began to explain in detail to the three little ones. The three little ones did not find the symbols and numbers that their little teacher had taught them useful. Instead, they felt very awkward because they were used to it. Li Wangyu did not explain much. After the three of them memorized the Arabic numerals, he directly wrote a few simple arithmetic problems on the blackboard and let them calculate by themselves. However, he asked the youngest princess royal to calculate with the Arabic numerals that he had taught. Li Chongqian and Li Tai calculated with the Chinese numerals that they were used to. Okay, Chongqian, Qingke, you two won't lose to your sister, right? That would be too embarrassing. If you win the competition, your teacher will reward you with a bowl of ice cream. It's delicious. Although they did not know what ice cream Li Wangyu was talking about, Li Chongqian and Li Tai were angry at Li Wangyu's underestimation. Arithmetic was something that they had to learn since they were young, especially Qingke, who was good at it. How could she lose to a little girl like Changel? The two snorted. Humph, how could we lose to Changel? That's good. If you lose, you two can only watch Changel eat ice cream. Okay, let's begin, Li Wangyu said with a sneaky smile. What a joke. Comparing the speed of writing Chinese numerals and using Arabic numerals was like comparing the speed of a tractor and a sports car. Why don't you think about the Chinese numbers? How much time would it take just to write those Chinese characters? The final result was not out of Li Wangyu's expectations. He set a total of 10 questions. When the little girl finished, Li Tai, who was the fastest, had only finished 7 questions. Li Chongqian had only finished 5 questions. How is this possible? How can Changel calculate faster than me? The little fatty Li Tai was in disbelief. Li Wangyu did not explain. He ran to the kitchen and made a bowl of ice cream for Changel. Speaking of which, ice cream actually originated from Huaxia. It was not an imported product. As early as the Yuan dynasty, someone added honey, milk, and pearl powder to ice. As a result, the world's first ice cream was made. When Marco Polo returned to Italy, he brought back the method of making ice cream from Huaxia. Therefore, ice cream became popular in Europe. Although the ice cream made by Li Wangyu did not have the delicate texture of the ice cream of the future, it was still a rare delicacy in the Tang dynasty. The little girl had won against her 2 brothers and received such a delicious reward. She smiled so widely that her eyes narrowed into crescents. While eating the ice cream, she made exaggerated smacking sounds. Li Chongqian and Li Tai swallowed their saliva and were extremely jealous. Fortunately, the little girl was not a person who liked to eat alone. After eating a few mouthfuls, she reluctantly shared the delicious ice cream in her hand with Li Chongqian and Li Tai. Li Chongqian and Li Tai originally wanted to maintain the dignity of the losers and not eat this unexpected food. But in the end, they could not resist the temptation of the ice cream and tried to taste it. This time they could not stop. In order to fight over the little ice cream, Li Chongqian and Li Tai, the 2 little brats, almost fought. Li Wangyu was speechless for a while. The crown prince of the Tang dynasty was really pitiful. If others saw the way he was holding the bowl and licking the last residue, they would probably think he was a beggar. There was fun and there was delicious food. In just a day's time at Dingzhou village, Li Chongqian and Li Tai had completely forgotten how they had looked down on Li Wangyu. It was not until evening that the 3 children reluctantly returned to Chang'an City after the imperial guards urged them several times. Because Li Wangyu was not interested in being the king of the children every day, he had agreed with Pai Lupi to send Li Chongqian and the others to Dingzhou village twice every 10 days. That was to say, once every 5 days. This made Li Chongqian and the others feel very resentful. When they left, they looked at Li Wangyu with eyes full of resentment. They hated that they could not come to Dingzhou village every day. Li Wang, you did not care about the resentment of the 3 little brats. He did not want to tire himself out. After sending Li Changqian and the others off, Li Wangyu did not have time to rest. He was busy negotiating with the Ministry of Works to repair his county magistrate's mansion. Chapter 239. Although Pai Lupi nodded and agreed to build the manor according to Li Wangyu's sketch, the troublesome matters were not over yet. First, there was the location of the manor. After discussing with Li Wangyu and the officials from the Ministry of Works, Li Wangyu's manor was prepared to be built on the hillside facing the sun. Previously, in order to compete with the Li clan of Hu County, the hillside facing the sun was about 1,000 mu in size. The Li clan's ancestral grave only took up a very small area, and the Taoist temple that Sun Simiao was currently building took up less than 50 mu of land. The remaining few hundred mu of land were empty. After the officials from the Ministry of Works inspected the area, they did not have any objections to the location of the manor. But the officials from the Ministry of Works were at a loss as to how to build Li Wangyu's castle. Even in ancient China, building a house was a very strict matter. It was not just the craftsmen who came up with the idea, but there were also detailed blueprints and construction plans. The Song dynasty's construction methods was the most complete book on building techniques in ancient China. The Great Tang had detailed regulations on the various design standards, specifications, materials, construction quotas, targets, a clear hierarchy of buildings, the artistic form of buildings, and so on. Therefore, before the construction began, the officials from the Ministry of Works of the Tang dynasty would draw up detailed construction plans according to the needs. The level of detail and complexity was not inferior to the construction plans of the modern era. But even the most senior official from the Ministry of Works did not know how to build the small castle that Li Wangyu wanted to build in his manor. This gave the officials from the Ministry of Works a headache. Thus, Feng Longzhong from the Ministry of Works led a few technical officials to Dingzhou village to pay Li Wangyu a visit. Huxian, we have never seen this castle that you drew before. Can you draw a more detailed sketch of the building for us? Feng Lang directly asked Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu naturally did not have a problem. He had already drawn many sketches when he was discussing how to build the castle with his beautiful boss and Aphrodite. Hearing Dr. Feng's words, he immediately stood up and went to the study to retrieve a stack of sketches. These were all drawn by him using the perspective drawing method. It was very intuitive and clear at a glance. But when they saw the detailed blueprint Li Wangyu had drawn for the castle, Feng Longzhong and the officials he had brought with him fell silent once more. This kind of construction method was unheard of in the Tang dynasty. But putting aside whether this castle violated the law or not, the key point was that in the eyes of the officials from the Ministry of Works, this castle looked a bit like a small military fortress. What was the man from Huxian trying to do by building something like this near the capital of Chang'an? The officials from the Ministry of Works were not wrong. Castles were military fortresses built by European nobles to protect their land, food, livestock, and population. They used them to guard their own territories. First and foremost, it would be used for military defense. Of course, Li Wangyu didn't think too much about it. He just felt that building a castle was mighty and domineering. After Dr. Feng and the other officials from the Ministry of Works ran to Dingzhou village many times, they still didn't dare to make a decision on their own. In the end, they still pushed the responsibility to Pai Lupi. They asked Li Wangyu to go find Pai Lupi himself and let His Majesty make the decision. Li Wangyu was also tormented by the repeated communication with the Ministry of Works. Wasn't it just building a castle? Why was it so troublesome? He still had to find Pai Lupi to make the decision. Looking at the stack of sketches in his hands, Li Wangyu was worried that Pai Lupi wouldn't understand what he was going to do. This was his beautiful boss and Aphrodite's painstaking work. Just as he was feeling a little depressed, Li Wangyu suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up several days later, in the Yinyang Hall of Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi looked at the item that Li Wangyu had the palace guards carefully move in with a puzzled expression. The item was about the size of a table and was square in shape. There was even a piece of red silk covering the item below so tightly that it was impossible to see what it was. However, since it could be moved into Taiji Palace, it had obviously been carefully checked by the palace guards and couldn't be anything dangerous. Pai Lupi wasn't worried that Li Wangyu would cause any trouble. "Zio, what is this?" Li Wangyu chuckled. "Uncle, this is your nephew's newly built residence. Pai Lupi was stunned for a moment before he laughed heartily. Zio, what nonsense are you talking about? How can your mansion be so small? Don't tell me you want to become a mouse? Haha. Without waiting for Pai Lupi to finish laughing, Li Wangyu pulled open the red silk to reveal the item below. However, Pai Lupi was dumbfounded and his laughter was also stifled in his throat. Under the red silk was an exquisite sand table. It was the model of the manor that Li Wangyu wanted to build. The sand table model was the idea that Li Wangyu had suddenly thought of that day. Since the officials from the Ministry of Works and Pai Lupi didn't know what his manor and castle were like, he might as well make it for them to see. Wasn't a sand table model a method commonly used by developers in the future? The house that Li Wangyu bought with a mortgage was also facing the sand table in the real estate sales department. Wasn't he fooled by the saleswoman's glib tongue into paying for the house out of his own pocket? He could also make a sand table of the manor and show it to Pai Lupi. With the sand table model, everything would be clear at a glance and he wouldn't have to waste his breath. That's right, that's what he would do. Although the sand tables used by real estate developers in the future were all made of plastic, Huaxia actually had similar architectural models since ancient times, and they were even more detailed. Li Wangyu remembered watching a variety show on Central TV called National Treasure. In one of the episodes, the Palace Museum's collection of precious cultural relics, the Thunderbolt type, was an architectural model of Huaxia's ancient buildings. The so-called Thunderbolt type referred to a model made of straw, wax, wood, and other materials that was scaled down to the size of the real thing. Because there was an ironing process in the manufacturing process, it was called a Thunderbolt type. Li Wangyu naturally didn't know how to make a Thunderbolt type, but he didn't need to make it so detailed. He just needed to give Pai Lupi a direct impression. Moreover, once his house layout sand table was finished, he could also let his beautiful boss and Aphrodite see what their future home would be like in advance. When the Ministry of Works was building in the future, they could also use the sand table to build it, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. At the thought of this, Li Wangyu became excited and immediately asked Niu Wu to help him invite Carpenter Lu over. Without the help of a skilled craftsman like Carpenter Lu, Li Wangyu wouldn't be able to complete the sand table by himself. When Carpenter Lu arrived, Li Wangyu told him about his idea, which piqued Carpenter Lu's interest. Although he had never made such an exquisite object before, he was willing to give it a try. Thus, Carpenter Lu found his 3 sons and worked together with Li Wangyu, and everyone got busy. After several days, they finally made the sand table of the manor. Li Wangyu then carefully transported the sand table to Chang'an City in a carriage and moved it into Taiji Palace, inviting Pai Lupi to take a look. Seeing Pai Lupi's shocked expression, Li Wangyu was indescribably pleased. Pai Lupi, you country bumpkin, you must have never seen such a good thing, right? Before Li Wangyu could finish showing off in his heart, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his head. Pai Lupi had knocked him on the head with a chestnut. Bastard! Chapter 240. Just as Li Wangyu was feeling proud of himself, he was hit by Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi was still cursing and scolding him, leaving him dumbfounded. What was going on? He was just showing Pai Lupi the sand table of the manor. Why did he hit him? Was Pai Lupi jealous? Before Li Wangyu could figure out what was going on, Pai Lupi turned around and shouted to the eunuchs in the Yin and Yang Palace. Immediately summon Duke Wei, Duke Lu, Duke Yi for an audience. Pai Lupi summoned a dozen or so founding dukes in one breath. The eunuchs received the order and turned to summon Li Jing, Chang Yaojin, and the others to the Yin and Yang Palace. Li Wangyu was still confused. What was Pai Lupi doing? Why did he summon a group of military bigwigs for no reason? Could it be that he was not satisfied with the sand table of the manor, and wanted to summon a group of bigwigs to beat him up? After Pai Lupi finished instructing the eunuchs, he ignored Li Wangyu and continued to look at the real estate project's sand table in front of him. This made Li Wangyu very embarrassed. Li Wangyu coughed softly. Uncle, is there a problem with the sand table I made? What a waste. You scoundrel, why didn't you offer up such a good thing earlier? You deserve a beating. Pai Lupi glared at Li Wangyu angrily. Good thing? What did he mean? Li Wangyu was still very confused. Did Pai Lupi take a fancy to his manor and want to build one? But what did he mean by calling a group of military bigwigs? Seeing Li Wangyu's bewildered expression, Pai Lupi did not want to pay attention to him. He looked at the sand table in front of him and kept gesturing with his hands as he muttered something. The mansions of the Grand Dukes were not far from the Taiji Palace. It did not take long for them to gather in the Yin and Yang Palace after being informed by the palace servants. "Your Majesty, why did you call us here? But who is so blind as to provoke the Tang dynasty? Wahaha, my spear has been thirsty for a long time," Cheng Yaojin roared. Ever since the book Romance of the Sui and Tang Dynasties became popular, everyone thought that Cheng Yaojin used an axe as his weapon. Cheng Yaojin's 3 axes were very famous. But in reality, Cheng Yaojin's weapon was a long spear. It was similar to the red-tasseled spear and axe. These military bigwigs were suddenly summoned into the palace by Pai Lupi. They all thought that there was going to be another war, and all of them were very excited. When Li Wangyu heard Cheng Yaojin's hoarse voice, he couldn't help but shrink back. This old hooligan was really afraid of him. However, although the Yin and Yang Palace was large, where could Li Wangyu hide? Naturally, Cheng Yaojin, who had just entered the palace, saw him. "Hey, nephew of the Li family, why are you here? Don't tell me that you also know how to go into battle and kill the enemy?" Li Wangyu was speechless. He hurriedly greeted the Guogong and replied, "Uncle Cheng, please don't joke around." After meeting Pai Lupi, the military bigwigs were very curious about why Pai Lupi had summoned them. Pai Lupi pointed at the sand table that Li Wangyu had brought. "Everyone, look at what this guy made. Well, this guy calls it a sand table." It was the sand table of the manor in Hu County. Country bumpkin. Li Wangyu silently complained in his heart. Li Jing and the others' gazes followed Pai Lupi's finger and fell on the sand table. Li Wangyu and Carpenter Lu had made the sand table for this construction project. In order to be more intuitive, he and Carpenter Lu had not only made a model of the castle, but they had also made a terrain model based on the topography of the hillside facing the sun. Li Wangyu had used yellow mud to build the undulating hillside. In order to make it more realistic, he had even covered it with green peacock stone powder. It looked lush and verdant, just like a hillside full of trees. When Li Wangyu's manor was chosen, he had only used part of the hillside facing the sun to build the castle. The European-style garden and pond were built on the flat ground at the bottom of the hillside. When making the sand table model, Li Wangyu and Carpenter Lu had used gelatin and blue dye to create the shape of the lake. In addition to Carpenter Lu's exquisite skills, he had made the castle model out of wood. The entire sand table looked very realistic at a glance. It had completely displayed Li Wangyu's imagination of the manor and the surrounding terrain. Such a realistic sand table had never appeared in the Tang dynasty since the creation of the world. When the group of military leaders looked at it, their eyes immediately lit up. "Your Majesty, this thing called a sand table was made by Li Zio? Good stuff, good stuff." Li Jing took a few glances and immediately said to Pai Lupi. However, Cheng Yaojin shook his head. "Son of a bitch, this battlefield is too small. At most, it can only be used to command a battle of 1,000 people. What a waste." Li Wang, you couldn't help but be stunned when he heard that. F***ck, what is this old bastard talking about? My manor sand table, he actually said that the battlefield is too small. Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, and the others also commented on Li Wangyu's sand table. Finally, the confused Li Wangyu understood what was going on. This group of military leaders, including Pai Lupi, had used his construction sand table as a military sand table to command battles. He turned his head to look at his proud work, the sand table of his manor. It seemed like it could really be used as a military sand table. He hadn't thought about this before. The key point was that he wasn't a military fanatic. He didn't realize the military significance of the sand table at all. In fact, sand tables had a wide range of military uses. They could vividly show the terrain of the battle area, the composition of the enemy's position, the deployment of troops, the configuration of weapons, and so on. Later generations of the army often used sand tables to study the terrain, the enemy's situation, battle plans, organize coordinated actions, carry out tactical drills, study battle examples, and summarize battle experience. In the Tang dynasty 1,300 years ago, even the maps used for battle command were quite rough and simple. Most of these maps were of a schematic nature and were far from accurate. This was actually quite disadvantageous for battle command, but the level of technological development at that time was like this. It was too difficult to draw an accurate map. At this time, the sand table presented in front of Pai Lupi, and the military leader seemed to have opened up a new world for everyone. For a horse emperor like Pai Lupi, he saw the military use of the sand table at first glance, so he immediately asked the chamberlain to inform Li Jing and the others. The appearance of the sand table piqued the interest of the military leaders. Everyone, including Pai Lupi, surrounded the sand table and looked at it with interest. On a whim, the Minister of War, Li Jing, and the other founding dukes actually planned to make a military chess deduction on the sand table. Seeing Pai Lupi and the group of military leaders rubbing their hands together, Li Wangyu felt very stifled. He wanted to cry but had no tears. My manner. Not for you to play like this. Chapter 241. I'll use a brigade of Mo blade soldiers to block the manor's gate, and 2 brigades of armored soldiers to harass you with arrows. I don't believe you can break in. Bah, old man. Why do I have to go through the gate? Which part of the manor's wall can't be broken through? Any cavalry can break into the manor with a single charge. You can only retreat to defend the castle. Even if I retreat to defend the castle, I can defend it for 10 days to half a month. So what if you have several times more troops than me? Don't forget, you are all cavalry. How can you attack the castle? In the Yin and Yang Hall of Taiji Palace, there was an uproar. Those founding dukes were divided into 2 factions. They were playing chess on the sand table of Li Wangyu's manor. Pai Lupi was the judge. The history of military chess in Huaxia could be traced back to 4,500 years ago. The Xia dynasty had begun to use stones and wooden sticks to demonstrate formations and research war on the ground. The most indispensable thing for the valiant generals in China's history was the deduction ability before and after the battle. The most famous chess deduction in history was during the Spring and Autumn Warring States period. Mozi wanted to stop Chu from attacking Song. Gong Shu Ban made cloud ladders for Chu, wanting to use them to attack Song. Mozi and Gong Shu Ban in front of King Chu used their pockets as the city walls and the wooden pieces as the city defense weapons, and began to deduce the strategy of the game of chess. Gong Shu Ban used many ingenious siege tactics, but they were all resolved by Mozi. Until Gong Shu Ban used up all his siege methods, Mozi's defensive equipment was more than enough. King Chu finally gave up attacking Song because of this deduction. In the Tang dynasty, the rules of chess deduction in the military were more complete. There were detailed rules and deduction methods. These military big shots could only do chess deduction based on a map that was not very detailed, which made them very unhappy. But today, seeing Li Wangyu's sand table, this kind of chess deduction method that seemed to have a god's view, made these big shots exclaim. The military big shots who were having fun even called the servants to bring wine, drinking while continuing the battle. Even Pai Lupi was the same. He kept drinking the wine in his cup and laughed heartily. Li Wangyu was completely speechless. If it weren't for the fact that he really couldn't beat these bastards, he would have fought it out with these old fogies who destroyed the sandbox of his manor's buildings. This was too much. This was not a F***king military sandbox. A bunch of old men, old killers. Each and every one of them was trying their best to figure out how to destroy the small castle that he hadn't started building yet. This feeling was really too strange. However, he was just a small county official. In front of Pai Lupi and this group of old ruffians who were all dukes, he really had no right to speak. He could only grit his teeth and endure. It was not easy to endure until the group of military bigwigs had their fill. They even drank several jars of wine before the deduction of the military flag was finally over. Satisfied, Chang Yaojin used his palm leaf fan-sized palm and began to ravage Li Wangyu's small shoulders. Nephew, not bad. This sand table is a good thing. You little bastard, you finally came up with something interesting. It's simply a waste of time to make water wheels and carriages. Chang Yaojin's words made Pai Lupi want to beat him up. Water wheels and four-wheeled carriages were so important to the Tang dynasty that he was willing to give Li Wangyu a title. However, this old man actually said that it was a waste of time. Pai Lupi was too lazy to pay attention to Chang Yaojin. He reached out his hand and called Li Wangyu to his side. Zio, tomorrow you will teach the Ministry of Works how to make this sand table. Look at how rough you made it. It's really unusable. Pai Lupi even complained that Li Wangyu's sand table was not exquisite enough. Li Wangyu only felt his teeth itch. He really wanted to bite someone. Enduring Pai Lupi's ridicule, Li Wangyu rubbed his hands and looked at Pai Lupi with an embarrassed smile. Your Majesty, what do you think of my mansion? Is it okay to build it like this? The main reason he made this sand table was to get Pai Lupi to agree. Now that their war was over, he had to quickly ask. Pai Lupi once again looked at the sand table. After a while he said, Zio, your castle is extravagant. I'm afraid I can't agree with you building it like this. Hearing his words, Li Wangyu became anxious. How could it be extravagant? Your Majesty, I'm afraid you've made a mistake. I've calculated it with the Ministry of Works Fenglang. It doesn't cost a lot of money. It doesn't exceed the cost of building the mansion. Li Wangyu wasn't speaking nonsense. Although his mansion was not small, it didn't have the complicated structure of traditional buildings. Therefore, it didn't cost a lot to build it. The labor cost of building a traditional Chinese wooden building was quite high. Just the mortise and tenon structures that didn't use nails and only used tenons would require a lot of skilled craftsmen to build. In the future, the cost of repairing ancient buildings was much higher than the cost of cement. The main reason was the labor cost. Li Wangyu felt that his mansion didn't need that many skilled craftsmen to carve those complicated patterns. Why did Pai Lupi say that it was extravagant? Pai Lupi pointed at the small castle on the sand table and said with a bit of dissatisfaction. Zio, how many stones do you need to build your castle? How many corvée laborers do you need to transport the stones for your castle? We can't agree to your nonsense. There are still many things to be done in the Tang dynasty. The plague of locusts hasn't been extinguished yet. How can you casually recruit so many corvée laborers just to build a mansion for you? Hearing Pai Lupi's words, Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that Pai Lupi had misunderstood. He quickly explained, Your Majesty, you misunderstood. My small castle doesn't need to be built with stones. It can be built with bricks. I don't need to recruit corvée laborers to transport the stones. Many of the traditional European castles were built with large stones. However, Li Wangyu wasn't preparing for war. He just wanted to build a castle-like house to show off. Therefore, Li Wangyu's plan was to prepare bricks, and then use cement to build a castle-like house. Build with bricks? Pai Lupi was slightly stunned, but he still shook his head. Nonsense. How can bricks be used to build a house? When Chang Yaojin and the others heard the conversation between Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu, they all came over. Zio, how can you build a house with bricks? Moreover, your castle is several stories high. That's right. This old man has never heard of using bricks to build a house. Zio, you should stop fooling around. Haha, Zio is a genius, but there are times when you make a fool of yourself. This old man has never heard of using bricks to build a house. Using bricks to build walls and towers, this old man knows. How do you build a castle? In the Tang dynasty there was no cement. Therefore, the bricks were made with sticky loess mortar. The walls of the Tang dynasty were built with loess and covered with bricks. Although it was strong, it wasn't suitable for building a house. If glutinous rice was boiled and added to lime to make bricks, it would be strong and durable after solidification. It wouldn't be inferior to the cement of later generations. However, the cost of doing this was very high. Only a small number of royal buildings could be used this way. In the history of China, it wasn't until the Ming dynasty's Emperor Zhu Di built the Forbidden City that they started to use bricks on a large scale. Therefore, when Pai Lupi, Chang Yaojin, and Li Jing heard Li Wangyu's words, they only thought that he was talking nonsense. However, Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh. Your Majesty, everyone, do you want to make a bet with me? Chapter 242. Pai Lupi, Chang Yaojin, Li Jing, and the rest were all stunned. A bet? What bet? Li Wangyu laughed mischievously. Let's bet that I have a way to glue the bricks together and make it very firm. If I can do it, Your Majesty will allow me to build a mansion. How about that? Uncle Chang and the rest of you will pay for the wood in my mansion. How about that? Wood referred to the decorations and furniture of the later generations. Because most of the buildings were made of wood, the mansion was mainly decorated with wood. Pai Lupi said that he would build a mansion for him, but he did not include decorations and furniture. He was as stingy as the developers of the later generations. Since Chang Yaojin and the rest did not believe that he could build a house with bricks, Li Wangyu naturally did not mind making a bet with them and extorting a sum of money. After all, he was poor. Li Jing suddenly asked, Ziyu, can you glue the bricks together? How firm can it be? It won't fall with a hammer. Li Wangyu replied confidently. Pai Lupi's eyes also lit up. He and Li Jing looked at each other and revealed a smile in their eyes. Okay, I will bet with you. Ziyu, if you can stack the bricks together and not fall with a hammer, I will agree to build this castle for you. Li Jing also twirled his beard and laughed. Haha, Ziyu, if you can really do it, I will pay for the wood in your mansion. So what? Ziyu, how much time do you need to build it? Li Wangyu, who thought that he had taken advantage of Pai Lupi, Li Jing, and the rest, smiled until his eyes narrowed. He pondered for a moment. When the old mansion was remodeled last time, he still had a lot of hand-ground cement left. When he returned to Dingzhou village, he could ask the masons in the village to help him build a brick wall. After 2 more days, the cement would solidify. Li Wangyu raised 3 fingers to everyone. 3 days will do. After 3 days, Your Majesty and the rest of you can come to Dingzhou village. I will show you a brick wall that won't fall with a hammer. Okay. Pai Lupi directly reached out his hand and high-fived Li Wangyu, setting the bet. Li Wangyu looked at Pai Lupi and Li Jing's smiles and vaguely felt that something was wrong. But when he thought about it carefully, he did not find anything wrong, so he did not think too much about it. After saying his goodbyes and leaving the palace, Li Wangyu hurried back to Dingzhou village to find a mason to build the wall. 3 days later, at Dingzhou village in Hu County, several dozen riders entered the village. Pai Lupi led a group of dukes to the old residence of the Li family. Speaking of which, ever since Li Wangyu moved from the county seat of Hu County to Dingzhou village, this secluded village at the foot of Qinling Mountain became more and more lively. The farmers in the village were already used to seeing all kinds of nobles that they normally wouldn't see, so they all went to the Li family's old residence. Originally, there were some farmers who were watching from afar and talking to each other. But now, other than the little kids in the village, no one was interested in the Li family's guests. After Li Wangyu was conferred the title of nobility, the Li family's old residence had a plaque with the words, Hu County Male Residence, hanging on the door. This really scared the farmers, including the village head. Li Jia Shaoling was conferred the title of nobility. Even if it was the lowest rank of county baron, in the eyes of the villagers of Dingzhou village, he was still an extraordinary noble, and was respectfully addressed as Lord Ju. In the eyes of the farmers, Yang Mingfu of the Hu County Yamen was already a righteous official, not to mention the founding county baron, who was a noble of the Tang dynasty. Currently, the 127 families in Dingzhou village were all sealed off by the Li family. From now on, the rent of their houses would be transferred to Lord Li. For a time, no one dared to pass by the road in front of the Li family's old residence. They would rather take a long detour than disturb the county baron. The naughty children in the village were pulled by the ears and scolded for a long time by the adults at home. They were told that they didn't dare to be mischievous. If they offended the county baron, they would lose their heads. Previously, when Li Wangyu's ducks ate locusts, the farmers who blocked the Li family's front door were in fear and trepidation. They were afraid that Li Wangyu would hold a grudge against them because of this. However, the commotion caused by Li Wangyu's conferment of nobility dissipated not long after. This was because the farmers all discovered that Li Jia Shaoling seemed to be the same as before after he was conferred the title of nobility. Which family's Lord Ju would squat on the ground and chat with others every day without a care for his image? Which family's Lord Ju would act like the farmers and curse people with vulgar words when provoked? Even after Li Wangyu was conferred the title of nobility, in the eyes of the farmers of Dingzhou village, he was still the same old Li Jia Shaoling. In addition, the business of the four-wheeled carriage business was getting better and better, and the farmers had more and more copper coins in their pockets. They felt that the Li family was still the same old Li family and was still so pure and kind. Gradually, the farmers' fear of Li Wangyu's conferment of nobility dissipated. Their attitude towards the Li family returned to normal, but there was more respect. In addition, the way they addressed him had changed. The old villager originally called him Li Jia Shaoling, but now he called him Lord Ju. That was all. Pai Lupi led a group of dukes and bigwigs to Dingzhou village. The farmers passing by only glanced at this group of people and didn't have any strange expressions. They continued with what they were doing. The Li family's old residence, on the other hand, was wide open. Li Wangyu led his beautiful superior, Aphrodite, and the others to respectfully welcome Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi jumped off his horse and tossed the horsewhip in his hand to the Imperial Guard as he impatiently asked, "Zio, have you finished building the brick wall you mentioned?" Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to Pai Lupi and the bigwigs before replying, "It has already been built. Your Majesty, please inspect it." Pai Lupi nodded in satisfaction and took the lead to lead the group of bigwigs into the Li family. In the front courtyard of Lai Hot, a brick wall had appeared out of nowhere. This was the wall that Li Wangyu had the village masons build for him. In order to make it sturdy, Li Wangyu even had people dig a foundation for this brick wall. Pai Lupi walked forward and patted the wall with his palm. He found that it was abnormally sturdy. "Zio, is this really a brick wall that you had people build? You didn't get someone to transport a stone slab to deceive us, right?" Pai Lupi asked in astonishment. In order to make this brick wall sturdy, Li Wangyu had even had people smear cement on it. Now that the cement had dried and solidified, it indeed looked like a stone slab. Chang Yaojin also used his fist to pound the brick wall twice and smiled at Li Wangyu. "Nephew, you're cheating. How is this a brick wall? It's clearly a stone slab." Li Wangyu chuckled and pointed to the hammer that he had already prepared. "Uncle Chang, you'll know once you hit it. Could it really be a brick wall?" Li Wangyu's attitude made Pai Lupi and the bigwigs somewhat suspicious. Chang Yaojin didn't hesitate. He picked up the hammer and smashed it at the brick wall. With a clang, there was only a white mark left on the brick wall after being knocked. "Son of a bitch, Li Wangyu. Are you sure you're not messing with me? This is clearly a stone slab." Chang Yaojin swung his hand that had been shaken by the hammer and cursed at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu chuckled. "Uncle Chang, how about we make another bet?" Chapter 243. Another bet? Chang Yaojin was amused by Li Wangyu's words. Was this bastard addicted to gambling? "Nephew, what kind of bet do you want to make?" Chang Yaojin asked angrily. Li Wangyu smirked. "Let's bet that this wall is made of bricks. If it's really made of bricks, Uncle Chang, you'll lose 50 troops to me. How about that? If it's made of stone, I'll give you 50 jars of the best wine." He had his eyes on Chang Yaojin and wanted to get some elite troops from the old hooligan. Originally, the Li family's mansion was not big, and he didn't need any troops. Even the Niu brothers were killed by Niu Yong first and then asked for permission. Thus he had no choice but to accept them. But now, he was conferred the title of county man, and Pai Lupi was going to build him a county man's mansion. Thus he was short of manpower. The new county man's mansion, according to his and the Ministry of Works plans, occupied a few hundred mu of land. When the manor was built, it would be impossible to have no one at home. Servants and maidservants were easy to find. He could go to Chang'an and spend money to buy them, but there was no place to buy this song. Thus he had the idea of hiring Chang Yaojin. For these military bigwigs, it was a trivial matter for them to choose some loyal and honest veterans from the army to be part of their troops. Seeing Chang Yaojin questioning the brick wall made of cement, Li Wangyu naturally thought of this. He immediately teased Chang Yaojin with a smirk. He wanted to make a bet with him and swindle some troops from Chang Yaojin. Chang Yaojin's big palm was about to fall again. "Bastard, are my troops only worth a jar of wine? You want to take advantage of me? Get lost." Li Wangyu smiled and dodged Chang Yaojin's palm. He smiled and said, "Uncle Chang, what are you saying? Didn't I see that you don't believe that this is a brick wall? I'll give you a chance. If you think that the wine is too little, we can discuss it again." How could Chang Yaojin, this old hooligan, let Li Wangyu take advantage of him? Looking at his confident appearance, Chang Yaojin knew that the stone slab wall in front of him must have been built with bricks. He glared with his bell-sized eyes. "You little bastard, you want to trick me? Move aside, I won't bet with you." After saying that, he raised the hammer in his hand and smashed it at the wall again. The strength of the artificial volcanic ash cement created by Li Wangyu was naturally not comparable to the high-strength cement of the later generations. After being smashed by Chang Yaojin with all his strength, the cement on the surface of the wall cracked and fell off, exposing the bricks inside. Chang Yaojin put down the hammer and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Hey, this place is actually made of bricks. Nephew, what method did you use to make these bricks so sturdy?" Even with Chang Yaojin's strength and his full strength, he was only able to break the cement on the surface of the brick wall. This made everyone surprised. Pai Lupi, Li Jing, and the other military leaders immediately gathered around and carefully examined the brick wall in front of them. Zio, what exactly is this wall and the material that holds the bricks together? Why is it no different from a stone? This is really mysterious. It's actually made of bricks. With Jijia's strength, he only broke the surface with a single hammer strike? What a sturdy brick wall. Tisk tsk. Could it be that he melted the stone and poured it onto the bricks? Li Wangyu was speechless. To think that they could think of such a thing. Did they think that it was casting metal? To melt stone, he had to have the ability to do so. Your Majesty, everyone, this brick wall was made of cement by this little one. Pai Lupi stared at him. Hurry up and say it clearly. What is cement? What is that? Li Wangyu gave him the middle finger in his heart. Was the emperor so amazing? Was this the attitude of someone who was asking for advice? Why were you so fierce? Fine, the emperor was amazing. Li Wangyu admitted defeat. He lowered his head and obediently replied, Your Majesty, the cement is a type of adhesive that I created. After mixing it with water, it can firmly glue the sand and bricks together. After it solidifies, it hardens into this state. Zio, how much did this cement of yours cost? Li Jing asked. Li Wangyu scratched his head. Cost? It didn't seem like it cost anything. The cement he was using now was made by grinding broken pottery pieces, so there was almost no cost. If he wanted to make it on a large scale, it would be simple. He just needed to put lime and clay in a kiln. The process of making this kind of cement was very simple. The calcining temperature was low, and the requirements were not high. Of course, compared to the Portland cement of the future, it was far inferior in terms of strength and hardness. But in the Tang dynasty, this kind of artificial volcanic ash cement was enough. Li Wangyu didn't know how to make real cement. He wasn't a professional. It was the same as making glass. He knew what it was but didn't know what it was. After pondering for a while, Li Wangyu replied with uncertainty, Duke Wei, if this cement is made on a large scale, the cost should be very low. I haven't calculated the exact cost. It's just putting lime and clay in a kiln and calcining it. It's very simple. Pai Lupi couldn't believe it. It's that simple? Zio, this is a matter of great importance. You can't talk nonsense. Li Wangyu said with a wronged face. It's really that simple, Your Majesty. I'm not talking nonsense. Pai Lupi, Li Jing, and the others surrounded Li Wangyu and asked him again and again. Finally, they confirmed that this thing called cement was really that simple to make. Li Jing twirled his beard and smiled. Your Majesty, if what Zio said is true, and this cement can be made on a large scale, then it's really a blessing for the Tang dynasty. Yes, Your Majesty. This cement is really good stuff. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Tang dynasty has obtained such a divine item. Damn it. If we use this cement to build a city outside the Great Wall, let's see if the Turks can still be so rampant. Li Wangyu was a little confused. The cement I used to build my own house, how did it become Pai Lupi's? Congratulate you, my ass. You want to steal my things again? Bah, none of you are good people. Every day you think about how to steal my treasures. In the future, I have to ask my beautiful boss to take care of the things at home. The emperor and ministers of the Tang dynasty are all bandits. In fact, Li Wangyu was not stupid. He naturally knew the importance of cement to a country. In the Great Tang, even this artificial volcanic ash replacement cement was a priceless divine artifact. Whether it was used to build cities, roads, or dams, it was indispensable. Since he took out the cement, he had already expected that it would attract Pai Lupi's attention. Pai Lupi was a Paishio. He wanted to take all the good things into his mouth. However, Li Wangyu did not intend to hide it. He also wanted to make the cement public to benefit the Tang dynasty. Although Li Wangyu was mentally prepared, when he saw Li Er and the group of high dukes acting as if the cement was already in their pockets, it still made him feel very unhappy. He simply coughed lightly. Cough, Your Majesty, everyone, how much can I sell this cement formula for? Pai Lupi, Changyaojin, and the others heard this and could not help but be stunned. Sell it for money? Chapter 244. Without waiting for Pai Lupi to speak, Changyaojin went berserk. Bastard brat, how can you sell this kind of military weapon for money? I'll beat you to death. After Chang Yaojin finished speaking, He reached out to grab Li Wangyu and wanted to beat him up. When Li Wangyu saw the old hooligan flip out, he hurriedly ran away. Too shameless. This kind of threat of force, it's really infuriating. I can't afford to offend you. Do you believe that I won't find your 3 sons for revenge? However, when Li Wangyu thought about the size of Chang Chumo's 3 beast brothers, he felt that he should forget about it. It seems that he can't deal with the old hooligan's 3 sons. It's really a tragedy. In the face of the old hooligan's deterrence, Li Wangyu could only raise his hands and surrender. Uncle Chang, please wait. Little nephew has thought about it and feels that things like cement should be offered to His Majesty. Li Wangyu's tactful made Pai Lupi very satisfied. He raised his head and laughed, pretending that he didn't hear Li Wangyu's request for money, and began to discuss the use of cement in the military with the military bosses. Pai Lupi actually complained that Li Wangyu's name was unpleasant to hear. Such a divine object was given a rotten name like cement. With a wave of his hand, he directly changed the name of cement. The earliest lime that appeared in the history of China was made from the shell of a big clam. It was called mirage ash. Hongjiwen State Records. Mirage ash, oyster shell ash is the top, small oyster shell is the second, and small clam shell is the bottom. The 3 colors are different and the big clam is the top. Since Li Wangyu said that cement was made from lime and clay, Pai Lupi cited the classics and changed the name of cement to mirage ash. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only silently roll his eyes in his heart. As long as you are happy, then so be it. It sounds more cultured than cement. Pai Lupi proudly accepted the mirage mud freely offered by Li Wangyu. He was overjoyed and asked Li Wangyu to prepare a banquet. He wanted to celebrate with Li Wangyu and the other military leaders. Li Wangyu's heart was filled with countless mythological beasts. F***ck, isn't this too much? You stole my cement, oh no, mirage mud, and you want me to hold a banquet to celebrate? You've gone too far. With great resentment, Li Wangyu asked the old steward, Li Heng, to prepare the banquet. Pai Lupi was not polite in the slightest. He went to the Li family's central room and sat down. He also very impolitely asked the servant girls to pour tea and water. Li Wangyu silently criticized Pai Lupi's behavior of not treating him as an outsider. Cheng Yaojin, Li Jing, and the others were very envious. As expected, the Li clan's little boy was favored by both the emperor and the Sacred Hearts. They really treated him as their own nephew. Although Yuqi Jingda was not familiar with Li Wangyu, he was secretly calculating in his heart. His 2 children seemed to be very close to this county man. It seemed that in the future, he should let them be closer to Li Wangyu. Among this group of leaders there were many who had the same idea as Yuqi Jingda. How could Li Wangyu know what these leaders were thinking? He was still thinking about how to retaliate against Cheng Yaojin, Pai Lupi, and the others. Hearing Cheng Yaojin shouting for him to bring wine again, Li Wangyu's eyes turned and he had a plan in mind. Hey, old scoundrel, don't even think about walking out of my Li family's door today. I'll make sure you come in vertically and go out horizontally. Li Wangyu smiled and told Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, and the others to wait for a moment. He went to fetch good wine for everyone. Ever since he drank the disgusting water wine of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu planned to open a wine factory in the Tang dynasty. He had already begun to try brewing a small amount of sorghum wine. Although Li Wangyu's 3rd uncle's family opened a wine factory in the future and specialized in brewing sorghum wine, he knew the process and method of brewing sorghum wine. However, he had never actually brewed it himself. Therefore, as early as when he moved to Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu tried to brew some sorghum wine as an experiment. He didn't expect that he would succeed on his first try. After more than 40 days of fermentation, the sorghum wine he brewed had already been distilled by Li Wangyu. It was now ready to drink. The biggest difference between the liquor of the future and the water wine of the Tang dynasty was the distillation process. Distillation was the process of heating up the wine and turning it into wine vapor. After cooling it down, it turned back into wine. After distillation, the liquor would be colorless, but the alcohol content of the wine would be much higher than the original liquor. Tang dynasty's 3 baskets of wine and wine were mostly fermented, and then directly filtered before drinking. According to Shan Kuo's Dream Creek writings, the alcohol content of the finished wine was between 3% and 15%. It was similar to the beer or rice wine of the future. After distillation, The alcohol content of the distilled sorghum wine was between 50% and 60%. It belonged to the category of hard liquor. Li Wangyu didn't believe that Pai Lupi and the others, who were used to drinking low-alcohol liquor, would be able to drink his high-alcohol sorghum wine. Today he had to get them drunk and take revenge. He asked Niu Wu to bring out a jar of wine from the warehouse. The Arabic number 65 was impressively written on it. This was Li Wangyu's liquor with the highest alcohol content. Although there was no alcohol detector in the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu's third uncle had taught him a few tricks that could roughly determine the alcohol content of the wine. After shaking the wine, there would be hops the size of a grain of rice to a grain of sorghum. According to the time it took to pile the hops, the alcohol content could be roughly determined. If the hops were the size of a grain of sorghum to a grain of corn, the time it took to pile the hops was about 3 seconds. The alcohol content of the wine was about 65%. The alcohol content of Li Wangyu's sorghum wine was equivalent to 3 times the alcohol content of the Tang dynasty's liquor. This was the weapon he was preparing to use to vent his resentment. Li Wangyu's face was full of smiles. He asked Niu Wu to bring the 65% alcohol sorghum wine to the central room. When Chang Yaojin saw that there was only 1 jar of wine, he couldn't help but feel disgusted. "Nephew, you're a county man now. How can you still be so stingy? How can this jar of wine be enough for us to drink? Quickly go and bring a few more jars." Li Wangyu said with disdain, "Uncle Cheng, it's not that I'm stingy. It would be good if we could finish this jar of wine." What a joke. He asked Niu Wu to bring out a big jar of wine. This jar of wine was equivalent to 20 caddies of 65% alcohol content. It wouldn't kill you all. When Chang Yaojin heard Li Wangyu's words, he immediately jumped up and said, "Brat, don't talk nonsense. I can drink a bucket of wine by myself. Your jar of wine isn't even enough for me to rinse my mouth." Not only was Chang Yaojin jumping up and down, even Pai Lupi, Li Jing, Yuqi Jingda, and the others were dissatisfied. They felt that Li Wangyu was looking down on them. To these founding dukes who were addicted to wine, saying that they couldn't drink wine was like pointing at their noses and saying that men couldn't do it. This was a great humiliation. Pai Lupi also glared at him and said, "Zio, what nonsense are you talking about? Quickly go and bring the wine over. Don't mess around." Li Wangyu laughed mischievously and said, "Your Majesty, everyone, do you want to make another bet?" What do you want to do now? What do you want to bet on?" "Let's bet on whether you can finish this jar of wine." Li Wangyu pointed at the jar of wine and smiled proudly. It was as if a fox's tail was wagging behind him. Chapter 245. When Li Wangyu proposed another bet, Pai Lupi almost laughed out of anger. This little rascal was going crazy today. Chang Yaojin opened his mouth and wanted to agree, but he swallowed the words back down. He suddenly realized that for such a shrewd person like Li Wangyu to propose a bet, there must be something fishy going on. Today he almost fell for Li Wangyu's trick. Now that this little rascal proposed another bet, he might be up to no good. Chang Yaojin's tone changed. "What bet? Go play on the side. Hurry up and pour the wine. If you make any more noise, I'll deal with you." Li Wangyu wanted to trick Chang Yaojin with a bellyful of evil tricks. But who would have thought that the old scoundrel would learn to be smart? It was a pity. He was still thinking about how to trick Chang Yaojin into giving him troops. The servant girls in the central room who were serving everyone quickly came forward to open the seal on the wine jar. As soon as the wine jar was opened, a strong fragrance overflowed. The fragrance of the wine filled the entire central room. This strong fragrance that had never been seen before immediately attracted everyone's attention. Pai Lupi's eyes lit up. "Ziyu, what kind of wine is this? Why is it so fragrant and alluring?" Chang Yaojin, Li Jing, Yuqi Jingda, and the other big shots were so stimulated by the wine that they almost drooled. They didn't even blink as they stared at the jar of wine. Li Wangyu chuckled. "I've let your Majesty see a joke. This is the wine that this subject brewed. I ask your Majesty and the other officials to taste it." "Little rascal, don't say so much. Hurry up and pour the wine," Chang Yaojin impatiently shouted. When the servant girls brought in cups of clear and transparent wine that looked like clear water, everyone, including Pai Lupi, was dumbfounded. If it wasn't for the alluring wine fragrance that kept going into their nostrils, Everyone would have thought that Li Wangyu had brought a jar of clear water to trick them. How could the people who were used to drinking turbid wine believe that wine could become as transparent as water? For a moment they all held the wine cups and carefully sized it up. They leaned closer and greedily sniffed the wine fragrance. Only Chang Yaojin couldn't care less. He directly raised his head and poured a glass of white wine into his mouth. In the Tang dynasty, the alcohol content of the wine was not high, so the wine cups were quite bold and unrestrained. The size of the wine cups was also very large. Li Wangyu was also deliberately mischievous. The wine cups that he poured wine for everyone were extremely large. Each cup could hold at least 3 liters of white wine. Chang Yaojin drank the 65% liquor in one gulp out of habit. His eyes bulged and his face turned red. He shut his mouth tightly, afraid that he would spit out the liquor. After swallowing the wine, he felt a burning sensation in his throat, as if it was on fire. Following that, a scorching heat rose from his chest and abdomen. That comfortable feeling made Chang Yaojin unable to help but spit out a mouthful of alcohol. Damn it, what a good wine! What a strong wine! I thought my throat was burning. Kid, what kind of wine is this? Why is it so strong? Li Wangyu thought to himself. How could the sorghum wine he brewed have a name? But if he were to directly call it sorghum wine, it would be too low class. He rolled his eyes and replied, Uncle Chang, this is your nephew Shadozi wine. Shadozi wine was actually a high alcohol content wine from the northeast. It was named because of its high alcohol content and strong taste. Li Wangyu thought that the name of the wine was quite good. Moreover, it should be liked by this group of old men. So, he directly plagiarized it. Shadozi? Good name. Drinking this wine is really like a knife scraping the stomach. Haha, it's addictive, it's even more addictive. Come, fill it up for me. Chang Yaojin didn't even take a bite of the food. He directly drank more than 3 liters of liquor. Even though he was addicted to alcohol at this time, he also felt the alcohol rush to his head. This old hooligan couldn't help but shake his body. Seeing Chang Yaojin's exaggerated performance, Pai Lupi and the others also picked up their cups. Some took small sips to taste the wine, while others drank it in one gulp like Chang Yaojin. After the wine entered their stomachs, everyone exhaled a long breath of burning alcohol. Some people, because it was their first time drinking such a high alcohol content wine, their throats were stimulated by the alcohol. They couldn't stop coughing, causing the people around them to laugh. Good, as expected of Shadozi wine. I've lived my whole life, but I've never drunk such a strong wine. Damn it, this is what wine is. The wine I drank in the past has turned into horse piss. Ziyu, this wine was really brewed by you? Haha, well done, this is what wine is. This wine deserves a toast. Everyone, let's drink to victory. After tasting a mouthful of Li Wangyu Shadozi wine, Pai Lupi and the group of dukes went completely crazy. Who would have thought that there was such a strong wine in this world? Everyone who was used to drinking wine and 3 baskets of rice felt that Li Wangyu Shadozi wine had opened the door to a new world. Chang Yaojin, who was slightly tipsy, grabbed Li Wangyu, who was laughing at the side. Kid, how many Shadozi wine do you have? Quickly give me 100 jars as a show of respect. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you. Don't you want troops? When your mansion is repaired, however many troops you want, I'll give them to you. Chang Yaojin's words made everyone's eyes light up. They all looked at Li Wangyu. Ziyu, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. I've treated you well, right? Haha, I don't want much of this Shadozi wine. 100 jars will do. Isn't it just troops? There's no need for the knowledge-seeking festival. I'll give it to you. Li Jing also came to join in the fun. He pushed Chang Yaojin away and said to Li Wangyu. Chang Yaojin dared to be angry at anyone except Li Jing, the god of war of the Tang dynasty. He didn't dare to be reckless. Seeing that Li Jing also came to snatch the wine, Chang Yaojin was so angry that he could only grab the wine that the maidservant had just poured for him and drink it. As for Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, Duan Jishuan, Lu Hongji, and the others, they all stared at Li Wangyu with burning eyes. Even Pai Lupi, although not as shameless as Chang Yaojin and directly asked for the wine, also held the wine cup and coughed lightly, reminding Li Wangyu not to forget about him. Li Wangyu could only look up at the roof of the central room speechlessly. Did he do something wrong? The emperor and ministers of the Tang dynasty were simply a group of drunkards. They seemed to be going crazy when he took out such a high amount of Shadozi wine. They asked him for 100 jars of Shadozi wine. Were they planning to take a bath in the alcohol? You old hooligans will drink to death. Li Wangyu helplessly spread out his hands and shrugged. Your Majesty, gentlemen, it's not that I'm stingy, but I really don't have any. I'm just trying to brew this Shadozi wine to see the effect. But you don't have to worry. I'm going to set up a winery in Dingzhou village that specializes in brewing Shadozi wine. When the winery is built and the wine is brewed, I'll definitely send it to you. His words made Li Jing, Chang Yaojin, and the others feel very regretful. However, Pai Lupi suddenly said, Zio, your aunt is also interested in brewing wine. Why don't you cooperate with her? What? Empress Zhang's son is interested in brewing wine? Pai Lupi, are you kidding me? Chapter 246. Pai Lupi proposed to cooperate with Li Wangyu to set up a brewery. Although Li Wangyu complained in his heart, he did not reject it. After the beautiful boss had a flash of inspiration and pulled Empress Zhang's son to invest in the SF Express four-wheeled carriage company, the benefits were obvious. Not to mention that Empress Zhang's son provided the much-needed development funds and horses for the carriage company, but the name of Empress Zhang's son gave enough protection to the carriage company and the Li family. Zhang Kongbua of the Zhang family in Xinjiang provoked the beautiful boss and let people surround the four-wheeled carriage company to force her to yield. After Li Wangyu let people set a fire, the relationship between Empress Zhang's son and the four-wheeled carriage company was made public. The Zhang family in Xinjiang not only immediately compromised and apologized, but also sent Zhang Kongbua, a playboy, back to his hometown in Xinjiang. Since then, no one dared to obstruct the SF Express four-wheeled carriage company in Chang'an City. Originally, as the four-wheeled carriage company slowly developed, its profitability made many aristocratic families in Chang'an City envious. If it were not for Empress Zhang's son, Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing alone might not be able to keep their industry even if Pai Lupi promised them the exclusive right to operate in Chang'an City. Maybe they would have been eaten up by those aristocratic families, and even their bones would not be left. With the successful precedent of the carriage company and the royal family, Li Wangyu did not reject Pai Lupi to invest in his brewery business at all. He even felt secretly happy. Just by looking at the reaction of the group of tycoons in the central room to the sorghum wine, it could be imagined that after the brewery was built, this would be another hen that could lay golden eggs. With Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son as his backers, Li Wangyu did not have to worry that his industry would be coveted by those aristocratic families. The reason why Pai Lupi proposed to let Empress Zhang's son invest in Li Wangyu's business was actually to protect Li Wangyu, and to reward him for offering the Mirage mud. At this time, there were several military bigwigs in the central room who were unfamiliar with Li Wangyu. When they learned that the Li family was going to build a brewery, they couldn't help but have some thoughts of getting involved. However, after Pai Lupi spoke, the few big shots immediately threw their thoughts to the back of their minds. Everyone began to toast and drink to their heart's content. The Li family's delicacies cooked with pork were constantly being served to the table. The military leaders who were tasting such delicacies for the first time couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. With the addition of the strong wine, the atmosphere in the Li family's central room became lively. Cheng Yaojin was the first to take off his clothes. He pushed away the table and ran to the center of the room and began to dance. Yuqi Jingda, Duan Jishuan, Lu Hongji, Chai Xiao, and the others were also unwilling to fall behind. They all took off their clothes and began to dance bare-chested. Li Wangyu was speechless. He covered his eyes with his hand. It was 2F** king painful to the eyes. He finally knew where Chang Chumo's group of debauches learned their unrestrained behavior from. This was simply a case of the upper beam being crooked, the lower beam being crooked. They were all the same kind of trash. The four maidservants of the Li family were also blushing from the bold and unrestrained performance of the Guadukes. They hid far away and didn't dare to come forward to pour wine or pour tea. Pai Lupi didn't mind. Instead, after drinking, he also began to dance. This made Li Wangyu even more dumbfounded. What made Li Wangyu even more frightened was yet to come. After the group of old assassins drank so much, they still felt that the dance wasn't exciting enough. Cheng Yaojin shouted and jumped into the front yard. He snatched a long spear from the hands of the palace guards. Wahahaha, which one of you will come down? Do you dare to fight with me? Ba Chungjijia, you killing talent. Don't be so arrogant. I'll play with you. Yuchi Jingda didn't hesitate and also jumped into the front yard. He snatched a weapon from the hands of the palace guards and charged straight at Chang Yaojin. Come eat my spear. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded by the scene in front of him. His mouth was wide open as he watched Chang Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda fight in the front yard. These two old killers had drunk too much and were now acting crazy. Pai Lupi, Qin Xiong, Li Jing, and the others didn't stop them. Instead, they all clapped and stamped their feet in approval. They also continuously drank wine. Seeing the two of them fighting, someone couldn't help but jump into the front yard. He snatched a weapon from the palace guards and also charged forward. Li Wangyu looked and saw that it was the yellow-faced man Qin Xiong. He didn't care if the weapon was convenient or not, and he didn't care who his opponent was. He directly charged in. The three of them were in a chaotic fight. One moment, Chang Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda besieged Qin Xiong. The next moment, Qin Xiong and Chang Yaojin beat up Yuchi Jingda. Seeing them gnashing their teeth and not holding back their spears, Li Wangyu wondered if the three of them were mortal enemies. Li Wangyu already didn't know how to ridicule this group of founding dukes. They were all a group of bastards. He lowered his head and pondered. Was it wrong for him to push the high-content sorghum wine to the Tang dynasty? This group of people who went crazy after drinking too much really had poor alcohol tolerance. Just as Li Wangyu was lost in thought, he suddenly heard the sound of a sharp weapon piercing through the air. Then a gust of wind brushed past his cheeks, and another duh sound was heard. He seemed to realize something and slowly turned his head with a sluggish expression. He saw a spear inserted into a pillar not far behind him. The end of the spear was still violently shaking up and down. F***ck. Was he almost stabbed to death by this spear that was thrown out just now? A drop of cold sweat flowed down Li Wangyu's forehead. Reaching out to touch his slightly painful cheek, Li Wangyu woodenly raised his eyes to look at the front yard. He saw that the weapons in the hands of the three old bastards had already been knocked out of each other's hands. At this moment they were actually fighting with their bare hands. Li Wangyu had just walked out from the mentality of surviving a great disaster. Before he could even jump and curse, he saw a huge figure fall directly from the front yard into the central room, knocking over several banquet tables and smashing the bowls and plates on them into pieces. It was Chang Yaojin. In a moment of carelessness, he was attacked by Qin Xiong and Yuchi Jingda and directly sent flying into the central room. Chai Xiao, Duan Jishuan, and the others who had their wine spilled, all angrily cursed Chang Yaojin for being a bastard. Bastard, what are you arguing about? Chang Yaojin was not to be outdone and cursed back. In the next moment, Chai Xiao, Duan Jishuan, and the others pounced on Chang Yaojin and waved their fists. Very quickly, the central room in the front yard of the Li family also turned into a battlefield. Originally, everyone was ganging up on Chang Yaojin, but then it became a fight between each other, becoming a chaotic mess. Other than Pai Lupi, who was surrounded by the imperial guards who had reacted, all the other dukes and bigwigs were randomly fighting. Not only did Pai Lupi not allow the imperial guards to mediate, he even held his wine cup and drank heartily while cheering for everyone. Jijia, kick him. Hey you idiot, throw him. Jingda, are you stupid? Don't you know that monkeys pick peaches? If it weren't for the imperial guards holding him back, Li Wangyu reckoned that Pai Lupi would definitely have rushed up as well. Ever since the central room in the front yard turned into a battlefield, Li Wangyu scrambled to hide to the side. As for the four maidservants of the Li family, they had long been scared to the point that their faces turned pale and they screamed as they ran to the rear yard. The old housekeeper, Li Heng, was hiding behind the Niu brothers, but he still had a smile on his face. Lang Jun, it seems that the saints and guests are all very happy. Li Wangyu's tears fell. Happy your sister? Are you still the Li family's housekeeper? A group of bandits entered your home. And you're still smiling so happily? Are you crazy? Chapter 247. Pai Lupi and the others were not out of Li Wangyu's expectations. When the 10 caddies of 65 proof sorghum wine was finished, everyone, including Pai Lupi, was drunk. Chang Yaojin and this group of founding dukes could be considered to be exceptionally talented. On average, each of them drank more than half a caddy of liquor and even got into a fight, which almost turned the Li family's front yard into ruins. Only then did they collapse on the ground and pass out drunk. The palace guards carefully carried Pai Lupi and the other dukes into the carriage and returned to Chang'an City. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was about to cry when he saw the mess in the front yard. This group of old hooligans and murderous people. Even if they beat him to death, he would never entertain these bastards again. Their alcohol tolerance was so poor that it was despicable. After the group of generals got into the fight, even the entertainment facilities that Li Wangyu had carpenter Lu build for Li Changqian and the others in the front yard were smashed into pieces. As for the central room, the wreckage of several tables and broken bowls and plates were all over the floor, as well as the remains of dishes that had been overturned. Even the air was filled with the stench of alcohol. Not long after the old hooligans left, before Li Wangyu could have someone clean up the mess, his beautiful boss, Aphrodite, and Perrin took a carriage back home from Chang'an City. Now, his beautiful boss still went to Chang'an City every day, and the SF Express Carriage Company was becoming more and more popular under her management. However, he did not know whether it was because her relationship with Aphrodite was getting better and better, or because she was worried that Li Wangyu would cheat on her at home, but now she would bring Aphrodite with her whenever she went to Chang'an City. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only secretly gnash his teeth in hatred. How could he say no? When the three girls returned home, they were shocked to see the situation in the front yard. What was going on? Was there a war at home? When Su Chongqing found out that it was Li Er and a bunch of dukes who were drunk and causing trouble in his house, causing his house to look like it had been hit by a war, he glared at Li Wangyu. She was sure that Li Wangyu must have taken out the highly concentrated liquor he brewed to show off, resulting in such a result. "Clean it up yourself," the beautiful boss said coldly before pulling Avro and Perrin back to the backyard. The teenage version of Angelina Jolie and Perrin both made faces at Li Wangyu and stuck out their tongues, indicating that Li Wangyu deserved it. Then they left with Su Chongqing. Looking at the backs of Su Chongqing, Avro and Perrin, Li Wangyu opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to explain. His current mood was like a F***king dog. Why did he feel like he had shot himself in the foot? If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of pain, he really wanted to give himself 2 slaps. Why did he have to bring out the liquor for no reason? However, Li Wangyu also felt that he had been wronged. He only wanted to get Chang Yaojin and the others drunk to vent his anger. Who would have thought that these bastards would have such poor alcohol tolerance? They actually drank too much and resorted to martial arts. How immoral! Li Wangyu was furious. He turned around and raised his middle fingers in the direction of Chang'an City to show his disdain. After venting his grievances, Li Wangyu shook his head helplessly and began to call the old butler, Li Heng, and the maidservants to clean up the mess in the front yard. After cleaning up the front yard, Li Wangyu smiled apologetically and talked to Su Chongqing for a long time before the expression on her beautiful boss's face changed. However, what made Li Wangyu even more depressed was that the next morning, someone knocked on the door of his residence again. The fops were all shocked when they saw their father drunk like a pile of mud and sent back to the residence by the palace guards. It was the first time that Chang Chumo and the others had seen their father so drunk. After questioning the palace guards, they learned that their father had gotten drunk at the house of Huxian Man, Li Wangyu. According to the guards, Huxian Man had brewed a kind of liquor called burning knife. It was as clear as water but as sweet as fire. The saints and dukes had all gotten drunk because they had drunk too much. How could the fops hold themselves back after hearing the words of the guards? If it weren't for the fact that it was late and the evening drum of Chang'an City had already sounded, they would have rushed to Dingzhou village overnight to taste the burning knife wine. Early this morning, when the gates of Chang'an City had just opened, the fops couldn't wait to ride their horses to Dingzhou village. When Li Wangyu heard the report from the old housekeeper Li Heng, his head was about to explode. He didn't need to think to know why these fops were here. Was everyone in the Tang dynasty a drunkard? Helpless, Li Wangyu changed his clothes and came out to meet the guests. He bowed to the fops and said, "Brothers, what brings you to my residence so early in the morning? Zio, tell me honestly, how do we treat you?" Chang Chumo asked in a low, muffled voice. Li Wangyu said, "Of course they treat me very well." "That's good. If that's the case, why do you treat us like this? Since you've brewed the burning knife wine, why don't you share it with us?" Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. He knew that these bastards were here for the same reason. Faced with the aggressive gazes of the group of profligate sons, Li Wangyu could only explain. Brothers, you've wronged me. This burning knife has just been brewed. Yesterday, the saint and Uncle Chang happened to meet. I was just about to send an invitation to my brothers to invite you to my residence in 3 days to taste this wine. Chang Chumo waved his hand and said, "It's better to hit the nail on the head. Today is fine. Zio, quickly take out the burning knife wine." Fang Yai, Chai Lingwu and the others also urged, Yes, yes, quickly take out the burning knife wine." Li Wangyu was speechless. He looked up at the sky. Damn, what kind of wine are they drinking so early in the morning? The fops had left the city as soon as the city gates opened. They rode their horses to Dingzhou village. It was only 8 o'clock in the morning, but they were already clamoring to drink strong wine. Li Wang, you really couldn't understand these drunkards. In the future, Li Wangyu often met with his friends. He drank red wine, beer and white wine, but he was definitely not addicted to alcohol. He really couldn't understand the fops' thoughts. However, since the fops had blocked the door, Li Wangyu naturally couldn't say anything. He simply went to get the wine for them. Calling Li Heng, he asked the maidservants to prepare some food for the fops in the kitchen. He also asked Niu Wu and him to go to the storeroom to get the wine. It was still 65% Kaoyong wine, and it was still 20 caddies of wine. Li Wangyu also threw caution to the wind. Since things had already come to this, he might as well let the fops drink and let them drink until they died. Thus, yesterday reappeared. It was incomparably melancholy. Apart from the fops' fighting strength not being as frightening as the old ruffians, the events of yesterday's Lai Hot were almost replayed. Li Wangyu expressed that he was very calm. And it'll be fine once you get used to it. However, he still wanted to chop these bastards to death. Chapter 248. Li Wang, you didn't even bother to look at the drunken debauches in the central room and the mess on the ground. After instructing Li Heng to clean up the mess, he went back to the backyard to sleep. When he woke up, he found that the group of debauches was already gone. The debauches woke up with a splitting headache and no longer had the mood to ask Li Wangyu for wine. Instead, they climbed onto their horses and went back to Chang'an City. After the debauches left, Li Wangyu let out a long breath. Looking at the smashed tables in his house, he turned around and instructed Li Heng to find Carpenter Lu. He asked Carpenter Lu to use a piece of wood as thick as a bowl to make a sturdy table. It didn't have to be pretty, just sturdy enough to withstand smashing. Li Wangyu didn't expect that guests would come to his house on the 3rd day. This time it was Yang Quan who led the way. He brought Yu Shernan, Kong Ingda, and a few other Confucian scholars to his house. Their purpose was still the same. They heard that Hu Xiannan had brewed the best wine and came to taste it. Yu Shernan, Kong Ingda, and the other Confucian scholars' alcohol tolerance was much better. At least they didn't smash the central room. Only recently they started to sing loudly, "Hey, hey, hey," disturbing the people. On the 4th day, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhang Sun Wuji came on the 5th day. Ma Zhou and Yin Liban came on the 6th day, on the 7th day. For the entire 10 days, Li Wangyu's house was filled with guests. They all came for the same purpose, the burning knife wine. Li Wangyu was already completely numb. When he saw guests, he didn't waste any time. He just ordered the wine and drank until they were drunk. It wasn't until Li Changqian and Li Tai came to Li Wangyu's house to learn and ask for wine that Li Wangyu was finally enraged. He took a golden ruler and chased after the two of them for a long time. It was fine if he couldn't afford to offend the others, but these two also came to join in the fun. It was a good opportunity for Li Wangyu to vent his anger. 2 little brats also wanted to drink. This was simply going against the heavens. After the county magistrate's mansion was bustling with noise and excitement, Li Wangyu's sorghum wine was completely consumed. Only then did the guests finally stop in their tracks. It was beyond Li Wangyu's expectation that liquor was so popular among the nobles of the Tang dynasty. Although he knew that the Tang dynasty had good wine, he didn't expect that they would go so crazy just for a sip of good wine. After discussing with his beautiful boss, they decided that they had to speed up the progress of the brewery. Otherwise Pai Lupi, Chang Yaojin, and the others would have too much resentment for not being able to drink good wine. Pai Lupi was just short of sending the imperial army to snatch the wine. How terrifying! After drinking a high concentration of white wine, it was really terrible to let them drink that turbid and sour wine again. The beautiful superior went to the Taiji palace and requested an audience with Empress Zhang's son. The two women quickly discussed the opening of the winery. Empress Zhang's son invested 5,000 strings of copper and took 40% of the winery, while the county magistrate took 60%. Empress Zhang's son only sent people to manage the accounts, and the Li family was responsible for everything else. In this regard, Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing naturally had no objections and immediately nodded in agreement. The location of the winery was chosen near Dingzhou village. In addition to the convenience, the most important reason was that the water here was good. The mountain spring water that flowed endlessly from the Qinling Mountains was sweet and refreshing. This was a pure natural and pollution-free spring that couldn't be drunk in the future. Couldn't be better to use it to make wine. Good water must be used to make wine. According to the Book of Rites, if you are a great chieftain, the rice must be gathered, the rice must be plowed, 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 the water must be clean, the spring must be fragrant, the pottery must be good, and the fire must be plowed. The spring must be fragrant. This was the requirement for the water used to make wine. When Li Wangyu traveled in the future, he also tasted the spring water of several famous springs. But in his opinion, the spring water of those famous springs in the future couldn't compare to the sweetness of the spring water in the Qinling Mountains. Because the smell of distillers' grains in the winery was particularly pungent, Li Wangyu chose a location far away from the village. He chose a flat valley below Shouyang Mountain as the location of the winery. And the anxious Pai Lupi actually used his official position for personal gain and directly sent craftsmen from the Ministry of Works to Dingzhou village to build a winery for Li Wangyu for free. This saved Li Wangyu a lot of money. It would be a waste not to take advantage of the imperial family. Li Wangyu accepted this benefit with a clear conscience. The winery was different from his manner. The construction speed was very fast. Brewing, fermentation, distillation, blending, canning, storage. Li Wangyu directly enlarged the winery of his third uncle's family. He drew out the blueprints and had the craftsmen from the Ministry of Works build according to the blueprints. After a month, the Burning Knife Winery was built with the efforts of the craftsmen from the Ministry of Works. After Li Wangyu bought a large amount of sorghum and other grains from his enemies, he officially started to brew wine. In order to keep it a secret, the craftsmen in the winery were all slaves that Li Wangyu bought from the west city of Chang'an. The longer Li Wangyu stayed in the Tang dynasty, the more he lost his sense of justice and morality. Li Wangyu couldn't bear to see the slaves in his family being sold by Yang Quan, so he took responsibility for the debt and released the slaves in his family. But now, in order to keep the winery a secret, he actually spent money to buy slaves. For this reason, his beautiful boss laughed at him, but also acquiesced to his practice. In the Tang dynasty, where there was no intellectual property protection, this was the only way to keep the winery a secret. When the first batch of Burning Knife wine was brewed and shipped to Chang'an for sale, it immediately attracted the attention of all the influential people in Chang'an. For a time the wine in Chang'an was expensive. But this was a story for later, so let's not talk about it for now. On that day, Li Wangyu took the feral and chased after Li Chongqian and Li Tai, who wanted to drink the wine for a long time. After a few days of venting his anger, he finally let them go. This time, when the three little ones came to Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu planned to let them have more contact with children of the same age, so that they wouldn't be raised in the palace all year round and develop problems. Li Wangyu remembered that he had read a document in the future, which said that if children couldn't play freely in their childhood, they might be unhappy when they grew up. So Li Wangyu wanted to correct the tragedy of Li Chongqian and Li Tai in the future, and create a happy childhood for them. In his opinion, it was necessary to create a happy childhood for them. Children of 8 or 9 years old, learning everything from the old masters in the palace every day, and being surrounded by the servants and eunuchs who were physically disabled, it would be strange if they didn't have psychological depression. Li Wangyu felt that most of the tragedies in the imperial family were due to childhood depression, which caused the children to become mentally deformed. Teacher, what are we learning today? Ever since Li Tai mastered Arabic numerals, he became more interested in mathematics. He also had a direct understanding of Li Wangyu's ability. In addition, the temptation of the Li family's fun and delicious food, made it very natural for Li Tai to call him teacher. Li Wangyu shook his head. We're not learning anything today, we're going out to play. Li Changqian and Li Tai looked at each other suspiciously, their eyes full of astonishment. But when the little Changla girl heard that they were going out to play, she cheered and jumped for joy. Li Wangyu didn't care about the three little ones' reactions. He ordered the palace guards to stay away from them and not follow them so closely. Then, he leisurely led the three little ones out of the door. Chapter 249. In Dingzhou village, the spring plowing had long been completed. As for the villagers, those who could work, most of them had already gone to work as drivers for the Shunfeng Express Carriage Company. During the day, most of the villagers only had women and children at home. Those half-grown children would play all over the village. Li Wang, you didn't spend much effort to find a group of naughty children in the village. He brought them to the grain sunning field and said that he wanted to teach them how to play games. Naturally, none of the naughty children dared to disobey Lord Ju's words. They all obediently followed behind Li Wangyu. Li Changqian and Li Tai looked at the group of dirty children with tattered clothes behind them, and their expressions of disdain were clearly expressed. Actually, the families in Dingzhou village didn't lack copper coins to buy clothes made from a few feet of coarse cloth. However, the naughty children in the village jumped up and down every day, rolling all over the ground. If they weren't climbing trees, they were fishing in the river. No matter how good their clothes were, they were no different from beggars at the end of the day. Therefore, the villagers couldn't be bothered to make new clothes for the naughty children and let them do as they pleased. Li Wangyu glanced indifferently at the two little ones whose faces were filled with disdain, but didn't say anything. He gathered the naughty children in the village together and began to explain the rules of the new game to them. Li Wangyu had prepared quite a few games such as eagle catches chicks, cockfighting, jumping goat, wooden man. When Li Wangyu explained the rules of the game to the children in the village, the three little ones listened very seriously. However, only the little lowly Changle cheered excitedly. She didn't dislike the naughty children in the village at all and immediately played with them. As for Li Changqian and Li Tai, their faces were proud and aloof. They were like little adults, coldly watching from the sidelines with their hands behind their backs. Li Wang, you didn't pay attention to the two naughty children and led the group of children to play by themselves. This group of naughty children in Dingzhou village had never played these modern games before. After hearing Li Wangyu explain the rules, they were abnormally excited and threw themselves into the game. The grain sunning field instantly became a sea of joy, filled with the laughter of the children. Led by Li Wangyu, the naughty children in the village were about to go crazy. Even Changle, the little girl, was the same. She kept screaming excitedly. The imperial guards who had been chased away by Li Wangyu all had worried looks on their faces. Although Pai Lupi had already instructed them to listen to Hu Xiannan's orders when they arrived at Dingzhou village. But if the eldest princess was accidentally injured while playing, they were afraid that they would be implicated. Fortunately, Crown Prince Li Changqian and King Yu Li Tai did not participate in the game, allowing the imperial guard leader to relax a little. In his opinion, although the Crown Prince and King Yu were young, they would never play with this group of dirty children. Then there would be no danger of injury. As for the eldest princess, she could only resign herself to fate. Actually, he didn't notice that as the game on the grain sunning field progressed, Li Changqian and Li Tai, who had been standing to the side with faces full of indifference, didn't even blink as they stared fixedly at the people playing the game. At this moment, Li Wangyu was leading a group of naughty children to play Eagle Catches Chicks. He personally entered the game and acted as the eagle. The little girl, Changle, was designated as the hen by him. She was trying her best to open her arms and block Li Wangyu's attacks. After Li Wangyu caught another chicken, Li Changqian couldn't hold back anymore. He jumped up and shouted, "Changle, you're so stupid. Hurry up and stop the teacher. Turn left and run." Li Tai also had an empathetic appearance. He didn't care about his own chubby body and shouted at the top of his voice, "Little sister, why are you running so slowly? You're pissing me off." Li Wangyu didn't find Li Changqian and Li Tai's reaction strange at all. When he was young, his grandfather was strict and rarely gave him pocket money. At that time, he often went to the game room after school to watch the other children play games. The people who watched from the side usually shouted louder than the children sitting in front of the game room. Each of them had an appearance of pointing at the world, as if they couldn't wait to push others away and sit in their place. Therefore Li Changqian and Li Tai, these two naughty children, wanted to pretend to be profound in front of him. They were simply asking for a snub. These were all the tricks he played in the past. As a result, the hearts of the imperial guards, who were originally calm, began to beat violently. His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of You were actually playing with that group of dirty farmers. The resentment the imperial guards had towards Li Wangyu was about to materialize. This county boy was too bold. He actually let the Crown Prince of the Tang dynasty play with this group of bumpkin children. If something happened to him, who could bear the responsibility? When Li Wangyu began to teach the naughty children how to play cockfighting, the imperial guard leader's heart almost jumped out of his throat. Damn it, that bumpkin actually dared to use his dirty leg to bump into the Crown Prince. Mother, I can't live anymore. His Highness the King of You was actually knocked down. At that moment, the imperial guard leader almost stopped breathing. He really wanted to rush up and grab all of these rebellious naughty children and give them a heavy beating. However, when he thought of Pai Lupi's orders and Li Wangyu's threatening glances from time to time, the imperial guard leader could only grit his teeth and endure. He swore that when he returned to Chang'an City, he would find a door and use his connections. Even if he had to spend money, he would be transferred to another place. He was determined not to be the imperial guard leader anymore. If he was scared like this every day, he was sure that he wouldn't live past 40 years old. On the grain-drying field, Li Changqian and Li Tai, who were already having fun, didn't care about the royal etiquette, the identity of the crown prince, or whether their clothes were dirty or not. The two of them followed the naughty children of Dingzhou village, running and screaming on the grain-drying field. The gloomy expression on Li Changqian and Li Tai's faces had long since disappeared. It was replaced by the bright smiles that children should have. Li Wangyu played with the naughty children for a while, and was also covered in sweat. He walked to the side to rest. At the same time, he waved at the imperial guard who had been nervously watching from afar. The imperial guard leader immediately rushed over. Huxiannan, what orders do you have? Are you going to stop the crown prince and His Highness the King of You? Li Wangyu looked at him strangely and shook his head. Send someone back to my residence and send some cold drinks and food. Remember to send more, all of the children must have some. The imperial guard leader became even more depressed. Not only did he not stop the crown prince from playing such a dangerous game, but he also made him run errands and send food and drinks to the naughty children of the field. Uncle can endure, but aunt can't. The imperial guard leader, who couldn't bear it anymore, punched his left chest and stood up. Yes, Huxiannan, wait a moment. I'll go immediately. He ran back like a wisp of smoke, called for his subordinates, and ran in the direction of the Li family. He was just the imperial guard leader. In the face of Pai Lupi's orders, Baron Huxiannan couldn't ignore them. He couldn't bear it anymore. He still had to bear it. The imperial guard leader felt wronged, but he didn't say anything. Chapter 250. Under Li Wangyu's painstaking enticement, the proud and pampered crown prince of the Tang dynasty and His Imperial Highness, the Prince of Yu, did not last long before succumbing. Together with Princess Changle, the two little brats played happily with the naughty children of Dingzhou village. It didn't take long for the originally gorgeous clothing of the three little ones to become no different from the naughty children of Dingzhou village. Seeing that they were covered in mud and had been scratched in many places, the imperial guard leader's eyes continuously twitched. Li Changqian, Li Tai, and the eldest princess did not care about these things. Today, the three little ones had completely let themselves go. In the world of children, making friends was always a simple matter. Even the proud and pampered Li Changqian and Li Tai, after a day of playing, each of them had made friends with a few pleasing little friends. Even when the imperial guards repeatedly urged them to return to the palace, they became reluctant to part with each other. Seeing this, Li Wangyu inwardly laughed. With such a good beginning, Li Wangyu was very confident that he could correct Li Changqian, who had been pampered since childhood, indulged in sensual pleasures, and led an increasingly absurd and dispirited life. As for Li Tai, he had been completely spoiled by Pai Lupi. As a result, after becoming an adult, he had become arrogant because of Li Changqian's favor, developing an even greater desire for power. For the sake of the position of crown prince, he and Li Changqian had fought over the position of crown prince. Correcting Li Tai was a bit easier. As long as Pai Lupi did not spoil him so much, it would be fine. Li Wangyu wanted these two brothers to not repeat the tragedies of history. Right now, he wanted them to have a beautiful childhood. After sending away the three little ones who had turned into mud monkeys, Li Wangyu could finally lie down comfortably on the sofa and do a standard Guyu Lai. Naturally, this sofa had been made by Carpenter Liu in the village under Li Wangyu's orders. Unfortunately, in the current Tang dynasty, springs were not available, nor were there any sponges to fill cushions. In fact, in this era, Europe had already begun to collect and use natural sponges. However, natural sponges did not exist in the waters of China. They were mainly found in the Mediterranean Sea, the Gulf of Mexico, and the Bahamas. Therefore, the sofa could only be filled with a thick layer of cotton to comfort itself. Cotton was also a rare item in the Tang dynasty. Their beautiful boss had led Aphrodite and Perrin on a stroll in the east side of the city when they accidentally found it in a Hu shop. Moreover, cotton was expensive. Just the cotton used to make the sofa cost 20 strings of copper coins. That was enough to buy an ox. Li Wangyu's heart ached at the thought of it. However, it was worth it to have such a comfortable sofa to enjoy in the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu felt drained after playing with a group of naughty kids for a whole day. Slumping on the sofa, he wondered if he had done something wrong in his previous life that caused his soul to be tortured by Pai Lupi and his family after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty. Not only did he have to help Pai Lupi scare the rich and powerful families, but he also had to help him discipline two troublesome brats. It was really enough. However, when he thought about his manor that had already started construction and was expected to be completed in half a year, Li Wangyu felt that it made sense. Pai Lupi, this big boss, had given him a sufficient salary. As a wage earner, Li Wangyu's mentality was still very good. Now that he had a noble title, a house and land at home, some savings, and the company of beautiful girls, Li Wangyu felt quite satisfied. He was not an ambitious person. Being content with a small fortune was his philosophy of life. Li Wangyu was very satisfied with his comfortable life in Dingzhou village. However, his good mood was disrupted the next day. Someone actually wanted to cause trouble again. At noon the next day, after lunch, Li Wangyu asked the maidservant to make a pot of tea for him. He leisurely lay down on the recliner in the backyard. He hummed a song and enjoyed the quiet and beautiful leisure time. Then he heard the old butler Li Heng's hurried footsteps. Lang Jun, Ma Zhou and Yin Libin are here. They have urgent matters to discuss with you. Li Wangyu turned his head in confusion. Counting the days, today was not the day off. Shouldn't Ma Zhou and Yin Libin be at work? Why did they come to Dingzhou village? Invite them in. Anyway, they were not outsiders and his beautiful superiors were not here. Li Wangyu was too lazy to be polite and did not want to get up from the recliner. He simply asked Li Heng to invite Ma Zhou and Yin Libin to the backyard. Ma Zhou and Yin Libin followed Li Heng to the backyard. Their faces were full of indignation, which made Li Wangyu feel strange. What was going on? Teacher, you still have the mood to drink tea leisurely. Do you know that the city of Chang'an is full of rumors about you? Seeing Li Wangyu's tired look, Ma Zhou shouted first. Li Wangyu was stunned. Why would there be rumors about him in Chang'an City all of a sudden? He had not been to Chang'an for a long time since he was appointed to the imperial court. Who had he offended while staying in Dingzhou village? However, Li Wangyu did not take it seriously. It was just rumors. It was not a big deal. He asked his two disciples to sit down and poured tea for them. Then he asked, King Bin, tell me slowly. What rumors about me are there in Chang'an? Ma Zhou picked up the teacup and drank a mouthful of tea. He said angrily, now in Chang'an there are rumors in the big and small markets that you are a sycophant and lucky minister. You are just relying on the sage's favor to do whatever you want. You have no virtue, no ability, and no talent. It is ridiculous for you to be the crown prince's teacher when you are not even 20 years old. Li Wangyu heard this and was slightly stunned. He was not willing to agree to Pai Lupi's request because he was worried about being scolded. Didn't Yu Shernan say that the great scholars in the imperial court liked him? They did not object to him being the crown prince's teacher. A few days ago, Yu Shernan, Kong Yingda, and the other great scholars came to the mansion to taste the fine wine. He did not hear them mention that the scholars were dissatisfied with him. What kind of trouble was this? Yen Libin said. If it was just rumors in the marketplace, it would be fine. But today, the scholars in the Imperial College of the Imperial College also made a scene. Many of them even ran to the Taiji Palace, saying that they wanted to complain about you. Li Wangyu was speechless. How hateful was he? What do they want to complain about? Those disgraceful students, I don't know who bewitched them. They said that you have no talent, no virtue, and are not fit to be the Crown Prince's teacher. They also said that you flattered the saint, which was why you were conferred the title of Baron of Hu County, and that you are a sycophantic official. They even said that you are a lucky official, Yixing, who sits in the northeast of the imperial capital and attends to the Crown Prince. Ma Zhou angrily agreed. In the end, it was Chancellor Kong of the Imperial College who came out and reprimanded these scholars and chased them away. This can be considered as temporarily restraining them. Teacher, you have to think of a way. You can't let these people harm you. Nanny, the students of the Imperial College wanted to make a scene just to target him? Even if Li Wangyu was an idiot in politics, he could smell the thick scent of a conspiracy from this matter. It would be strange if there was no one behind this instigation. However, he was also puzzled. Who would spend so much effort to target him? A small county official who founded the country. What good would it do? Damn it, this was really a case of a person sitting at home, but trouble came from the sky. Chapter 251. Li Wangyu did not know that he was actually taking the blame for Pai Lupi again. He helped Pai Lupi to organize the Heavenly Grand Ritual, the Saint's Divine Manifestation at the Shuowang Imperial Consultation, which made a series of arrangements of the aristocratic families useless. Not only did the aristocratic families fail to use the Plague of Locusts to attack Pai Lupi's reputation and gain more power, but because of the Tao Zu's divine manifestation, Pai Lupi showed more of his imperial power. Now in the imperial court, even if the aristocratic family still accounted for half of the officials and had great power in local areas, but they were suppressed by Pai Lupi everywhere and were in a difficult situation. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. The Taiji Palace seemed to be strictly guarded, but in fact there was no secret to the aristocratic families. Without much effort, they found out from the palace that it was Li Wangyu, the little county man who founded the country, who gave advice to Pai Lupi and made their painstaking plan useless. Although they also believed that it was the Tao Zu who showed his divine power, they were more jealous of Li Wangyu, who came up with the bad idea of organizing the Heavenly Grand Ritual. In fact, this matter was originally proposed by Ma Zhou, and Li Wangyu took the blame for his disciple. He took the blame for Ma Zhou and Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu was simply the scapegoat hero. Therefore, the aristocratic families such as the Zheng family of Xingyang and the Wang clan of Taiyuan regarded Li Wangyu as a thorn in their side. However, Li Wangyu was only appointed as the county man who founded the country. He did not enter the imperial court to hold an official position, so there was no evidence for them to use against him. However, this 16-year-old county man who founded the country was actually invited by Pai Lupi to be the crown prince and the king of Yu's army. This was beyond the aristocratic family's expectations, but it also gave them an excuse to attack Li Wangyu. The aristocratic family's usual tactic was to use their pen as a knife and use their influence in the scholarly circles to discredit others. Words hurt people more than swords and sabers. Even Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, was put in a difficult position by the aristocratic families using such means. If it weren't for Li Wangyu's shenanigans, Pai Lupi probably wouldn't have had an easy time either. Originally, the Wang clan of Taiyuan was dissatisfied with Li Wangyu because of the annulment of the engagement. The Zheng clan of Xingyang was even more disgraced because of Zheng Kongbua. As for the Zheng clansman, Zheng Shangyi was demoted to the Yeting Palace, which made the Zheng clan of Xingyang hate Li Wangyu even more. Even if he couldn't touch Pai Lupi, he could still deal with a little boy from Huxian. Thus, under the manipulation of the aristocratic families, they used their usual methods to attack Li Wangyu. They asked people to spread rumors in the marketplace and then asked people to encourage students and scholars to make trouble in the imperial college. These were all manipulated by the aristocratic families behind the scenes. Their purpose was to make Li Wangyu's reputation so bad that everyone wanted to beat him up. This move could not be said to be not vicious. If Li Wangyu's reputation was really bad, no matter how much Pai Lupi liked him and thought highly of him, he couldn't compete with the boiling public opinion. Public opinion could distort gold, and accumulation could destroy bones. Rumors were terrible. They could reverse right and wrong and put people to death. This was also the reason why Ma Zhou and Yan Liben hurried to Dingzhou village after the Imperial College students made trouble today. Li Wangyu was also stunned by the scene in Chang'an. This was the method of using public accounts and Weibo influencers to discredit their opponents in the entertainment circle of the future. He was originally quite calm, but because he was being smeared for no reason, he was also angered. Li Wangyu pretended to be calm and comforted his two students. He told them not to worry and that he had a plan. Ma Zhou and Yan Liben were worried that their little teacher would be at a disadvantage and wanted to say something, but they were stopped by Li Wangyu. After sending away Ma Zhou and Yan Liben, who came to report, Li Wangyu immediately jumped up from the recliner. Counterattack, this kind of thing must be counterattacked. Did they really think that he, Li Wangyu, was made of clay? If the tiger doesn't show its power, you think I'm Hello Kitty? He also vaguely guessed who was targeting him. It seemed that in the Tang dynasty, other than the Li clan of Hu County, he only had grudges with the Zheng clan of Xingyang and the Wang clan of Taiyuan. The Li clan of Hu County probably didn't have the ability to set up such a trap. Other than the 5 clans and 7 nobles, there was no one else who could incite the students of the Imperial College to make trouble. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu became more and more angry. The Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Zheng clan of Xingyang were really haunting him. He just stayed in Dingzhou village and lived in a remote place, but they still remembered him. They were really domineering and unscrupulous. Wang Ziqiao of the Wang clan of Taiyuan found the head of the county government, who had been working for 10,000 years, and wanted to frame him. He hadn't taken revenge yet, but now they attacked him. It was really hateful. The cynical man paced back and forth in the backyard, thinking about how to fight back. Since they said that Li Wangyu had no talent and no virtue, then he would show his talent to the world and make them blind. But how to show his talent was a bit troublesome. After thinking about it, Li Wangyu decided to ask for help. Niu Wu, go to the carriage shop in Chang'an City and find Su Changqing. I have something urgent to find her. For crisis public relations, well, it was reliable to ask the beautiful boss to give him advice. This was the specialty of the top students of the University of Pennsylvania. Li Wangyu didn't feel that there was anything embarrassing about asking a beautiful superior to give him advice. After Su Changqing hurriedly returned from Chang'an City, Li Wangyu pulled her into the study and closed the door. The two of them discussed in whispers for a long time. When the door of the study was opened again, Li Wangyu called Niu Wu again and told him a few words. Niu Wu nodded and rode to the county seat of Hu County. The next day, in the legislative hall of Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi was losing his temper. Yesterday, the students of the Imperial College made trouble, which made Pai Lupi aware that someone was targeting Li Wangyu. Before he could ask the 100 Horsemen Department to investigate the cause, the Imperial Censor had submitted a memorial to impeach Li Wangyu from Hu County. He was young and inexperienced, without talent or virtue, and was unfit to be the Crown Prince's tutor. Li Er had vented his anger in front of all the officials in the imperial court. It could be said that he had used his dignity as an emperor to temporarily suppress this matter. If Li Wangyu could guess who was targeting him, so could Pai Lupi. Other than those aristocratic families, no one else would dare to do such a discrediting method. Only the noble clans had such influence. Pai Lupi knew that Li Wangyu had probably taken the blame for him, causing the noble clans to hate him. That was why he was targeted like this. It was precisely because of this that Pai Lupi was so furious. His own nephew had taken the blame for him. How could Pai Lupi not be angry? What made Pai Lupi even angrier was that he still didn't know how to clear Li Wangyu's name. If he issued an edict to refute it, he was afraid that it would add fuel to the fire and confirm that Li Wangyu was a lucky subject. This feeling of having power but not being able to use it made Pai Lupi feel suffocated. Just as Pai Lupi was sulking, he saw the eunuch from the 100 Horsemen Department, who was responsible for passing messages in the palace, enter the hall with a piece of paper. "What's the matter?" Pai Lupi asked in an unfriendly tone. The eunuch's expression was strange. He respectfully presented the piece of paper with both hands. "Your Majesty, you will know once you see it." Pai Lupi reached out his hand to take it and carefully looked it over. A moment later, The sound of Pai Lupi's loud laughter could be heard from the legislative hall. Chapter 252. The schools of the Tang dynasty were known as the 6 schools and 2 halls. The 2 halls referred to the Hongwen Hall and the Chongwen Hall. They were located in the East Palace and recruited the children of the royal family. They were the top-notch schools and had the fewest students. The 6 schools referred to the Imperial College, the 4 schools, law, calligraphy, and mathematics, all under the Imperial College. Although the Imperial College, and the 4 schools all studied the Confucian classics, they recruited students based on the grades of officials. The Imperial College recruited the children of officials of grade 3 and above, and had 300 students. The Imperial College recruited the children of officials of grade 5 and above, and had 500 students. The 4 schools recruited the children of officials of grade 7 and above, and had the most students. They were mainly selected from the counties and provinces, and were mostly outstanding children of officials. There were a total of 1,300 students. The law, calligraphy, and mathematics were for children of grade 8 and below and commoners. Those who studied law, those who studied calligraphy, and those who studied mathematics added up to less than 100 people. It was a pitiful sight. The Imperial College of the Tang dynasty was located in the Zhongwu workshop of Chang'an City. The Imperial College took up half of the workshop in the west. The Zhongwu workshop and the Pingkong workshop were only separated by a 100-meter-wide Xiamen Street. It was really convenient for these students to search for artistic inspiration. The students who caused trouble were mainly from the Imperial College. The main reason was that close to half of the students in the Imperial College were born in aristocratic families. Yesterday, these students were scolded by the Imperial College's Chancellor Kong Yingda, and were forced to disperse. However, they were not going to let the matter rest. Within the Imperial College, students from the Zheng family of Xinjiang and the Wang family of Taiyuan gathered a group of Imperial College students and prepared to cause trouble outside the Imperial City again. The leading student of the Zheng family raised his arms and shouted, "If we don't get rid of the traitors, the country will not be at peace. How can we, the Imperial scholars, sit by and watch such a scoundrel without virtue and talent lead the crown prince astray? Everyone, that Li Wangyu from Hu County is bewitching the saint. How can we sit by and do nothing?" The Imperial College students all felt that they were righteous people who were helping the country get rid of evil, so they all agreed. However, there were also people who raised their doubts. Li Zio of Hu County was famous in Chang'an before, and several of his poems were handed down from generation to generation. Was there some kind of misunderstanding? I don't think Li Zio is a person without talent. The disciple who raised the objection had just finished speaking when he was immediately rebutted. Bah, what fame! I think he's just a person who takes advantage of his fame to steal from the world. Who would believe that a 16-year-old youth could write such a poem? That's right, that's exactly how it is. It must be Li Wangyu who got someone to write it for him in order to fish for fame. We scholars want to expose the true face of these treacherous officials. Flattering the saint, such a talentless and immoral young man becoming the crown prince's teacher is a crime of deceiving the emperor. In the Imperial College, there were few who dared to speak out and argue for Li Wangyu. After being refuted by a group of people, they didn't know what to say. Just as the disciples of the Imperial College, encouraged by the scholars of the aristocratic families, were preparing to go to the Imperial City to petition again, a servant of the Imperial College ran in from outside the gate of the Imperial College. He was holding a large stack of papers in his hands, sweating profusely from running. As he ran, he shouted, "Young masters, someone just sent these things over and asked me to bring them to you. What is this?" A student curiously took a piece of paper from his arms. After looking at it for a moment, his expression changed greatly. How is this possible? Brother, what's wrong? What happened? The student of the Imperial College couldn't help but look at the leaders of the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Zheng family of Xinjiang. With a complicated expression, he replied, "Take a look for yourselves." Everyone curiously took the paper from the servant's hands and began to read it. After reading it, they couldn't help but gasp. This Li Zio is really hard to predict. These were all written by that young man from Hu County? It's really too shocking. Works passed down from generation to generation. All of them are works passed down from generation to generation. How could he create so many poems that can be passed down from generation to generation? Brother, did you notice that? It says here that it's the first issue. Does that mean there's a follow-up? How is this possible? Could it be that this Li Wangyu is really a genius? Just by looking at these poems, it seems like we've wronged him. Everyone, did you notice this handwriting? It's so unique. The handwriting is thin and strong, yet it doesn't lose its meat. I've never seen this kind of handwriting before. All of the papers have the same handwriting. Could it be that Li Zio copied them himself? There's a description below. This handwriting was created by Li Zio from Hu County. It's called Thin Muscle Body. Li Zio was inspired to create this handwriting when he saw that the bamboo branches were thin but had strength of character. The words on it were all personally written by Li Zio and then printed. Printed? How could it be printed like this? Incredible, incredible. Not to mention Li Zio's poems. Just based on this handwriting, Li Zio's name will definitely go down in history. After the students of the Imperial College saw what the servant brought, they were all discussing it. Some were exaggerating the poem, some were discussing the calligraphy, and some were curious about how the paper was printed. Taiyuan Wang clan and Xingyang Zhang clan's leaders saw the huge reaction of the crowd and suddenly felt that something was wrong. They quickly separated the crowd and ran to the servant and grabbed the paper. On the paper there were a few big words. Zio's compilation. Below it, there were the words first issue. Below it, there were 10 poems written by Thin Muscle Body. These 10 poems made Taiyuan Wang clan and Xingyang Zhang clan students palpitate more and more. Their faces slowly turned pale. These 10 poems, all of them were works that could be passed down from generation to generation. Any one of them, in their opinion, was enough to win the favor of the examiners in the spring imperial examinations. However, Li Wangyu directly printed these 10 poems as if they were free. He even asked someone to send them to the Imperial College to distribute. The students who did not manage to grab the paper were urging people to read it out loud. Immediately, there were people who did not care about the ugly faces of the aristocratic family's disciples and loudly recited. The first poem, Lime Song, hammered thousands of times deep into the mountains, burned by fire as if it were nothing. Not afraid of being crushed to death, to keep my innocence in the world. The meaning of this poem was that I was brave enough to sacrifice myself to maintain my loyalty and innocence. However, in the eyes of these aristocratic families, Li Wangyu was using this to mock them for their despicable actions. Li Wangyu would rather keep his innocence in the world than wallow in the mire with them. Bastard. He actually wrote such a poem to scold them. If Li Wangyu was innocent, wouldn't that mean that the aristocratic families were all filthy? However, no matter what they thought, once the poem was recited, the Imperial College was full of cheers. Many students even looked at the aristocratic family's disciples with mischievous eyes. That student raised his voice and continued to recite the next poem. Dark Plum. My family washes the inkstone on the head of the tree, blooming flowers with a light ink mark. Don't want people to praise the good color, only leaving a clear air that fills the universe. It was another poem that used plum flowers to describe oneself. It expressed one's attitude towards life and did not flatter the secular world. The aristocratic family's disciples were about to vomit blood. If Li Wangyu's clear air fills the universe, then what are we? However, no matter how ugly their faces were, the Imperial College's students praised even louder. Good. What a good. Only leaving a clear air that fills the universe. Li Zio is talented. Chapter 253. The student who recited Li Wangyu's poem was so excited that his face was flushed red. He was full of pride, as if he was the one who wrote the poem. Ignoring the murderous gazes of the aristocratic students, he continued to recite. Bamboo and stone, clinging to the green hills and not relaxing, rooted in the broken rocks. Even after thousands of blows, still strong, no matter where the wind blows. The 5 surnames, 7 gazes, and the other students who had taken the lead to cause trouble all felt a burning pain on their faces. This was Li Wangyu, who said that he had to be like bamboo, tenacious and persistent. Only after listening to 3 poems, the students of the Wang family of Taiyuan and the Zheng family of Xingyang had cold sweat on their foreheads. Is this Hu County Li Wangyu so terrifying? The students of the Imperial College had already started to applaud and cheer. Good. Clinging to the green hills and not relaxing, truly a masterpiece. Continuing to listen, The next poem was Crab Song. Yutsonghai is well known, bones grow from flesh. Don't fear thunder and lightning, the sea dragon king also runs amok. It was another poem that used other objects to express one's emotions. Although it was talking about crabs, it was actually talking about one's unyielding bones, fearless heart, and daring to offend one's superiors. Continuing to recite, it was The Road is Difficult. Li Wangyu plagiarized another poem from Li Bai. The great Tao is like the blue sky. I alone cannot find it. Shamefully exiled from the Chang'an society. Red chicken and white pheasants gamble on pear chestnuts. The road is difficult but returning is easy. This was Li Bai saying that he was unwilling to follow those aristocratic students in Chang'an and fight like a dog. Bowing to the aristocratic families was not what Li Bai wanted. The road is difficult, I can only return. However, the students of the Imperial College thought that Li Wangyu was talking about his own experiences. Everyone seemed to see a young man who was unwilling to follow the aristocratic families. They could not help but feel that he was wronged. When they thought about how they almost helped the tyrant and beat this young man into a traitor, they felt ashamed. How could a young man who could write such a poem be a treacherous traitor? How could he be without talent and virtue? Originally, they thought that Li Wangyu was only 16 years old, but he was invited by the sage to be the crown prince's teacher because Li Wangyu flattered the sage. Now it seemed that they had wronged him. With Li Wangyu's talent, not to mention being the crown prince's teacher, even coming to the Imperial College to teach the Imperial College's students was more than enough. What was even more embarrassing were the disciples of the aristocratic families. Previously, they had been saying that Li Wangyu had no talent and no virtue, that his previous poems were plagiarized, and that he was fishing for fame. In the end, Li Wangyu threw out 10 masterpieces without a word. This made the words and actions of these aristocratic descendants to encourage the crowd just now become as laughable as clowns in a comedy show. Everyone, are we still going to the Vermilion Bird sect? A student suddenly asked, causing everyone to look at him as if he was an idiot. F***ck your sister. Are you going to embarrass yourself? A scholar from the Wang clan of Taiwan tore the paper in his hand into pieces and roared. I don't believe it. I definitely don't believe that this was written by a 16-year-old young man. He must have plagiarized. His angry words caused the Imperial College's students to look at him with disdain. Plagiarism? Why don't you copy it for us to see? How could someone who could write such a poem be someone else's weapon? Actually, he didn't believe these words himself. After roaring, the Wang clan student angrily separated the crowd in front of him and ran out of the Imperial College. Many students from aristocratic families followed closely behind. They all needed to rush back to their families to ask how to deal with this matter. Before these aristocratic descendants could return to report, the matter had already spread throughout Chang'an City. This was because at this moment, there were four-wheeled carriages running past every square in Chang'an City, continuously scattering the Zio's compilation that they had seen just now. Li Wangyu's name today had become a hot topic in Chang'an City. In fact, the Wang clan of Taiwan really didn't wrongly accuse Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu really did plagiarize the poems. However, he only copied the poems of the big shots of the later generations. There were 300 poems of the Tang and Song dynasties, and there were many poems in his mind. Originally, Li Wangyu would have taken the initiative to plagiarize the poems of the big shots in a high-profile manner. He was forced to throw out 1 or 2 poems to deal with the task. However, yesterday, when he learned that the aristocratic families had actually mobilized the scholarly community to attack and discredit him, Li Wangyu couldn't care less. He could only walk his own path and leave the big shots of the later generations with nowhere to go. He and his beautiful boss discussed for a long time and felt that if he wanted to resist the pressure of the aristocratic family's public opinion, he could only display his talent in a high-profile manner. However, the Tang dynasty wasn't like the later generations, where one could post videos on Weibo and TikTok to quickly accumulate popularity. There were also no newspapers or media outlets to use. How to quickly display oneself was a problem. Li Wangyu couldn't help but sigh and say, it would be great if there were newspapers. They could pay for an exclusive interview or something. The effect would be great. Su Chongqing couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Newspapers? Do you want to go on TV? If there were newspapers, would you have the chance to plagiarize 300 poems of the Tang and Song dynasties? After being rebuked by his beautiful boss, Li Wangyu could only touch his head and smile foolishly. He thought of the flyers and small advertisements he often distributed when he was in college and couldn't help but have an idea. He couldn't do newspapers. After all, there was no movable type printing in the Tang dynasty. Although Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing both knew a little about the principles of movable type printing, they couldn't do it without spending time experimenting. However, there was no problem with using engraving printing to print flyers or something. He could completely print and distribute the poems he plagiarized on a large scale to prove his innocence. Li Wangyu, who originally didn't want to be famous, now realized that in the Tang dynasty, fame was also very important. Wasn't the reason why the aristocratic families could compete with Pai Lupi in such a high-profile manner because of the fame they had accumulated over thousands of years? If Li Wangyu was a famous scholar like Yu Shernan or Kongingda, would the aristocratic families dare to smear his name? Li Wangyu's idea was supported by Su Chongqing. In the absence of effective dissemination channels, distributing flyers like the later generations seemed to be a good choice. After the two discussed the details, they decided on the plan to spread their fame by distributing flyers. Li Wangyu immediately copied the poems and gave them to Niu Wu. He asked him to go to the county seat of Hu County and find a printing house to print them. However, to Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing's surprise, Niu Wu went to the county seat of Hu County and quickly returned with a piece of bad news. The printing house in Hu County didn't have the ability to print Li Wangyu's flyers because no one had ever heard of engraving printing. Li Wangyu was stunned for a while when he heard this. Then he slapped his head. Damn, I forgot. Not only did movable type printing not appear in the beginning of the Tang dynasty, but engraving printing wasn't even invented yet. Chapter 254. Li Wangyu had also forgotten that books in the early Tang dynasty were still handwritten. Engraving printing did appear in the Tang dynasty, but it was only the second year of Zhengguan, so there was no engraving printing. Li Wangyu remembered that the earliest record of engraving printing was after Empress Zhongsun passed away. In grief, Pai Lupi ordered people to use engraving printing to print out Empress Zhongsun's female principles. However, that was 10 years after Zhengguan. In the Tang dynasty, there were many poor scholars who relied on helping people copy books to earn a meager income to support their families. Because of this, it was very difficult for books to spread. The reason why the aristocratic families were able to obtain so much political power and influence was also greatly related to the value of books. Books represented knowledge, and the aristocratic families that monopolized knowledge were naturally able to obtain many benefits from it. The reason why the aristocratic families disappeared in the river of history at the end of the Tang dynasty was not only related to the prosperity of the imperial examinations and the large-scale massacres of aristocratic families in the Huangqiao uprising, but more importantly, with the development of printing, books became cheaper and cheaper. The large-scale dissemination of knowledge caused the aristocratic families to lose their monopoly. The bookstores in the Tang dynasty should be called copying bookstores. The owners of the bookstores hired poor scholars to copy books and sell them. These books that were manually copied were very expensive. Of course, there was also printing, but printing mainly referred to rubbing, which was to use stones to carve tablets and then make rubbing. It was because printing was not popular that there were no bound books in the Tang dynasty. Instead, scrolls were popular. Reading a book was like looking at a painting, which needed to be slowly unfolded. Every time Li Wangyu saw Guan Yu reading a thread-bound book on TV in the Three Kingdoms, he couldn't help but want to spit at the director. Did you transmigrate into the past as well? Where did the thread-bound books come from in the Three Kingdoms? Before the invention of papermaking in the Han dynasty, it was bamboo slips and books. From the Han dynasty to the Tang dynasty, it was scrolls and books. After the invention of engraving printing in the Tang dynasty, thread-bound books began to appear, which was the book style that the later generations were used to. Niu Wu went to the bookstore in Hu County and naturally returned without any results. Regarding this, Li Wangyu also had a headache. This was forcing him to invent and create more things. In any case, engraving printing had only been around for a few years, and he had only slightly accelerated the course of history. Li Wangyu could only go with Niu Wu to the county town's bookstore. The owner of the bookstore in Huxian was surnamed Sun, and he was in his 50s. Although he was a merchant, he was also a scholar. Seeing that the Baron of Huxian had personally come to visit, He immediately came out to greet him. Old me greets the county's transfer agent. Owner-san, there's no need to be so courteous. I'm here because I have a request. I hope Owner-san can help me. Owner-san smiled bitterly. Huxian-nan, your troops have already explained the matter to Old me, but it's impossible to copy 10,000 manuscripts in a day. Old me is powerless. Li Wangyu wasn't in a hurry to answer. He just smiled and asked, Owner-san, do you have any craftsmen who can do seal carving? Owner-san froze for a moment, then nodded and replied, Of course we do. Does Huxian-nan need seals or stone tablets? Our bookstore can do both. Old me has a few craftsmen who are very skilled. They definitely aren't inferior to the seal carvers in Chang'an. That's good. Owner-san, do you have any wooden planks? They don't need to be too big, just about the same size as my manuscript. Li Wangyu waved the manuscript in his hand and continued to ask. His question confused Owner-san, but he had no choice but to cooperate. Of course we do. Huxian-nan, please wait for a moment. Old me will immediately send someone to fetch it. Not long after, a high-quality boxwood plank was brought over. Li Wangyu picked it up and looked it over. He nodded in satisfaction and said to Owner-san, Owner-san, please bring some paste. Owner-san, who didn't know what was going on, could only do as he was told. However, he was even more confused. Just what did this Baron Huxian want to do? Li Wangyu didn't explain. He took the paste and carefully brushed a thin layer on the boxwood plank. Then, he carefully pasted his manuscript back onto the plank. The xian paper was very thin, and the ink could clearly be seen on the back of the paper. After pasting the manuscript back onto the plank, the writing was still very clear. After the paste dried, Li Wangyu smiled and handed the plank to Owner-san. Owner-san, I'll have to trouble you to find a skilled craftsman to help me carve this plank. The words on it need to be carved in yang. Yang carving meant that the words would protrude, while yin carving meant that the words would sink. When printing, yang carving meant black words on white paper, while yin carving meant white words on black paper. At this moment, Owner-san seemed to have figured out something. When he realized why Li Wangyu wanted to carve this plank, he was so excited that his beard was about to curl up. Huxian-nan, this can be used for printing. Dao ancestor, how could I have never thought of such a simple and convenient method? Huxian-nan, please wait a moment. I'll immediately find the best craftsman in the bookstore and have him carve it for you. In fact, block printing wasn't complicated. It was just a combination of Chinese seals and printing. Whether it was seal carving or printing, China had existed since the Qin dynasty. However, no one had thought that by enlarging a seal, it could be used to print books. Sometimes the development of technology was like window paper. It could be broken with a light poke. Owner-san wasn't bragging. The craftsman in his bookstore only used 2 hours to carve the boxwood plank. Moreover, the words were clear and the strokes were vigorous. At this point, Owner-san didn't even need Li Wangyu's instructions. He immediately asked the craftsman in the bookstore to prepare the ink and tools for printing. They used a roller to apply the ink evenly on the block. Then they covered it with paper and gently brushed the paper with a brush before taking it off. A leaflet that was exactly the same as the one Li Wangyu had written before was printed. Owner-san couldn't wait for the ink to dry. He snatched the printed leaflet and carefully examined it. He was so excited that his hands couldn't help but tremble. It's done just like that? Is it really that simple? Dao ancestor above, how convenient would it be to use this to print books? The current Analects of Confucius had to be manually copied. Not only was it expensive, but it was also very slow. There were 20 chapters of the Analects of Confucius, with a total of 15,900 words. Even the most skilled copyist would need an entire day to copy it. Just now, he'd asked the craftsman in the bookstore to try printing with the block. Not only was it beautiful and the words were clear, but a craftsman could also print thousands of copies in a day. Although a block could only print a portion of the book's contents, he could carve many blocks and print them at the same time. In other words, if necessary, his bookstore could print thousands of copies of the Analects of Confucius in a day. Moreover, the price might be 1/10 of the original copy or even less. After a simple calculation, the result left Owner-san on the verge of fainting. Happiness had come so suddenly. Chapter 255. With the engraving printing technique, the 10,000 leaflets that Li Wangyu needed were not a problem at all. He just needed to carve 2 more engraving plates and print them together. Owner Sun calmed down his excited mood, rubbed his hands and looked at Li Wang uneasily. Huxian man, look at the engraving technique. Li Wangyu naturally understood what he meant. Li Wangyu did not value the engraving printing technique, so he just nodded indifferently. I'll give you the engraving printing technique, but I have to print a lot of things these days. Before Li Wangyu could finish his words, Owner Sun immediately patted his chest and promised, Old me will only take the cost of the paper. The engraving, ink, and labor will all be borne by old me. Huxian man, what do you think? Seeing that the owner of the bookstore was so agreeable, Li Wangyu naturally nodded and agreed. Although paper was invented in the Han Dynasty, the price of paper was still high until the Tang Dynasty. His leaflets this time used a lot of money, so owner Sun of the bookstore did not dare to pat his chest and say that he would bear the cost alone. After settling the matter of the engraving printing, Li Wangyu's propaganda offensive began smoothly. The next day, after getting the leaflets from the bookstore, Li Wangyu asked Niu Wu to send all the leaflets to the Shunfeng Express Carriage Company and use 4-wheeled carriages to throw out a large number of leaflets. In particular, he asked people to send a large number of leaflets to the directorate of Ziban Square to vent his anger. That was why the previous scene happened. And what the 100 Horsemen department reported to Pai Lupi was exactly this. Pai Lupi laughed and praised Li Wangyu's counterattack. Li Wangyu's move also stunned the aristocratic families. In an era where news was spread by word of mouth, they had never heard of someone who could print his own work on a large scale and then distribute it everywhere as if it did not cost money. Previously, they tried their best to smear Li Wangyu, but they could only send people to various markets in Chang'an City to spread rumors. How could the effect be compared with Li Wangyu's generous leaflets? Yesterday, it was still widely known in Chang, and that Li Wangyu of Hu County was a lucky courtier. Today, Li Wangyu's Zio's compilation was being circulated all over the capital, making the aristocratic families even depressed. Their method of smearing their political opponents could be said to be successful, but they did not expect that Li Wangyu would stumble. None of the discerning people in Chang'an City would believe the rumors that they had been spreading. If someone said that Li had no talent and virtue, they would be spat in the face. To be able to write such a poem, not afraid even if my bones are crushed, I want to keep my chastity in the world. How could he be a sycophant without virtue and talent? In an era when paper was still expensive and most people were illiterate, people naturally had a sense of trust for the words written on the paper. Even the illiterate residents of Chang'an City kept the leaflets carefully when they got them. There were even scholars in Chang'an City who held the leaflets and read it aloud while shaking their heads. The passers-by were amazed and talked about it. In the Peace House and the Hu People's Taverns in the West Market, there were immediately prostitutes who began to sing Li Wangyu's 10 poems, which made the guests in the brothel applaud. Li Wangyu's pamphlet did not have a single word of defense for himself. However, those 10 poems had made everything clear. They had also silently slapped the faces of those aristocratic families with loud slaps. In just half a day, the atmosphere of public opinion in Chang'an City was turned around by Li Wangyu's leaflets. Even in the directorate of Ziban Square, no students were discussing whether Li Wangyu was a sycophant. Instead, they were discussing his poems with interest and whether there would be a second issue of Zio's compilation. On the other side of the daily court, Pai Lupi proudly asked the ministers in the hall with Li Wangyu's leaflets in his hand. My lords, yesterday there was an imperial censor that impeached a man from Huxian County for being young and inexperienced, lacking talent and virtue. What do you think about this? Zhang Sunwuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others were all smiling. They naturally knew that Li Wangyu had made such a big fuss. The imperial censor who impeached Li Wangyu yesterday was now blushing like a monkey's butt. The aristocratic families and ministers who agreed with him were also embarrassed and did not know how to answer Pai Lupi. No one says anything? Humph, Zhan has here a few poems written by Hu Xianen. Why don't you read them for everyone? Li Er handed the leaflet in his hand to the eunuch, indicating for him to read it for the officials. In the hall, the chamberlain read the poems loudly with a sharp voice. Zheng Shanggua, Zheng Yuanshou, and the others became more and more angry, but they could not do anything. They could only stay silent with a pale face. The imperial censor who impeached Li Wang Yu knelt on the ground and apologized profusely. Not to mention how proud Pai Lupi was in the court. Today, in Chang'an City, whether it was the brothel of Pingkong Square or the directorate of Wubin Square, there were people looking forward to see if Zio's compilation would be distributed today. Li Wangyu naturally would not let them down. In the expectation of everyone, the four-wheeled carriage of SF Express set out again and distributed Zio's compilation to everywhere in Chang'an City. Another 10 poems that had been passed down for generations. On the third day, there were still 10 poems. On the fourth day, there were no more poems on the paper. Instead, there were 2 essays, Love of Lotus and Epigraph of My Shack. Love of Lotus grows from the mud but is not stained. Clear ripples but is not evil. Straight from the middle, neither creeping nor branching. Fragrance is far and clear. Beautiful plants can be seen from afar but not touched. As soon as the 2 essays were published, there was another frenzy in Chang'an City. The aristocratic families completely shut their mouths. They could not afford to offend this young man. Even the young ladies in their boudoirs were all holding a copy of Ziyu's compilation in their hands and reading it out loud. It was unknown how many young ladies from noble families were infatuated with the 16-year-old young man of the Li family, just because of these few poems and anthologies. There were even clever peddlers who collected Zio's compilation all over Chang'an City and prepared to bind it to sell. The business was unexpectedly good. As for the scholars in Chang'an City, some of them were envious of Li Wangyu, some of them were disdainful of him. Now they were only left with admiration. Just like the bad students in school, they might be jealous of the top students who were good at studying, but they were only left with admiration for the genius who was the top scholar in the college entrance examination. Everyone was a scholar, but why was he so outstanding? The original base of Anti-Li Wangyu, the directorate of Wubinfang, had now become the largest gathering place of Li Wangyu's fans. Countless students were looking forward to seeing if there were any new copies of Zio's compilation. Li Wangyu's poems and essays were constantly analyzed by the students. Even the words on the flyers were copied by the calligraphy students and regarded as classics. Zio's compilation had ignited Chang'an City. On the 5th day, Li Wangyu finally threw out his trump card. Chapter 256. In the main hall of the Taiji Palace, the pregnant Empress Zhongsun held a leaflet and read it in a low voice. Pai Lupi no longer had the smug look on his face. Instead, it was replaced with a serious expression. Li Wangyu had been throwing out his works in Chang, and for 5 days in a row. Every time Pai Lupi saw those poems and articles, he was full of pride. The more outstanding Li Wangyu was, the more it showed that Pai Lupi had a unique vision and was able to stand against all opposition and choose him as the crown prince's teacher. However, in Pai Lupi's eyes, Li Wangyu could not compare to those great scholars. He was only more intelligent than others. The reason he chose Li Wangyu as his teacher was more because of Li Wangyu's status as a member of the imperial family. He hoped that his 2 sons would have someone to restrain them in the future so that they would not be too arrogant and despotic and destroy his Li Tang empire. However, today's article made Pai Lupi reevaluate Li Wangyu. Someone who could write such an article could already be called a great scholar of the present age. However, when he thought of Li Wangyu's age, Pai Lupi could not help but shake his head and think that he was a monster. Empress Zhongsun read softly. A teacher preaches, receives, and dispels doubts. People are not born with knowledge. Who can be without doubts? Therefore there is no high or low, no long or young. Where the Tao exists, where the teacher exists. The last article that Li Wangyu threw out was Han Yu's on teachers. Even in the future, this was an article that students had to memorize. However, in the ears of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun, it was like a bolt of lightning. It shocked the most respected couple of the Tang dynasty to the point that they looked at each other and did not know how to evaluate it. After reading the article, Empress Zhongsun let out a long breath and said leisurely, Erlang Zio is a great talent. You have chosen a good teacher for Changqian and Qingke. Pai Lupi replied, Yes, I didn't expect Ziyu's talent to be so outstanding. Haha, Maid Guanyin, you didn't see the expressions of those aristocratic family officials in the main hall today. They looked as if their fathers had died. How delightful! However, Empress Zhongsun's beautiful eyes flickered. Erlang, Changqian, Qingke, and Chang'el only go to Ziyu Manor to study for 2 days every 10 days. Isn't that too little? Pai Lupi paused for a moment before nodding his head. That's right, but it's too little. As the teacher of Changqian and the others, how could Ziyu be so irresponsible? I think it would be best to visit Ziyu's residence every other day. I'm just afraid that Ziyu won't be willing. How dare he? Second young master, why don't we do this? In Lijiang Hall, the male and female lowered their voices and began to discuss. Far away in Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu couldn't help but sneeze a few times. His beautiful boss couldn't help but look at him with worried eyes. Wangyu, be careful not to catch a cold. It's fine. Someone must be saying bad things about me. Haha, who knows how those aristocratic families are cursing me behind my back. Li Wangyu smiled proudly. His beautiful boss rolled her eyes at him. Are you proud now? You plagiarized so many poems and essays. Hehe, I was forced to do this, wasn't I? Those big shots will understand me. Li Wangyu put his hands together and casually bowed towards the sky. Big shots, it's not that I don't want to give you a way out, but those aristocratic families are really pushing me too far. I'm also a victim. Please forgive me. Su Chongqing couldn't be bothered with his antics. He only rolled his eyes at him to show his disdain. Li Wangyu suddenly thought of a line from the movie Charlotte's Troubles. He couldn't help but smile and ask, Chongqing, do you think that in the future Li Bai Hanyu and the other big shots will say, I really admire Li Ziyu, but I've always felt like I'm living in his shadow? Haha. Su Chongqing was speechless. He thought for a moment and replied, I don't know if Li Bai and the others will say that, but I'm sure that you'll be the person that the students will hate the most in the future. What do you mean? Why would they hate me? Look at the poems and essays that you plagiarized. How many of them are required to be memorized in the language classes of the future? Half of the book is signed by you, and they all have to be memorized and tested. Tell me, don't you think you'll be hated? Li Wangyu was momentarily stunned by Su Chongqing's words. After pondering for a long time, it seemed to be true. A drop of cold sweat slid down Li Wangyu's forehead. F***ck, how much hatred would he receive in the future? Li Wangyu felt a chill down his spine when he thought of the countless students who would grit their teeth and memorize all the essays that were signed by him. Forget it. Anyway, that was more than 1,000 years in the future. They could do whatever they wanted. It was none of his business. Li Wangyu quickly threw this question to the back of his mind. He moved closer to his beautiful boss and began to flatter her with a cheeky smile. However, he didn't know that a huge wave had been set off in Chang'an City because of this on teachers. Previously, the poems and essays that Li Wangyu threw out were only indirect responses to the slandering of him by the aristocratic families. However, this on teachers was seen by the public as Li Wangyu's public reply and refutation of the slandering. This on teachers had a clear argument, a strict structure, a thorough reasoning and a majestic momentum. It was extremely persuasive and infectious. In particular, the sentence, everyone has their own specialization in learning the Tao, and everyone has their own specialization, made people applaud it. In Chang'an City, the aristocratic families closed their doors and refused to receive any guests, like cowards. In Chang'an City, a group of Confucian scholars led by Yu Shinan and Kong Ingda also applauded Li Wangyu's on teachers. However, no one dared to mention that Li Wangyu was too young to be the crown prince's teacher. As for the aristocratic families like the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Zheng family of Xingyang, it was too late for regrets. They didn't achieve their goal of smearing Li Wangyu's reputation. Instead, they gave him the limelight in Chang'an City. This was simply asking for trouble. As for the students in the Imperial College, they started to make a fuss. This time, they didn't want to go to the Vermilion Bird Gate to impeach Li Wangyu. Instead, they wanted the Imperial College to invite Li Wangyu to teach them. Currently, in Chang'an City, the two places with the most fans of Li Wangyu were the Pingkong Square and the Wuban Square of the Imperial College. One was the admiration of the prostitutes in the brothel for the handsome young man Li Wangyu. The other was the admiration of the scholars for Li Wangyu. As for the request of the students of the Imperial College, the old man Kong Ingda actually agreed with a smile. He even used Yu Shinan as a lobbyist and went to Dingzhou village to find Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu originally thought that these two old men were greedy again and wanted to freeload the wine. When he heard that Kong Ingda wanted to invite him to the Imperial College to be a doctor and teach the students of the Imperial College, and the four schools, he almost had a heart attack. With the amount of knowledge he had, He could still fool Li Changqian, Li Tai, and the other brats. But if he were to teach the students of the Imperial College, what would he teach? No matter how Yu Shernan and Kang Yingda tried to persuade or coerce him, Li Wangyu wouldn't budge. He was determined not to be a doctor of the Imperial College. Regarding this, Kang Yingda and Yu Shernan didn't regret it. They could only turn their grief into appetite. They ate another delicious meal at the Li family, and drank the last of Li Wangyu's secret stash of sorghum wine. Chapter 257. Li Wangyu became a plagiarist and created the engraving and printing of flyers, eliminating the trouble caused by the aristocratic families. However, he did not expect that his actions would bring him even greater trouble. After he became famous in Chang'an, everyone praised his poems and essays, which attracted many scholars in Chang'an to Dingzhou village, wanting to meet him and ask for advice. Some scholars even submitted their essays to him. Li Wangyu was now the founding father of the country, and was indeed qualified to recommend talents to the imperial court. But he did not want to be involved in such trivial matters at all. Originally, he was patient and received a few scholars who came to visit him. Later, he could not bear to be disturbed, and it was not good to close the door and refuse visitors, so he simply avoided them. He did not dare to return to his residence until sunset and the crowd dispersed. He could only wander around to pass the time. In the first 2 days, he went fishing by the Gan River. After feeling bored, he went to the Taoist temple that Sun Simiao was building and chatted with Lu Shenwei. Sun Simiao's temple was progressing very quickly, and would be completed in a month. Yin Liban also agreed to paint murals for the temple, which made Sun Simiao very satisfied. In the next few days, he went to the brewery and the construction site of the manor. But he heard from Niu Wu that there were still scholars in the residence waiting tirelessly for his return. Li Wangyu was very depressed about this, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, he simply did not go out and hid in the backyard of his residence. If any scholars he did not know came to visit, Li Heng would say that he was not in and had gone out to visit friends. But the most unbearable thing for Li Wangyu was that it was too boring to stay in the residence. In the future, Li Wangyu could be considered half an otaku. When he was not at work, he liked to stay in his rented room, play games, watch videos, or read novels on the internet. He did not feel bored at all. But in the past few days, his beautiful boss, Aphrodite, and Perrin were not in the house during the day, so he found that the Tang dynasty was really too boring and seriously lacked entertainment. After forcing Li Heng, Niu Wu, and the maidservants in his house to play mahjong with him for 2 days, Li Wangyu was bored to death and was lying on a deck chair in the backyard, staring blankly into space. No wonder his beautiful boss didn't mind going back and forth between Dingzhou village and Chang'an city every day, concentrating on managing the four-wheeled carriage business. It seemed that her life in the Tang dynasty was really boring, so she wanted to find something to do to pass the time. Think about it. People who were used to all kinds of modern facilities, but after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, there were no novels to read, no television, no games, and no internet. If they didn't find something to do, it would really drive them crazy. I'm so bored that I'm about to explode. Of course, it was not that there was no entertainment in the Tang dynasty, but that Li Wangyu was not interested in it. The entertainment in the Tang dynasty, especially among the dignitaries, was first of all kinds of banquets. Banquets big and small included toasting each other, reciting poems, and laughing. It was beautiful and wonderful, but in Li Wangyu's opinion it was really boring. Next was listening to songs and watching dances, such as flower dances, sword dances, horse dances, lion dances, step dances, festival dances, entertainment dances. But Li Wangyu still didn't find it interesting. He was not even interested in the Spring Festival gala performances of the modern era. The songs and dances of 1,300 years ago, well, although unique, were just so. Li Wangyu was not interested in other entertainment activities such as watching plays, cockfights, and juggling. The people of the Tang dynasty loved to see and hear. Therefore, Li Wangyu, who was lying on the deck chair, could only sigh and moan about boredom. The people of the Tang dynasty were really pitiful. They didn't even have novels to pass the time with. Of course, it was not that there were no novels in the Tang dynasty, but Li Wangyu couldn't understand them. He only knew a little about classical novels, which gave him a strange feeling like he was in a high school Chinese class. Reading that kind of novel was not entertainment at all but self-torture. Thinking of novels, Li Wangyu began to ponder again. Should he simply copy a few more novels to enrich the amateur cultural life of the people of the Tang dynasty? Thinking about the 4 great classical novels, Journey to the West seemed to be suitable. However, Sun Wukong was a disciple of Taoism, who was incorporated into Buddhism. If Sun Simiao and Yuan Tiangang read this novel, they would probably kill him, right? Forget it, I'm not afraid of this bad luck. I'll leave Wu Chenjin to write it. Naturally, he couldn't write water margin there. Not to mention that he needed to modify the background of the story. The key was to write a story about a group of rebels. If Pai Lupi read it, he would probably ask him to explain clearly who he was trying to rebel against. Dream of the Red Chamber was a good book. If he modified it and brought it to the Tang dynasty, it would probably make those scholar ladies love it to death. But the biggest problem was that Li Wangyu had never read Dream of the Red Chamber. In fact, it wasn't that he hadn't read it. Li Wangyu had indeed read Dream of the Red Chamber several times, but he had read the novel version of Dream of the Red Chamber. This was very awkward. After thinking about it, the only book that could be written was Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Li Wangyu also liked to read Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and was very familiar with the plot of the Three Kingdoms. It was better to simply copy it in advance. On the one hand, it could kill time, and on the other hand, it could enrich the cultural life of the Tang dynasty. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu immediately sat up from the recliner and ran back to the study room excitedly. He ground the ink, picked up the pen, and began to write on the paper. The first banquet was the heroes of the Peach Garden swear brotherhood, and slay the Yellow Turban hero. It was said that the world was divided for a long time and divided for a long time. Li Wangyu couldn't write anymore. After a long while, he threw down the writing brush and walked out of the study room gloomily. It wasn't that Li Wangyu had a conscience and was too embarrassed to copy Luo Guanzhong's novel, but that he couldn't memorize it at all. This wasn't the Tang or Song poems, which his grandfather forced him to memorize when he was young. The essays like Epigraph of My Shack were forced to memorize by his language teacher. But no one told him that he needed to memorize Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Romance of the Three Kingdoms was a total of 120 chapters, and more than 640,000 words. Who would be bored enough to memorize it? Speaking of the plot of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Li Wangyu was very clear about it. But knowing the plot didn't mean that he could write it into a novel, not to mention a novel in vernacular, which was beyond his ability. Li Wangyu felt more and more aggrieved when he saw a good opportunity to show off. Oh no, to enrich the cultural and entertainment life of the Tang dynasty. Slip away from his fingertips. After his beautiful boss came back, he gloomily mentioned his failed attempt to copy Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which made Su Chongqing laugh for a long time. However, after Su Chongqing laughed, he also felt a little regretful. If only my phone still had battery. Nonsense, I know that I can listen to music and play games. I've already regretted it 100 times. Su Chongqing shook his head. No, I have a lot of novels saved in my phone like the 4 great classical novels. Li Wangyu looked at her with disdain. Even if your phone can call back to the 21st century, it's useless. A phone without battery is worse than a brick. Chapter 258. Li Wangyu was complaining about the unreliability of his beautiful boss when his body suddenly froze. After a long while, he whispered, Chongqing, do you still remember the content about generators in high school physics? Su Chongqing was also stunned when he heard this. After thinking for a while, he replied with uncertainty. It seems that when a conductor does the motion of cutting magnetic induction lines in a magnetic field, it will generate electric current? Is that so? Li Wangyu nodded and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It seems that the Tang dynasty was also a magnet. His words made Su Chongqing couldn't help but cover his mouth with his hand, for fear of screaming out loud. After hesitating for a long time, Su Chongqing asked carefully, What do you mean? We can make generators in the Tang dynasty ourselves? Charge mobile phones? Li Wangyu wasn't convinced. He nodded and shook his head. I don't remember very clearly. That's middle school physics knowledge. My physics knowledge is very ordinary. Otherwise, why would I only be admitted to a second-tier university? Chongqing, you're a top student at the University of Pennsylvania. You should know how to do it, right? Su Chongqing glared at him angrily. I'm a liberal arts student. These words made the two of them stare at each other for a long time. After a long time, Su Chongqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Forget it. If there's no electricity, then there's no electricity, Li Wangyu stubbornly said. No, I have to try. I don't believe that I can't make a simple generator. Generating electricity in the Tang dynasty 1,300 years ago, no matter how you looked at it, it felt like a fantasy. Even Li Wangyu himself was grumbling in his heart. Why did it feel like a novel from the modern era, with a strong taste of fantasy in it? But after thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem to be impossible. He remembered that in his middle school physics class, the chubby physics teacher had demonstrated the structure and function of a hand-crank generator to them in class. It was a coil rotating in a magnetic field, and it seemed to generate electricity. The principle wasn't complicated at all. When he shook the handle of the generator, the small light bulb lit up. To Li Wangyu, who had just come into contact with physics for the first time, it was very magical and left a deep impression on him. In fact, if Baidu existed in the Tang dynasty, it would be easy to make a simple hand-crank generator to charge a mobile phone after searching it on Baidu. Even many high school students with strong hands-on skills could do it. But Li Wangyu was a bad student, and Su Chongqing was a liberal arts student. It was not easy for them to come up with a generator that could charge mobile phones in the Tang dynasty. The two of them were clear about the principle of the generator, but how to cut the magnetic coil to generate the current was a very technical problem. Li Wangyu said that there were magnets in the Tang dynasty, but that was not true. Magnets were made using modern technology. In ancient China, only natural magnets could be used. Magnets were also known as compassion stones, magnets, and magnets. However, in the Tang dynasty it was very easy to buy natural magnets. All the major pharmacies sold them. That's right. Natural magnets were a type of medicinal material used in traditional Chinese medicine. It was salty and cold. It was the meridians of the liver, heart, and kidney. It was used for palpitations, insomnia, dizziness, blurred vision, tinnitus, deafness, kidney deficiency, and wheezing. It was recorded in the Compendium of Materia Medica. No matter what, Li Wangyu intended to give it a try. If he could really make a generator that could charge mobile phones, it would be amazing. He asked Niu Wu to buy a large piece of natural magnets from the pharmacy and copper wire from the jewelry shop. Li Wangyu was ready to start his physics experiment class in the Tang dynasty. He pulled Su Chongqing with him, and the two of them racked their brains to recall the physics knowledge they learned in junior high and high school. They did draw a few blueprints, but they did not feel confident when they drew the blueprints. Let's give it a try first. Li Wangyu stretched and asked Niu Wu to help him invite Carpenter Lu over so that he could get ready to work. He and his beautiful boss recalled the structure of the generator. It was made up of a rotor and a stator. The stator was made up of a ring that was fixed on the outside, and copper wire had to be wound around it. The rotor was in the middle of the stator, and a magnet was installed on it. It could be turned with a handle, and after it spun quickly, it could generate electricity. The principle seemed simple, but neither of them had really operated it before, so they could only experiment slowly. And even if they could make a generator, it was still unknown whether it could charge mobile phones. However, Li Wangyu was bored now, and the temptation of being able to use mobile phones filled him with enthusiasm. When Carpenter Lu heard that the county man wanted him to help again, he did not hesitate. He put down his work and brought a full set of tools to follow Niu Wu. When he held the blueprints Li Wangyu drew, he could not understand what they were for. However, Carpenter Lu did not dare to ask too much. In short, he would do whatever Li Wangyu asked him to do. In the eyes of the villagers of Dingzhou village and Carpenter Lu, Li Wangyu was definitely an immortal who had descended to the mortal world. This was especially true for Carpenter Lu, who was even more convinced after helping Li Wangyu with the water wheel and four-wheeled carriage. Carpenter Lu even secretly put up Li Wangyu's memorial tablet in his house. He burned incense and prayed to Li Wangyu every day, treating him like a god. If Li Wangyu knew about this, he would probably vomit 3 liters of blood. Fortunately, Li Wangyu did not know that Carpenter Lu had put up a memorial tablet for him. Otherwise, there might have been a murder case at the county man's mansion in Huxian today. After tinkering for half a day, Li Wangyu did not feel annoyed. Without the interference of mobile phones, computers, and the internet, it did not seem boring to concentrate on one thing. Carpenter Lu's craftsmanship was really good. With just a sketch that Li Wangyu had drawn, he was able to make the main structure of the hand crank generator out of wood. Li Wangyu shook the handle with satisfaction and saw that the rotor inside was operating smoothly. Now it was time to wrap the copper wire around the stator. After wrapping it a few times, Li Wangyu stopped and took off the copper wire that was wrapped around the stator. The beautiful boss was puzzled and asked, "Wangyu, what's wrong? Is there a problem?" Li Wangyu shook his head. "No, I just suddenly remembered that it seems to be better to use silver wire. It seems that silver is the metal with the best conductivity, right?" The beautiful boss recalled for a long time before nodding. That seemed to be the case. Thus, the copper wire that Niu Wu had just bought was abandoned. Li Wangyu sent him to the jewelry shop in Huxian to buy silver wire for himself. Although silver was not a common currency in the Tang dynasty, it was still very common. It was also very common to use it to make jewelry and utensils. Naturally, the jewelry shop did not lack gold and silver wire. Niu Wu did not spend much effort and bought a lot of it. Although the handmade silver wire could not be compared with the industrially processed ones in the future, it was still quite exquisite. Li Wangyu could only say one word about the exquisite craftsmanship of the Tang dynasty's craftsmen. Seeing that Li Wangyu was about to wrap the silver wire around the stator, the beautiful boss called out to him, "Wait, Wangyu, why do I seem to remember that there were wires wrapped around the stator in the physics class?" Li Wangyu did not understand. "Yeah? How could there be wires in the Tang dynasty? You just use copper wire or silver wire instead. What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "Stupid, it's insulated." "Aren't wires insulated? You can just wrap the silver wire around it. How can it not be insulated?" Li Wangyu was stunned by the beautiful boss's words. It seemed to be true. Damn, where was he going to find insulated wires in the Tang dynasty? Chapter 259. In the backyard of the county magistrate's mansion, the door of Li Wangyu's study was tightly shut. Aphrodite and Perrin could only hear the voices of their Langjun and sister Chongqing from time to time. Their Langjun in particular was breathing rather rapidly, as if he was doing something strenuous in the room. "Ah, hurry up, hurry up." Su Chongqing's excited voice came from the study. "Phew, I can't take it anymore. Let me rest for a while." Li Wangyu's panting voice came. "Wangyu, don't stop, keep going." "Phew, I'm exhausted, I can't take it anymore. Let me rest for a while before continuing." "You're so useless, it's time to exercise." "Cough, how can you say that? How can you say that men are useless? I've lasted long enough. It's been half an hour, right?" "Humph, you're so useless, 10 minutes at most." Perrin was confused and wanted to knock on the door of the study to see what Sister Chongqing and her Langjun were doing, but Aphrodite, who blushed, dragged her away. Although Aphrodite was a virgin, she seemed to have heard a lot of such voices in the taverns of the barbarians. However, there was naturally no scene in the study that Aphrodite had imagined, which was not suitable for children. Instead, it was Li Wangyu who was panting and constantly shaking the handle of the generator. At one end of the generator, 2 silver wires were wrapped around the beautiful boss's phone charger, and the data cable of the charger was connected to the phone, and the phone was showing the icon of charging. Obviously, Li Wangyu had succeeded in making the generator and was now charging the phone. Li Wangyu, who was a bad student, was stumped by Su Chongqing's question. How to insulate metal wires was a very serious subject in the Tang dynasty. After pondering for a long time, Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing still didn't know how to insulate metal wires. How could hand-crank generators be so easy to make 1,300 years ago? The generator project, that he had been busy with for half a day, still ended in failure before it even started. This was a huge blow to Li Wangyu, and he was depressed for several days. However, there was always a way out. Li Wangyu quickly found a way to solve the problem of the metal wire insulation. He applied a layer of paint to the metal wire. There were records of the use of raw lacquer in China a long time ago. In the classic of mountains and seas, the northern mountains, it said, "Gua Mountain, its trees are mostly lacquer brown. There are many lacquer trees on Mount Yingtar." Raw lacquer is a kind of pure natural liquid paint harvested from the lacquer tree. Because of this, the production of raw lacquer in China was low since ancient times, and the price was expensive. Only the rich and powerful could afford it. Not to mention that it was impossible for ordinary people in the Tang dynasty to use raw paint to paint their furniture. Even in the houses of the rich and powerful of the Tang dynasty, there were not many who could use raw paint. Because raw lacquer was not poisonous, it was often used to make utensils. In Li Wangyu's mansion, there was a set of wooden tableware that had been painted with raw lacquer. It was a congratulatory gift from a rich and powerful person in Chang and city after the news that he had been conferred the title of Baron of Hu County. Li Wangyu, who had been vexed over how to insulate the metal wire, suddenly had a flash of inspiration when he saw his servant girl serving him food using this set of lacquered wooden tableware. He remembered the good stuff of raw paint. Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh. He didn't have time to eat and immediately asked Niu Wu to buy some raw lacquer for him. Where to buy raw lacquer? Of course, it was the all-purpose medicine shop. That's right, raw lacquer was also a kind of medicinal material. The Compendium of Materia Medica said, dry lacquer can be used as medicine. It is mainly used to treat fatal injuries, heal muscles and bones, fill the marrow cells, calm the 5 viscera, treat the 5 invasions and 6 acute diseases, and adjust the spleen when cold. It has the effect of repelling insects and relieving coughing. Chinese medicine was so awesome. Li Wangyu admired Chinese medicine very much. He had always wanted to know how they found out that these strange things could be taken as medicine. Moreover, the more awesome thing about the ancient Chinese was that they could keep the raw lacquer from hardening. The method was to throw a few crab shells into the raw lacquer. The raw lacquer could be kept liquid and would not dry up and harden. The raw lacquer cut from Shandong, Gansu, Guizhou, and other places was transported thousands of miles away to be sold in Chang'an City by relying on a few crab shells. It was very magical. After Niu Wu bought the raw lacquer from the medicine shop in the county, Li Wangyu soaked all the silver and copper wires in the raw lacquer. After taking it out and drying it, it became a simple version of lacquer wire. Finally, with the insulating silver and copper wires, Li Wangyu had a chance to restart the Tang dynasty generator plan that had been put aside for a few days. He carefully wound the lacquered silver wires around the stator and tightly fixed the magnet on the rotor. An extremely simple generator could be considered to be completed. However, whether this thing could generate electricity or not, neither Li Wangyu nor his beautiful boss was sure. If it was in the future, it would be clear if a small light bulb was connected and the light bulb lit up after shaking the handle. However, there was no such thing as a light bulb in the Tang dynasty. To test whether the generator could generate electricity or not, they had to rely on a human experiment. Li Wangyu called Niu Wu over with a sneaky smile and let him hold the 2 ends of the silver wires. Lang Jun, what are you doing? Niu Wu asked foolishly. Li Wangyu held back his laughter and said casually, nothing. I made a little thing and let you try it. Niu Wu, hold the 2 silver wires tightly and don't let go. His beautiful boss rolled her eyes on the side, but she did not stop Li Wangyu from doing funny things. Anyway, now, except for the human body directly sensing it, she did not know whether the thing Li Wangyu fiddled with could generate electricity or not. Niu Wu was confused, but he did not feel that there was anything wrong. He held the 2 silver wires tightly with both hands and watched Li Wangyu quickly shake the handle. Niu Wu let out a scream and instantly threw away the 2 silver wires in his hands. Lang Jun, why did the silver wires bite? Niu Wu shook his hands and looked at the 2 silver wires connected to the hand crank generator with a frightened expression. Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss's eyes lit up and stared at Niu Wu. Niu Wu, you really felt it? Yes, it hurts a lot. Lang Jun, what kind of magic are you fiddling with? Why did the silver wires suddenly bite? Did you turn them into spirits? Niu Wu stared with his bell-sized eyes and was inexplicably shocked. Li Wangyu ignored him and looked at his beautiful boss. This should be a success, right? Su Chongqing nodded with uncertainty. Maybe. It seems that the current is not small, otherwise Niu Wu would not have been electrocuted like this. Then let's try it. Yes, let's try it. Niu Wu was confused, but no one explained to him. Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing picked up the hand crank generator and ran back to the study, once again slamming the door shut. And so, Perrin and Aphrodite heard the scene outside the study. In any case, Li Wangyu's extremely simple hand crank generator could be considered a success. Su Chongqing's phone, which had run out of battery and automatically shut down, was now lit up with the charging icon. Chapter 260. Although Li Wangyu created a hand crank generator, it was a very deceptive thing to use it to charge a mobile phone. He and his beautiful boss took turns to crank the handle. Not long after, both of them were tired and out of breath. Using this method to charge a mobile phone was really unreliable. Without a multimeter, Li Wangyu and Su Qingqing did not know the output power of this hand crank generator. Moreover, the output voltage of the hand crank generator was related to the shaking speed. If it was slow, the voltage would be low. If it was fast, the voltage would be high. It was very unstable. Later generations of hand crank generators would be installed with a speed increasing device. A relatively heavy flywheel would be added to the rapidly rotating shaft, using its inertia to increase the stability of the rotation speed. However, Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing did not know how to do this. Being able to make the hand crank generator generate electricity was already their limit. In order not to damage the mobile phone, Li Wangyu had to crank the handle at a constant speed to charge the mobile phone. And this task was impossible to complete without a few hours. I can't lift my hand. Li Wangyu cranked the handle for more than half an hour. He was so tired that he almost stuck his tongue out. The key was that his arm was sore and unbearable. He really could not continue. And the battery shown on the mobile phone screen was less than 10% charged. Su Chongqing wrinkled his nose in dissatisfaction. Humph, at this speed, when can you charge it fully? Li Wangyu directly played dead. No matter what his beautiful boss said, he was not willing to crank the damn generator handle again. The matter of charging the mobile phone needed to be kept a secret. Except for the two of them, it was not convenient to ask Niu Wu and Niu Yong to help. Between slacking off and using the mobile phone, Li Wangyu persisted for half an hour and finally chose the former. The beautiful boss was angry at Li Wangyu's tired appearance, but there was nothing she could do. It was really too tiring to crank the generator manually. She persisted for 5 minutes and gave up. Naturally, she could not scold Li Wangyu anymore. Li Wangyu took the opportunity to slip out of the study and ran to the backyard. He sat on a recliner and ordered a maidservant to bring tea, acting like a master. While Li Wangyu was renovating the backyard of the Li residence, he asked Carpenter Lu's two sons to help him send a continuous stream of spring water into the backyard using bamboo. They even built a wooden frame with a huge clay pot on top of it. The spring water in the clay pot flowed like a small waterfall into the canal below. Li Wangyu was stunned for a while as he listened to the gurgling sound of the spring water. He couldn't help but pat his head with his hand. What a pig's brain. Even though he was from a second-tier university, he couldn't be that stupid, right? There was obviously a simple method, so why did he have to act like an idiot and frantically shake the controller for more than half an hour? Chongqing, the two of us seem to have done something stupid. Li Wangyu looked at Su Chongqing speechlessly. Su Chongqing didn't understand what he meant. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Li Wangyu pointed at the artificial waterfall in the backyard. "Why don't we use water to move the generator? We can just make a small water wheel and use a belt to move the generator's handle." His words stunned the beautiful boss. She glared at him fiercely. "Humph, I knew you were stupid. You couldn't even think of such a simple method. You made me shake the controller for so long. Why don't you go and find Carpenter Lu?" Li Wangyu was stunned by Su Chongqing's words. How could he be reasonable? This was clearly his idea. How could he say that he was in the wrong? Moreover, you clearly only shook it for less than 5 minutes, but he shook it for half an hour. Fortunately, Li Wangyu also knew that he couldn't reason with a beautiful woman. He could only silently accept the beautiful boss's criticism. He turned around and ordered Niu Wu to find Carpenter Lu. A day later, there was a small water wheel under the artificial waterfall in the backyard. It was constantly being washed by the spring water flowing out of the clay pot above. A round wheel was installed on the axle of the water wheel. Li Wangyu installed a belt on the wheel to replace the belt pulley. The other end of the belt was connected to the generator, driving the generator's rotor to rotate at a uniform speed. Li Wangyu also asked Carpenter Lu to build a small house the size of a sentry post with logs in the backyard and put the generator in it. In the future, he and Su Chongqing would come to the small wooden house to charge their phones to avoid exposing their secret. Whether it was Li Heng, Niu Wu, or Niu Yong, they were already used to the strange actions of their Lang Jun. No one asked for the reason. In the study, Li Wangyu looked at the phones that were finally charged. He was very excited. Before he was ready to turn on the phone, he went to wash his hands. He was just short of burning incense and praying. "Changqing, I'm turning on the phone." "Yes, turn it on." Li Wangyu excitedly pressed the power button. A moment later, the phone's screen lit up. The familiar boot music and the familiar boot animation. At this moment, Li Wangyu was about to cry. "I want to listen to music, read novels, play games." Before Li Wangyu finished roaring in his heart, a slender hand reached in front of his eyes and slowly took the phone that he had just turned on. "Hey Changqing, what are you doing?" Li Wangyu asked unhappily. The beautiful boss smiled. "Nothing, this is my phone." "Oh." Her words almost made Li Wangyu choke to death. "Okay, this is indeed the beautiful boss's phone. I helped you charge it. You can't burn the bridge after crossing the river. So what if you're beautiful? Can you do whatever you want?" At this moment, Li Wangyu's acting skills were off the charts. His extremely aggrieved look was enough to make anyone who heard it cry and feel sad. However, Su Changqing didn't buy it at all. Her slender fingers tapped his forehead. You're right. This lady is beautiful. What do you want?" "This is this lady's phone. I'll use it first. Do you have a problem with that?" Li Wangyu was speechless. What else could he do? He could only endure it. Looking at the beautiful boss who was happily holding the phone and playing with it, Li Wangyu was so weak, pitiful and helpless. He squatted in the corner and drew circles. Under Li Wangyu's unremitting efforts and resistance, he finally won time to use the phone from the beautiful boss. That was every night after the beautiful boss went to bed. Fortunately, the beautiful boss paid attention to her health and usually didn't stay up late. Plus, there was no night entertainment in the Tang dynasty, so she went to bed early. Therefore, after 8 o'clock in the evening, the right to use the phone finally belonged to Li Wangyu. It had to be said that the beautiful boss's phone was a good thing. With her income, the phone she bought was a high-end model with enough storage. Su Changqing, who didn't mind the trouble, downloaded a lot of things on the phone. Music, MP3 videos, novels, games. She even downloaded several TV series. Li Wangyu was full of resentment. He brightened the biogas lamp in the study, opened the reading software on the phone, opened the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and began to shamelessly plagiarize. Chapter 261. Li Wangyu was both happy and in pain. He became a shameful plagiarist. As for moral integrity, he had already thrown it to the back of his mind when he plagiarized Li Bai and other big shots' works. The reason why Li Wangyu continued to be a plagiarist, in addition to enriching the cultural life of the people of the Tang dynasty, was purely because he was too bored. Although the phone was now charged and turned on again, Li Wangyu didn't know how long the phone could last. The self-made generator's current and voltage were not up to standard, and it was also unstable. What if it burned the phone one day? Therefore, Li Wangyu also planned to take advantage of the fact that the phone was working normally and copy all the novels stored in Su Changqing's phone. If the phone failed in the future, he wouldn't be so bored. Another reason for copying books was to continue to build his reputation. Although he couldn't bear the harassment after becoming famous, Li Wangyu now had to pinch his nose and continue to build his reputation. After these few incidents, Li Wangyu could also be considered to have understood. If he wanted to let himself and his beautiful boss live comfortably in the Tang dynasty in the future, he must build his reputation. Politics was too dangerous and he didn't want to touch it. If he wanted to protect himself and not let those aristocratic families have ideas about him, he must have enough reputation. If he could build his reputation until everyone respected him, then the aristocratic families, including Pai Lupi, wouldn't dare to touch him easily. Only then could he continue to be a leisurely landlord. However, being a plagiarist wasn't that easy, especially in the Tang dynasty, where writing small words with a brush was even more painful. Li Wangyu started copying from 8 o'clock in the evening until 12 o'clock in the middle of the night when he got the phone. In addition to making his right wrist extremely sore, the reward was that he finished copying the first chapter of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Looking at the total 640,000 words of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms and the 120 chapters of the book, Li Wangyu suddenly felt that he had dug a huge hole for himself. Based on today's speed, wouldn't it take him 4 to 5 months to finish copying the entire Romance of the Three Kingdoms? When he thought of this, he felt his vision darken. After Li Wangyu wrote this manuscript, he planned to send it for engraving and printing. Therefore, every word had to be written seriously. He couldn't be careless. To be able to write more than 4,000 words in 4 hours was already considered extremely fast and talented. With such a calculation, Li Wangyu almost decided to give up. He felt that his life was dark. However, this was a hole that he had dug himself, so he had to continue copying it even if he had tears in his eyes. Li Wangyu was full of resentment. He turned off his phone and went back to sleep. For the next week, Li Wangyu hid at home every day and became a poor copyist. It didn't take long for him to copy a thick stack of manuscripts for the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. In fact, it was not how fast Li Wangyu copied, but how few words could be written in a manuscript. Even if the words were small, in order to be engraving and printing, the words couldn't be too small. At most, there would be no more than 200 words on a page. He could copy more than 4,000 words a day, which was more than 20 manuscripts. After copying for nearly 5 or 6 days, he actually accumulated more than 100 manuscripts. It was a thick stack in his hand. Looking at the stack of manuscripts in front of him, Li Wangyu suddenly couldn't help laughing. The cynical man had a bad idea in his mind. Since it was so painful for him to copy, why not drag everyone down with him and suffer with him? Just at this time, the old housekeeper Li Heng came to inform him that Ma Zhou and Yin Liben had arrived. Today was the day of rest every 10 days. Since Ma Zhou and Yin Liben worshipped Li Wangyu as their teacher, they would come to Dingzhou village to learn from Li Wangyu during their rest days. When Li Wangyu heard that Ma Zhou and Yin Liben had come, he couldn't help but smile. Well, I have a good lab rat. I can test whether my plan of dragging people down is feasible. Picking up the finished manuscripts, Li Wangyu went to find Ma Zhou and Yin Liben. Greetings, teacher. Teacher, are you writing poems or articles again? As soon as Li Wangyu came out, Ma Zhou and Yin Liben immediately stood up and saluted respectfully. Seeing the thick stack of manuscripts in Li Wangyu's hands, they were surprised and thought that Li Wangyu had a new work. Some time ago, the aristocratic families asked people to attack and smear Li Wangyu. Ma Zhou and Yin Liben were the most anxious. As the Wangyu collection was spread all over Chang'an City like flyers, Li Wangyu's reputation soared. Ma Zhou and Yin Liben also felt honored and felt lucky to be able to become Li Wangyu's disciples. Towards Li Wangyu, the two of them admired him beyond compare, and their respect for him was even greater than before. Li Wangyu chuckled. That's not it. This is just a long historical novel I wrote when I was bored. It's called Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Let me show it to you too. Hearing that it was not a poem or article, but a novel, Ma Zhou and Yin Liben's interest decreased a little. But since their teacher said so, they naturally couldn't refuse. He respectfully took the manuscript from Li Wangyu's hands. The two of them gathered together and started to read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The rolling Yangtze River flows to the east. The waves wash away the heroes. Right and wrong, success and failure vanish in a blink of an eye. The green hills are still there. The sunset is still red. The white-haired fisherman on the riverside is used to the autumn moon and spring breeze. A pot of turbid wine is a happy reunion. So many things in the past and present are just jokes. After reading the opening poem Riverside Immortals, Ma Zhou was so excited that he slapped his thigh. Teacher is really talented, to be able to write such a majestic long and short sentence in a novel. It's really soul-stirring and memorable. Poems were created in the Tang dynasty, and were also called poetic verses. In response to Ma Zhou's praise, Li Wangyu just smiled faintly and signaled them to continue reading. Ma Zhou didn't pay much attention to the novel, but after reading Riverside Immortals, they stopped underestimating it and started to read it seriously. The first chapter of Romance of the Three Kingdoms was about the Oath of the Peach Garden. The plot of the novel quickly attracted Ma Zhou and Yin Liben's attention. They stopped talking and just looked down at the manuscripts. Li Wangyu had now copied 5 chapters and had just reached the chapter where the 3 heroes fought Lu Bu. Ma Zhou were very excited when they read the manuscripts. Zhang Fei shouted. This must be Dong Zhuo. What's so good about chasing Lu Bu? Why don't we take down the thief Dong first? That's cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. It said. To catch a thief, one must catch the thief's leader. Don't know the outcome. Let's listen to the analysis below. They flipped to the back of the manuscripts, but there was no more. "Teacher, where's the rest of the manuscripts?" "There's no more. I've just reached this part." Ma Zhou and Yan Libin's faces immediately became very ugly. They were itching to continue reading, but Li Wangyu actually said there was no more. The two of them almost cursed out loud. Seeing Ma Zhou and Ma Zhou's uncomfortable expressions, Li Wangyu almost laughed out loud. "Hey, I've really dragged the two of you down with me. It'll be hard for you too. Just sit back and wait for the next update." Thinking back, Li Wangyu was very sad when he was reading online novels in the future. He even had the thought of sending the author a razor blade. Could he dare to update faster? What was even worse was that other than reading the chapters, he encountered an author who didn't update. That made him want to kill someone. Li Wangyu was now ready to use a move that would anger the heavens and the people. Just like online novels, he would update the novel and release it. Chapter 262. Li Wangyu planned to do the same as the later generations of online novels. Every time he finished copying 5 chapters, he would send them to the bookstore in Huxian to be printed and published. Since the birth of block printing in Huaxia, the characters printed could not be too small due to the engraving technology and craftsmanship of the craftsman. A page of about 200 words was printed. Even if it was printed on both sides, the Analects of Confucius with about 10,000 words had a thickness of 30 or 40 pages. The paper that could be used to print books in the Tang dynasty was much thicker than the paper of the later generations. The thickness of the Analects of Confucius was roughly equivalent to the thickness of a book with about 200 pages in the later generations. Li Wangyu planned to print and publish the Romance of the Three Kingdoms separately. He would publish 5 chapters at a time with about 20,000 words, which was equivalent to the thickness of 2 Analects of Confucius. The 120 chapters of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms could be published in 24 volumes. He had worked so hard to copy the book. Naturally, he had to collect some interest to make those who were waiting to read the book feel uncomfortable. Looking at the depressed looks of Ma Zhou and Yan Libin in front of him, the cynical man silently praised his method. Li Wangyu thought of another idea. He turned to Yan Libin and said, "Libin, I plan to publish a book of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Can you draw some illustrations for me?" "What are illustrations?" Yan Libin was confused by Li Wangyu's words and did not understand what he meant. Books with illustrations only appeared in large numbers in the books of the Ming and Qing dynasties. In the era without printing, it was impossible for the readers who copied books to draw their own illustrations according to the manuscripts. With the maturity of block printing technology in the Tang dynasty, it was possible for illustrations to appear in books. Yan Libin naturally did not know what illustrations were, so he had this question. Illustrations are pictures drawn according to the contents of the book. For example, in the first chapter of The Oath of Brotherhood in the Peach Garden, you helped me draw a picture of Liu Bei and his brother swearing to be sworn brothers in the Peach Garden. Just outline the lines. I will ask someone to take it to block printing and bind it with the manuscripts into a book. When Yan Libin heard Li Wangyu's words, he could not help being excited. "Teacher, do you mean that you will also print the pictures I draw into a book? Can the pictures be block printed? Can I sign it?" Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at him strangely. "Who would know that the illustration was drawn by you if you didn't sign it? I was planning to keep it as a family heirloom." If the illustrations in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms were drawn by Yan Libin, how much would it be worth if it was auctioned in the future? Of course you have to sign off on the book. You have to sign off on every illustration. Just help me draw an illustration for each chapter. Draw it now, and I'll send it to the bookstore today. Li Wangyu's words made Ma Zhou envious. He looked at Yan Libin with a burning gaze, wishing that he could snatch this job from Yan Libin. Ma Zhou and Yan Libin had already heard about the woodblock printing from Li Wangyu. The two of them felt that it was inconceivable that books could be printed in large quantities so quickly. For scholars, regardless of the dynasty, the temptation of writing a book and creating a biography was incomparably huge. However, before the birth of the woodblock printing, the time-consuming and laborious stone carvings, thick bamboo slips, and expensive silk, it was impossible for scholars to write a book. Now that Li Wangyu was going to write a book and Yan Libin's name in it, it was also a huge temptation. How could Ma Zhou not be envious? The only regret was that Li Wangyu was going to write a novel. In the eyes of Ma Zhou and Yan Libin, they felt that their little teacher was not doing his job properly. In the Tang dynasty, novels were not valued by the people of that time. They were regarded as unrefined. Not to mention the Tang dynasty, even in the Ming and Qing dynasties, those authors who wrote novels used pseudonyms to protect their reputation. However, Li Wangyu was not afraid of being slandered. Anyway, he was only 16 years old. It was normal for him to be a little impulsive. Compared to the influence that the book Romance of the Three Kingdoms would bring, that bit of controversy was nothing. Yan Liben did not say much and immediately asked Li Heng to bring him a brush and ink. He ran to the side and looked at the manuscript while thinking about how to draw the illustration. Ma Zhou hesitated and asked, "Teacher, your book seems to have some mistakes. It does not match the history books." The history books did not record that Liu Bei and the other two became sworn brothers. It only mentioned that they were as close as brothers. Gongsun Zan did not join the alliance. Liu Bei and the other two should not have participated in the war. How could the three heroes fight Lu Bu? When Li Wangyu heard him finish, he could not help bursting into laughter. "Bin Wang, I am writing a novel. It is a romance, not a history book. This is called artistic exaggeration. Some parts are made up by me. There is no need to take it seriously." With regards to this explanation, Ma Zhou could only nod and accept it. However, he picked up one of Li Wangyu's manuscripts and asked, "Teacher, what do these circles on your manuscripts mean?" Li Wangyu looked up and saw that Ma Zhou was pointing at the punctuation marks in the book. When he copied the book, he copied from right to left and from top to bottom according to the Tang people's habit. He also changed the simplified characters into traditional characters. However, he had copied the punctuation marks out of habit as well. In the Tang dynasty there were no punctuation marks. There was only a mark called sentence reading. It indicated that a sentence had a complete meaning. Only in the Ming dynasty did the names of people and places appear. These were the early punctuation marks. What Li Wangyu wrote on the manuscript were the standard punctuation marks of the later generations. Naturally, Ma Zhou could not understand it. Li Wangyu pondered. Since he was used to copying, he might as well continue copying the punctuation marks. He was not in a hurry to answer Ma Zhou's question. Instead, he raised his hand and wrote a sentence on the paper. "This house can be lived in, and the person is not sad." "Bin Wang, what do these words mean?" "It means that this house can be lived in, and the person is not sad?" Ma Zhou read it out. Li Wangyu smiled and shook his head. He raised the brush again and added punctuation marks in the sentence. "Read it again. This house can be lived in, and the person is not sad. The person is not sad." "Teacher, the meaning has completely changed." Ma Zhou immediately reacted. Li Wangyu nodded. "Bin Wang, this is a symbol that I created to assist in reading. Yes, I call it punctuation marks. Look, this circle-shaped mark is called a period. It means that a sentence has ended. This tadpole-shaped mark is called a comma. It means..." Li Wangyu took a piece of paper and wrote down all the punctuation marks on it. He also wrote the meaning of these punctuation marks at the side. Since he had copied it, he might as well promote these punctuation marks when he printed the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. "Wonderful. It's really wonderful. Teacher, these punctuation marks are really divine. With this, there will be no more punctuation mistakes." In the face of Ma Zhou's praise, Li Wangyu nodded calmly again, showing that he was such a genius. Chapter 263. Ma Zhou looked at Li Wangyu with a burning gaze. He no longer cared that Romance of the Three Kingdoms was just a story. This was the first book in the Tang dynasty to be engraved and printed, and the first book to use punctuation. Even Yan Liben could draw the illustration and sign it, so how could Ma Zhou not be envious? "Hee, teacher, what do you think your disciple can do for you? I also want to contribute to your book." Ma Zhou rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly. Li Wangyu looked at Ma Zhou with a smile, but in his heart, he suddenly had a plan. Such a good free labor, it would be a waste not to use it. The most tiring part of copying Romance of the Three Kingdoms was using a brush to transcribe stroke by stroke. Because this manuscript was to be sent to the bookstore for engraving, every word could not be sloppy. Therefore, he had to concentrate and write seriously, which was very tiring. If he accidentally wrote a word wrong, the entire manuscript would have to be rewritten, and he would not even have the chance to alter it. These few days, Li Wangyu was very impatient with copying. Although he could not give Ma Zhou his phone, If he could copy it without worrying about writing, and then let Ma Zhou help him rewrite the manuscript, it would save a lot of time. Bin Wang, are you willing to help me copy the manuscript? This manuscript will be sent directly to the bookstore for engraving, and in the future, Romance of the Three Kingdoms will be your pen and ink. How about it, are you willing? Ma Zhou nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. I am willing, of course I am willing. It is my honor to be able to work for teacher. Li Wangyu was very happy. He patted Ma Zhou's shoulder and gave him a sweet date. On the cover of this book, I will write your name and indicate that it is your Ma Zhou's Ma Bin Wang's ink. These words made Ma Zhou even more excited. He could not wait to start copying. Not only would he be able to leave his name on the book, but he would also be able to see the updated content. Ma Zhou was very satisfied with this. When Yen Liben, who was concentrating on his painting, heard this, he couldn't help but raise his head and look at Li Wangyu with eyes full of anticipation. Li Wangyu saw the look in Yen Liben's eyes and immediately gave him a sweet date. Liben naturally has to leave his name on the cover. The illustration will be drawn by Yen Liben. Pretending that he didn't care, Yen Liben lowered his head and continued to paint. However, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He was obviously very satisfied. Li Wangyu had already copied the first 5 chapters of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Naturally, there was no need for Ma Zhou to copy it again. This made Ma Zhou feel very regretful. He could only wait for Li Wangyu to finish the rest of the manuscript. While the two of them were talking, Yen Liben had already finished a draft. He dried the ink and handed it to Li Wangyu. Division Commander, what do you think of this? Li Wangyu took the manuscript. After looking at it, he almost wanted to keep it for himself. It was such a waste to use it as an engraving plate. It had to be said that letting a master like Yen Liben draw for him was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. It was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Yen Liben was originally good at drawing people. After learning from Li Wangyu for a period of time, the lines of the people he drew were strong and round. The clothes were simple and heavy, and it became more and more lifelike. What he drew was the scene of Lu, Guan, and Zhang becoming sworn brothers in the peach blossom garden. Yen Liben was known as the legend of painting. The standard of his illustration was much higher than the illustrators of later generations. This made Li Wangyu very satisfied. Liben, this illustration is very good, very good. There are still 4 chapters left. You can draw them all. I will send them to the bookstore to engrave them. I hope that they can be printed in 10 days. After receiving his division commander's praise, Yen Liben immediately nodded. He ran back to the table and started to draw again. Because he only needed to draw the lines and the size of the illustration was not large, Yen Liben did not need much effort to draw the illustrations for the 5 chapters. Li Wangyu also finished the cover of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Under Yen Liben's expectation, he wrote a small line of words. Illustration drawn by Yen Liben. These words made Ma Zhou very envious. He wished that he could copy the first 5 chapters again, so that Li Wangyu could also write Copy Ma Bin Wang on the cover. The first volume of Romance of the Three Kingdoms was ready. Li Wangyu wanted to strike while the iron was hot. He would send it to the bookstore today, and try to get it printed as soon as possible. The earlier it was released, the earlier the people who read the book would understand the pain of catching up. Wahahaha, wouldn't that be great? Li Wangyu brought Niu Wu and rode a horse to the bookstore in Hu County. When owner-son of the bookstore saw Li Wangyu, he quickly went forward and bowed. Old me is here to see County Boy. Is there anything that old me can do for you? Li Wangyu smiled and handed over the stack of manuscripts. Owner-son, this is the first book that I plan to print. Take a look and see how long it will take to print it. Owner-son respectfully took the manuscripts with both hands and looked through it. County Boy, old me can print it. May I know how many copies of this book you want to print? Li Wangyu pondered for a moment. This was the first book, so he did not want to print too many copies. If he could not sell it, he would suffer a great loss. Although Romance of the Three Kingdoms was one of the 4 famous books in China, what if the people of the Tang dynasty did not like it? This was not impossible. Li Wangyu originally wanted to print 10,000 copies. Anyway, the lifespan of a woodblock engraving was about 10,000 copies. 10,000 copies would complete the lifespan of the woodblock engraving. However, considering the cost, he decided to print less to test the waters. Let's print 1,000 copies first. If it sells well, we can print more. After owner's son heard this, he was a little hesitant. County boy, how do you think the wages will be calculated? Last time when he helped Li Wangyu print the flyers, owner's son was generous and did not charge Li Wangyu for the labor cost because he only engraved a few engravings. In addition, he wanted to obtain the engraving printing technology. However, the manuscripts that Li Wangyu took out now had about 100 pages. In other words, he needed to engrave more than 100 engravings. However, the labor cost of engraving was not cheap. The fees for the engravings in the bookstore were the same as the fees for engraving seals. They were charged according to the number of words. For every 100 words, owner's son had to pay the engraving craftsman 200 copper coins. The engraving of a page of manuscripts cost about 400 copper coins. For this thick stack of manuscripts with more than 100 pages, just the labor cost of the engraving craftsman alone would cost 40,000 copper coins, which was equivalent to 40 strings of coins. As for the other costs such as paper, ink, and printing, owner's son did not know how much labor he would need. Although he had obtained the engraving printing technology, he had never printed a book before. He could only make a rough estimate of how much capital he would need. However, after owner's son silently calculated in his mind, the number that he came up with gave him a shock. According to his estimation, not counting the cost of the engraving, just the cost of paper, ink, and other printing, Li Wangyu wanted to print this book would cost no less than 100 copper coins. In other words, if Li Wangyu wanted to print 1,000 copies of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, just the cost of the bookstore alone would be about 140 strings of coins, which was 140 copper coins per book. With such a large expenditure, owner's son could not help but be cautious. Chapter 264. Owner's son's mental calculation skills were not bad. His estimation of the price was not wrong. In ancient China, the cost of printing a book was indeed frighteningly high. During the Southern Song dynasty, a book called De Yi Kun Yen was printed. It recorded the cost in detail. Today, there are a total of 20 volumes of De Yi Kun Yen. Number of sheets of paper used, printing costs, ink costs. A total of 1,300 sheets of paper used, 30 sheets of green paper used for printing, 30 sheets of green paper used for printing, 30 sheets of green paper used for printing, 30 sheets of brown paper, ink, paste, printing costs, and other costs. A total of 5 coins for printing, a total of 2 coins for printing board costs. Experts in later generations did the calculations and concluded that each volume of De Yi Kun Yen in the Southern Song dynasty cost 290 copper coins. On average, each volume was 160 copper coins. The purchasing power of 1 copper coin was equivalent to about 4 renminbi in modern times. In other words, the cost of printing a book was 640 renminbi. It was simply a sky-high price. However, compared to manual copies, the price was at least 10% cheaper. Li Wangyu naturally knew that the cost of printing a book was not low. However, he was not short of money now. He could afford to spend a few hundred coins to print it. Besides, he was planning to sell this book. He might even be able to earn some money back. He waved his hand generously. Owner's son, just name the price. I only have one request. The sooner the better. Of course. County man, your manuscript has too many words. It will take some time for the craftsman to carve more than 100 plates. Old me estimates that it will take about 5 days to carve all the manuscripts. After 7 days it can be printed and bound. In owner's son's bookstore, there were only 2 or 3 skilled craftsmen. After all, these craftsmen were originally engravers. His bookstore could not afford to keep too many craftsmen. Sure. Owner's son, please hurry. Oh right, these 5 illustrations also need to be engraved and printed together. We need to add an illustration to the front of each chapter. Is there a problem? Owner's son nodded. No problem. Just leave it to old me. Li Wangyu said. That's good. He took out 2 5-taels of gold ingots and handed them to owner Sunday. These 10 taels of gold will be the deposit. I will come to collect the book in 7 days and pay you the rest of the money. Workshop owner's son naturally had no reason to refuse. After accepting the gold, he repeatedly said, Yes, yes. Don't worry, old me will have the book printed in 7 days. If you can't complete it, Huzianan, you can take old me's head and use it as a chamber pot. Li Wangyu laughed and scolded. Why would I want your head? Help me print it well. When I pick up the book, there will be a draft for you to print. Yes, old me understands. Owner's son smiled even more happily. There was no merchant who wouldn't like such a big customer. Seeing that Li Wangyu was about to leave, Owner's son hurriedly asked, May I ask Huxian Nan, are you going to sell this Romance of the Three Kingdoms after you finish printing it? Li Wangyu nodded. Of course. Otherwise, why would I print so many? Owner's son said. I wonder if Huxian Nan is willing to sell this book to old me? Sell it to you? Li Wangyu shook his head. Huxian Nan is too small. I can't sell that many books. Besides, if it sells well, I plan to print another 10,000 copies. How can you sell your bookstore? Owner's son smiled and said, Huxian Nan, don't worry. Old me actually runs a bookstore in Chang'an East City. Business is pretty good. Huxian Nan, don't worry about selling it. The old man's words piqued Li Wangyu's interest. He had been thinking about how to sell this Romance of the Three Kingdoms after it was printed. Since Owner's son had a bookstore in Chang'an East City, it saved him a lot of trouble. Without waiting for Li Wangyu to nod in agreement, Owner's son continued. Huxian Nan, based on old me's experience, this Romance of the Three Kingdoms of yours should be able to sell for around 400 to 500 copper coins. Old me's bookstore only takes 20% of the consignment fee. As for the cost of printing the book, old me only takes the capital. Huxian Nan, what do you think? Li Wangyu thought to himself. Books from the Tang dynasty were really ridiculously expensive. A book with over 20,000 words was sold for so much. That would be around 2,000 yuan in the future. The key point was that he planned to produce 24 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. According to this price, if he wanted to buy the entire Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he would need 12 strings of copper coins. That would be 48,000 yuan in the future. If any profiteer in the future dared to sell books like this, they would definitely be beaten to death. However, looking at the bookstore, the price of the handwritten Analects of Confucius was actually 2 strings of copper coins. Li Wangyu felt that he was being too kind. Ma Zhou was now a 6th-rank court official, but his monthly salary was only 2 strings of 400 copper coins. If he came to the bookstore to buy books, his monthly salary would only be enough to buy 1 volume of the Analects of Confucius. Li Wangyu pondered over Owner's son's proposal for a while, then nodded in agreement. Having someone to help him sell books would save him a lot of trouble. Furthermore, Li Wangyu had a good impression of Owner's son, so he was naturally willing to continue working with him. The cost of printing the first volume of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms was 150 copper coins. If he sold it for 500 copper coins, he would have a profit of 350 copper coins. If he gave Owner's son 100 copper coins, he could still make 250 copper coins. 1,000 copies would be 250 strings of copper coins. If the sales were good, he could print another 10,000 copies. That would be a profit of 2,500 strings of copper coins. Furthermore, this was only the first 5 chapters of the first volume of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. If the book really sold well, he would be able to make a small fortune just by selling the books. However, a profit of 250 per book? Damn, why does this number sound so awkward? Forget it, earning money is a good thing. 250 it is. Li Wangyu did not argue and immediately nodded in agreement to Owner's son's proposal. He was prepared to hand over the Romance of the Three Kingdoms to this old man. When Owner's son heard that Li Wangyu was planning to write 24 volumes of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he was so happy that his beard started dancing. After reaching an agreement, Li Wangyu returned to Dingzhou village and prepared to continue his work as a plagiarist. Since Ma Zhou was willing to help him copy, Li Wangyu was naturally happy to save him the trouble. When he returned home, he began to think about how he could save time and energy to complete the difficult work of copying books. The most important thing was the brush. He definitely could not continue using the brush. Even though Li Wangyu was forced by his grandfather to practice writing with the brush since he was young, no matter what, using a brush to write was not fast. Naturally, there was no need to think about making a fountain pen or a ballpoint pen. Li Wangyu planned to try making a few goose feather pens first. However, there were no geese in Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu pondered and simply asked Niu Wu to bring a bow and arrow to help him kill a few crows. The feathers of the crows could also be used to make a feather pen. The effect was not inferior to a goose feather pen. Moreover, it was just right for writing small characters. Niu Wu was already numb to all of Li Wangyu's strange requests. He was too lazy to ask anymore. Carrying the bow and arrow, he went out to look for the crows. With his archery skills, killing a few crows was a piece of cake. Without much effort, the corpses of the crows were placed in front of Li Wangyu. "Ami tofu, I've sinned." Li Wangyu said that he had sinned, but his hands were not careless. He directly reached out and plucked a few of the longest feathers from the crow's wings. Chapter 265. Li Wangyu had tried making a feather pen because he found it fun when he was a child. In order to make a feather pen, he had even secretly plucked the feathers of several geese at home. For this reason, every time the geese at home saw Li Wangyu, they would immediately go into attack mode and chase after Li Wangyu. There was a saying in the countryside, "It's better to be bitten by a dog than to be pinched by a goose." The geese didn't look fierce, but they were actually ferocious guardians of the house. Not only did the geese bite, they would also fly and beat people, making ear-piercing cries as they did so. In addition, adult white geese were even bigger than house cats, so Li Wangyu was no match for them. Therefore, every time he was chased by the geese at home, he would be utterly defeated. He was in a very sorry state. But even at such a huge price, Li Wangyu didn't succeed in making a feather pen when he was a child. Making a feather pen wasn't as simple as plucking a feather. In order to make a feather pen, Li Wangyu even asked the European girl Aphrodite for an answer. But who would have thought that Aphrodite was also confused? She had never heard of a feather pen. It was only after his beautiful boss pulled Li Wangyu aside and explained in a low voice that Li Wangyu finally understood. His beautiful boss had paid attention to the introduction of a feather pen when she was studying in the United States. She still remembered it clearly. The European feather pen was invented around 700 AD, and it was now the second year of Zhengguan 628 AD. Aphrodite naturally didn't know what a feather pen was. As for how to make a feather pen, the beautiful boss remembered the instructions on the introduction. First, it had to be degreased. There was a thin layer of oil on the feathers of birds, which would stink after a long time, so it had to be removed. The oil on the feathers could be removed by steaming them in a steamer basket and then washing them. Then, the roots of the feathers were cleaned with a knife, and the body of the pen was hardened. The roots of the feather were inserted into an iron pot filled with sand, heated for 15 minutes, and taken out after it cooled down. Finally, he used a small knife to cut the base of the quill into the shape of a fountain pen. Just like a fountain pen, he cut a thin slit in the middle to act as an ink reservoir. Li Wangyu experimented a few times and damaged a few crow feathers before he finally succeeded in making 2 or 3 quill pens. After dipping the quill in ink, it could write very smoothly on the paper. The ink was clear, and it was not much different from the fountain pens of the future. Li Wangyu was very satisfied with his own hands-on skills. But before Li Wangyu could gloat and show off, he saw his beautiful boss reach out her slender hand, grab a few quills and snatch them away. Hey, what are you doing? Are you trying to rob me? Yao Ling? Someone is robbing here. Li Wangyu quickly shouted, trying to protect his work. The beautiful boss glanced at him and shook her fist threateningly. Humph, I taught you how to do it. Shouldn't I charge you some tuition? Do you have a problem with that? In the modern city, except for Li Wangyu, who was forced by his grandfather to practice calligraphy since childhood, few people knew how to use a writing brush. Su Chongqing naturally did not know how to write with a writing brush, but he had no choice but to use it. In the four-wheeled carriage, she had to record a lot of things every day. During this time, Su Chongqing could only pinch his nose and write ugly words with a writing brush. Although Li Wangyu didn't say it explicitly, the smile that often appeared in his eyes made his beautiful superior gnash her teeth in hatred. She was also confused for a moment and forgot that she could make a quill pen to write. When Li Wangyu said that he wanted to make a quill pen, the most happy person was the beautiful boss. So after the quill pen was made, Su Chongqing did not hesitate to directly reach out and forcibly seize the right to use these quill pens. In the face of the beautiful boss's threat, Li Wangyu immediately admitted defeat. No problem. It's what I should do. The beautiful boss proudly raised her swan-like white neck and proudly left with her spoils of war. She quietly left just as she quietly came. waving her sleeves, not taking away a cloud, only taking away my quill pen. Li Wangyu looked at the ceiling with tears in his eyes. He was full of sadness and grievance. At this moment he only wanted to recite a poem. In desperation, he looked at Niu Wu again. Before he could speak, Niu Wu looked at him with disdain, grabbed the bow and arrow and strode out. Damn, this poem was not good. He actually dared to look down on his Lang Jun. Li Wangyu became more and more speechless. Even Niu Wu dared to look down on him. Where was the dignity of the family head? After Niu Wu brought back a few more crows that were killed by arrows, Li Wangyu was busy again. Finally he used a quill pen. Copying with a quill pen was much faster than using a writing brush. In addition, Ma Zhou was copying for him. Li Wangyu wrote even more flamboyantly. His speed was so fast that he almost flew. In one night, Li Wangyu copied almost 2 chapters, which made him very satisfied. Sure enough, tools were the ladder of human progress. After solving the problem of copying books, Li Wangyu's bitter days had finally come to an end. Although he still spent a lot of time copying books every day, the efficiency was much higher. Every day, he asked Niu Wu to ride a horse and send the manuscripts he copied to Chang'an City. He asked Ma Zhou and Yin Libin to copy and draw illustrations. Ma Zhou and Yin Libin were happy and didn't feel tired at all. Instead, they could see the latest chapters every day and were very satisfied. Sometimes, Niu Wu was delayed by something and was late. Ma Zhou and Yin Libin complained. Niu Wu could only silently roll his eyes. Sure enough, like teacher like disciple. One day, because Li Wangyu was lazy and didn't want to copy books, he gave himself a day off. As a result, Ma Zhou and Yin Libin waited in Chang'an City for a long time. But Niu Wu didn't come to deliver the manuscripts. In a moment of anxiety, they rode a horse to Dingzhou village to rush the manuscripts. Li Wangyu was speechless at this kind of behavior of urging him to update his novel. He could only comfort them and repeatedly promise that he would let Niu Wu deliver the manuscripts to them tomorrow. Finally, he sent the 2 disciples who were eager to see the next chapters back. 7 days later, Li Wangyu finally received the freshly printed Romance of the Three Kingdoms, sent by owner Sunday. He also told Li Wangyu that the first volume of Romance of the Three Kingdoms would be officially sold at Sunji Bookstore in the East Market of Chang'an City tomorrow. Li Wangyu also had high hopes for this. He planned to personally go to the East Market the next day to see how the 4 great classical novels he painstakingly copied were received in the Tang dynasty. Chapter 266. In the afternoon, Li Wangyu was standing outside Sun's bookstore in the East Market of Chang, and with a gloomy face. He came to Chang'an today to see the sales situation of the Three Kingdoms novels that he had painstakingly copied. However, he did not expect that it would be completely different from what he had imagined. Sun's bookstore was not considered small in the East Market. There were 3 storefronts that sold all kinds of hand-copied scrolls, rubbings of steel inscriptions, paintings, brushes, ink, paper and inkstones. They also accepted businesses such as seal engraving. The business was quite good. In the bookstore, there were many scholars dressed as scholars going in and out. Li Wangyu observed for a moment and saw that there were several transactions in the bookstore. However, there were people who bought the scrolls that cost 2 copper coins, but few people were interested in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms that cost 500 copper coins. The engraved and thread-bound Romance of the Three Kingdoms was quietly placed on the counter in the bookstore. It was not eye-catching at all. There were no advertisements, no publicity, and no shop assistants shouting to promote it. Occasionally, there were scholars who were curious and picked up the book to flip through it. When they saw that it was a novel with chapters, they put it back. However, there were scholars who read it carefully and their eyes lit up. They took out their copper coins and bought the book. However, before Li Wangyu could smile, the scholar who bought the book immediately hid the book in his arms like a thief. He was afraid that others would see it. This scene made Li Wangyu's temples throb. I'm writing the 4 great classical novels, not a romantic novel like Jin Ping Mei. What the hell do you mean by looking like you bought a pornographic film on the street? He thought. Seeing their junior teacher gnashing his teeth, Ma Zhou and Yin Libin, who had accompanied him to the bookstore, both comforted him. Teacher, this scholar is also afraid that people will see him buy the novel and criticize him for not doing his job and neglecting his studies. Yes, teacher. Although we know that your novel is majestic and is not written in a game, In the eyes of the people, novels are not elegant. After being comforted by Ma Zhou and Yin Liben, Li Wangyu became even more depressed. This was exactly the same as what he had imagined. Shouldn't the romance of the Three Kingdoms be warmly welcomed by the people of all walks of life in the capital of the Tang dynasty as soon as it was released? Shouldn't it be that Luoyang paper was expensive, that the supply could not meet the demand, and that the goods were scarce and expensive? But in the end it was completely deserted. Li Wang even had the thought of ejecting. No one was interested in the book that he had painstakingly copied, so what was the point of him continuing to copy? The few of them stopped outside the bookstore to observe. Owner's son finally saw Li Wangyu and the others outside the bookstore and hurriedly came out to greet them. Owner's son smiled and bowed to Li Wangyu. Congratulations to Mr. Huxian. Today the Three Kingdoms will be on sale. In just 2 hours 3 copies have already been sold. That's quite impressive. Nanny? Are you kidding me? The old man's words made Li Wangyu speechless. Did this old man misunderstand the concept of good sales? In 2 hours, that's 2 hours, only 3 copies have been sold. You actually came to congratulate me? Is this good sales? Then how long will it take me to sell these 1,000 copies of the Three Kingdoms? In fact, in Owner's son's eyes, selling 3 copies in 2 hours was indeed a very good result. This was mainly because the price of engraving printing in the Three Kingdoms was cheap. The price of 500 copper coins was considered very cheap compared to the price of 1 or 2 strings of copper coins per scroll. In his bookstore, the copies of the books such as The Great Learning, The Doctrine of the Mean, The Analects of Confucius, and Mencius could only be sold 1 or 2 volumes per day. Before the invention of engraving printing, due to the high price of books, bookstores did business a bit like the antique shops of the modern era. They paid particular attention to not opening a business for a year, but opening a business for 3 years. Therefore, in Owner's son's eyes, selling 3 copies in 2 hours was already a very good business. However, Li Wangyu was getting more and more annoyed. This was too different from what he had imagined. The East and West markets were not open for business early in the morning. The Tang dynasty's rule was that the market was in the middle of the day. In other words, the East and West markets could only start trading at noon and end in the afternoon after the drum sounded. There was only half a day of business every day. According to today's sales speed, 10 copies of the Three Kingdoms would not be sold in a day. Owner's son had printed 1,000 copies of the first volume of the Three Kingdoms. Based on the current sales, wouldn't it take more than 3 months to sell all of them? This was only the first volume of the Three Kingdoms. There were still 23 volumes after that. How long would it take to sell all of them? Moreover, Li Wangyu's goal was not only to sell 1,000 copies. He was also thinking of selling 10,000 copies or even more. Although the literacy rate in the Tang dynasty was not high, there were at least hundreds of thousands of scholars in the Tang dynasty. In an era without any entertainment, was it difficult to write a novel and sell tens of thousands of copies? However, he did not know that if he could sell 1,000 copies of the Three Kingdoms in 3 months, he would make Owner's son laugh his head off. In Son's bookstore, the books that were originally the best-selling had only sold 40 or so in a month's time. In fact, Owner's son was not the only one who thought so. Even Ma Zhou and Yin Liben felt that selling 3 copies in 2 hours was already considered a big hit. Seeing that they all had such a matter-of-fact expression, Li Wangyu was speechless. He could only ponder on how to increase the sales of the book. If his beautiful boss knew that he had sold 3 copies of the Three Kingdoms that he painstakingly copied in 2 hours, she would laugh herself to death. Brother Ziqiao, let's go to the bookstore and see if there are any new paintings. Li Wangyu was pondering when he heard a voice behind him. He turned his head and could not help but show a look of disdain. Chang'an City was so king small that he could meet these troublemakers everywhere. The one who spoke was Cui Dogu of the Cui clan in Qinghe. Beside him were Wang Ziqiao of the Wang clan in Taiyuan, Cui Hong of the Cui clan in Bowling, and Lu Xiang of the Lu clan in Fanyang. Naturally, there was a large group of servants following behind the 4 rich young masters of aristocratic families. The large group of people was bustling with noise and excitement. Li Wangyu was too lazy to meet these foppish sons. He pulled Ma Zhou and Yin Liben to the side and avoided the sight of Wang Ziqiao and the others. When this group of silk pants entered Sun's bookstore, the troops behind them immediately became extremely overbearing and chased away all the customers who were buying books and looking at paintings. Owner's son could only pretend that he did not see such behavior of driving out his customers. He smiled and greeted them. "Gentlemen, may I know what you want to buy?" "Shopkeeper, do you have any new books?" Yes, this novel, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, was just put on sale today. It was written by a man from Hu County. Gentlemen, are you interested?" Owner's son naturally did not know of the conflict between Li Wangyu and these foppish sons. He even enthusiastically picked up a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms and respectfully handed it over. "Which man from Hu County?" Wang Ziqiao asked in an unfriendly tone. Owner's son did not know and smiled. "Li Zio of Hu County, Baron of Hu County." Just as he finished speaking, Wang Ziqiao angrily tore the Romance of the Three Kingdoms in his hand into two. Chapter 267. Now the name that these aristocratic families, including the Wang clan of Taiyuan, the Chui clan of Boling, the Lu clan of Fanyang, and the Chui clan of Qinghe, least wanted to hear about Li Wangyu of Hu County. In his previous life, these aristocratic families had wanted to vent their anger by spreading rumors in an attempt to smear Li Wangyu's reputation. However, Li Wangyu had displayed his works in Chang, and for several days in a row, ruthlessly slapping the aristocratic families in the face. Not only did they fail to achieve their goal, but they also made Li Wangyu even more famous. This was like making a wedding dress for someone else, making the aristocratic families feel very sullen. In order to discuss these aristocratic families, Pai Lupi did not care about their reputation at all. During the court meeting, he ordered people to read Li Wangyu's works out loud, making the aristocratic families even more embarrassed. Although he did not mention any names in Chang'an, anyone with some ability would know that the aristocratic families had made a big mistake because of Li Wangyu. In the court, the officials who did not come from aristocratic families looked at the officials who came from aristocratic families with ridicule in their eyes. Zhang Yuanshou and the others gnashed their teeth in hatred, but there was nothing they could do. As for Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, Lu Xiang, Cui Hong, and the others, they saw Li Wangyu as a thorn in their side. They could not wait to eat his flesh and skin, burn his bones, and scatter his ashes. Owner's son actually took Li Wangyu's books to recommend to them. To them, this was a naked provocation. After Wang Ziqiao tore the Three Kingdoms in his hand, he did not wait for Owner's son to react. He raised his hand and slapped Owner's son across the face. The old man almost fainted from the slap. He took a few steps back and fell to the ground. "Old man, how dare you humiliate us?" Wang Ziqiao cursed angrily after slapping him. This sudden turn of events stunned Owner's son. How could he not know why he was slapped? Did he say something wrong just now? Wang Ziqiao and the others came into the bookstore. Although he did not know Wang Ziqiao and the others, he knew that these young people were from the aristocratic families in Chang, and could not be offended by a businessman like him, just by looking at their overbearing manner of driving away the guests. Therefore, even though the guests were chased away, no matter how unhappy he was, he did not show it in the slightest. Instead, he welcomed them with a smile. He was even afraid that the clerk in the bookstore would say something wrong and offend the noble, so he personally went up to receive him. As for recommending Li Wangyu's Three Kingdoms to them, it was because they had asked about his new book, so he naturally had to reply truthfully. Secondly, Li Wangyu's Romance of the Three Kingdoms was indeed a good book. Although it was only the first 5 chapters, with over 20,000 words, Owner's son loved it so much that he couldn't put it down and studied it repeatedly. If it weren't for the huge difference in status between him and Li Wangyu, he would have urged Li Wangyu to write a manuscript. The first volume of the Three Kingdoms only had a short 20,000 words. It really wasn't enough to satisfy him. It made him want to read more, but he was also looking forward to the next chapters. Therefore, Owner's son did not care that it was a novel and recommended it to Wang Ziqiao and the others. However, he did not expect to be slapped in the face. Young masters, why do you say that? Old me did not offend you in any way?" Owner's son was beaten, but he did not dare to complain. He was just a businessman. If he was beaten by this group of good-for-nothings, then so be it. Even if they smashed his bookstore, what could he do? Ever since the Tang dynasty, the status of merchants had greatly increased compared to the previous dynasties. However, the so-called scholars, farmers, businessmen were always a respectable and inferior profession. "Old man, Do you think that the Taiyuan Wang clan is easy to bully? Taiyuan Wang clan? Young master, why do you say that? Old me does not dare to humiliate the Taiyuan Wang clan. Young master, are you mistaken? Owner's son said innocently. He really did not understand what was going on. Pui, old man, you still dare to say no? What's the meaning of this? Wang Ziqiao scolded, unwilling to let this matter go. Li Wangyu, this bastard's book, is it? When owner's son heard this, he realized that these nobles in front of him did not get along with Hu Xianan. It was because he recommended Hu Xianan's book that he was met with this disaster. He could only smile bitterly, crawl up to Wang Ziqiao and the others, bowing and apologizing repeatedly. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. How could this old man have such thoughts? This old man didn't know. No matter what, it's all this old man's fault, please forgive me. Owner's son's humble attitude did not earn the forgiveness of Wang Ziqiao and the others. They came to the East Market to relax because they were in a bad mood. When owner's son recommended Li Wangyu's book to them, they could not help but think of Li Wangyu's despicable face. They could not help but burn with anger, and wanted to find trouble with the owner of the bookstore to vent their anger. Smash this bookstore for this young master. How dare you sell that bastard Li Wangyu's book? Pui, are you trying to go against us? Do you think you're worthy? Smash it. Wang Ziqiao waved his hand to the troops behind him, indicating that they should smash the bookstore to vent their anger. You can't smash it, you can't smash it. Young masters, old me has apologized to you. Please let old me's bookstore go. You can't smash it. When owner's son heard that Wang Ziqiao and the others were going to smash the bookstore, he hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. However, how could he stop this group of wolf-like troops? He was pushed to the side and almost fell down again. The commotion in the bookstore, in addition to Wang Ziqiao's troops forcefully driving away the customers, had already attracted the attention of the crowd in the East Market. Outside Sun's bookstore, there were many people gathered to watch the commotion. Due to the deterrence of the fierce troops blocking the bookstore, no one dared to help owner Sunday. There were a few patrolling East Market Marshal Marquis. Seeing so many people gathered here, they hurriedly ran over. But after seeing the situation inside Sun's bookstore, these Marshal Marquis did not say a word and turned to leave. What happened to Sun's bookstore? Why was he blocked by someone? Owner's son is so young, how could he be beaten up? Why doesn't the East Market Marshal Marquis do anything? Shua, be careful with your words. Do you know who those people are? I don't know. Brother, please give me some advice. Those are all young masters with 5 surnames and 7 looks. The one who beat up owner's son is the son of Taiyuan Wang clan's first wife. Who do you think dares to meddle in their business? TSK, 5 surnames and 7 looks. How impressive. How did owner's son provoke these aristocratic families? No wonder the patrolling Marshal Marquis does not dare to meddle. Who says so? Consider old man's son to be unlucky. Today Son's bookstore, I don't think he can keep it. Sigh, how pitiful. Just as owner's son felt that the end of the world had arrived, he heard a loud shout. Stop! In broad daylight, do you still have the laws of the land? Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu and the rest immediately glared at the source of the voice. They wanted to see who was so blind as to meddle in the business of their aristocratic families. Li Wangyu, why are you here? After seeing the person who spoke, Wang Ziqiao and the rest could not help but feel a little guilty. Although they hated Li Wangyu to the extreme, when Li Wangyu stood in front of them, the 4 of them felt a little guilty. The one who pushed the crowd aside and stood up to stop them was Li Wangyu. Behind him, Ma Zhou and Yin Liban also had angry looks on their faces. He, as expected, of 5 surnames and 7 looks. How impressive! Li Wangyu said with ridicule. Chapter 268. Li Wangyu was too lazy to pay attention to Wang Ziqiao and the others. He felt that talking to these aristocratic families was polluting the air. Therefore, Li Wangyu pulled Ma Zhou and Yin Liban to the side. He did not want to see these people face to face so as not to affect his mood. Who would have thought that just because owner's son recommended the 3 kingdoms that he copied to Wang Ziqiao and the others, he was implicated for no reason and even wanted to destroy the old man's bookstore. Wang Ziqiao and the others were so arrogant and despotic. Even if his uncle could tolerate it, his aunt could not. Li Wangyu naturally would not stand by and watch. 5 surnames and 7 hopes, how impressive! You want to destroy other people's shops at the slightest provocation. Does the saint know that you are so awesome? Li Wangyu mocked. Li Wangyu, don't talk nonsense. It was the owner of this bookstore who humiliated us. We were just teaching him a lesson. Cui Daogu hurriedly explained. He did not want Li Wangyu to mention this matter to Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu showed a look of disdain. Humiliate you? Are you worthy? You don't be so arrogant. Do you want to be enemies with the 5 surnames and 7 hopes? Do you want to stand up for this insignificant merchant? How can we not teach such a disrespectful merchant a lesson? He insignificant merchant? May I know what your official positions are? What are your titles now? Li Wangyu asked. His words made Wang Ziqiao and the others speechless. They did not know how to answer. The aristocratic families led by the 5 surnames and 7 hopes mainly relied on the local areas. They relied on their power, money, and prestige to control the local politics and enjoy a superior political and social status, contending with the imperial power. However, in terms of status and titles in the imperial court, they were far inferior. Pai Lupi naturally would not confer high positions and titles to officials from aristocratic families. Even the head of the Zheng family, Zheng Yuanshou, was only a 3rd-rank official of the Honglu Temple. As for the disciples of these aristocratic families, they actually didn't have any official positions, nor did they have any titles. If one really wanted to talk about it, they were nothing more than commoners. He was different from Pai Lupi's group of debauches. Although Chang Chumo and the other debauches did not have a noble title, they all had official positions granted to them by the imperial court. Although most of them were fake titles, it was enough to show Pai Lupi's attitude. Normally, no one would be so tactless as to ask Wang Ziqiao and the others about their official positions and titles. The 5 surnames and 7 hopes were the best identities for the legitimate sons of these aristocratic families. Are you humiliating us? Wang Ziqiao roared in exasperation. Li Wangyu took out his goldfish talisman and waved it in front of Wang Ziqiao and the others. Do you see it clearly? I am the Baron of the founding county of the Tang dynasty, with the title of Huxian. You guys are nothing. Do you have any seniority? Why aren't you bowing to me? You. His words made Wang Ziqiao and the others speechless. Li Wangyu was now the Baron of the founding county of the Pai Lupi. Logically speaking, they should bow to Li Wangyu. But how could Wang Ziqiao and the others be willing to bow to Li Wangyu? They looked at each other and planned to turn around and leave. Stop. You tore my book and are going to leave like this? What are you going to do? Li Wangyu said. Didn't the adults in your family teach you to apologize for destroying other people's things? Prince Zhou chuckled and said, Apologize? Who can afford my 5 surnames and 7 hopes? Just because of this bookstore owner? You can ask him if he dares to accept my apology. When owner's son heard his words, he quickly waved his hand. Old me can't afford it, can't afford it. Please don't say that. Owner's son's surrender was naturally within Li Wangyu's expectations. How could a merchant go against the 5 surnames and 7 hopes? Not to mention a small bookstore owner, even if Chang An's Zhou family was a wealthy family. If Zhang Liang, the commandery duke of Chongping, wanted his paintings, he could only obediently offer them up with both hands. Li Wangyu ignored owner's son and only stared at Wang Ziqiao. The book you just tore was placed in the bookstore for sale. It has nothing to do with this bookstore owner. Let me ask you, are you going to compensate or not? So what if I compensate? So what if I don't? If you compensate, then we can talk about it. If you apologize, then this matter will be dropped. If you don't compensate, then please leave. I will go ask your family for compensation. Li Wangyu once again waved the goldfish talisman in his hand at Wang Ziqiao and the others, indicating his status. With his title of Baron of Kaigua County, even if he was from the Taiyuan Wang clan, his status was now equal to Wang Ziqiao and the others' elders. These sons of the first wife were said to be of noble status, but according to the laws of the Tang dynasty, they were no different from ordinary people. Li Wangyu's words angered Wang Ziqiao and the others so much that they almost vomited blood. According to what he said, it was the 4 of them who would lose face. There was no need to say more about apologizing. Today, the face of the aristocratic families had been trampled to the ground by Li Wangyu, and if they didn't compensate, Li Wangyu would really use his status to force an explanation. That would be even more humiliating. If a young man came to their door and complained to their parents, the four of them would no longer be able to survive in Chang'an. At this time Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, Cui Hong, and Lu Xiang were forced into a corner by Li Wangyu and were in a dilemma. Just when they were at a loss, Cui Daogu inadvertently caught a glimpse of the pile of 3 kingdoms and the torn book on the ground by Wang Ziqiao. Thinking of Owner Sun's introduction, he couldn't help but turn his eyes and quibble. Huxian man, this is the book you wrote? Humph, as the founding Huxian man of the Tang dynasty, instead of thinking of repaying the saints, you wrote such unorthodox stories. It's really a disgrace to the educated. A gentleman wouldn't do such a thing. We were thinking of the saints, so we tore this book. We just don't want you to lose your mind and go astray. Novels had always been in a bad position in ancient Huaxia, and were in a suppressed position. The Han Shu Yi Wenji said, the novelist came from Yuguan. The street talk was created by those who listened to the talkers. It meant that what the novelists did was to record the street talk and hearsay of the people. They were seen as unorthodox people who didn't do proper work. Although Cui Daogu was quibbling, what he said was the common understanding of the scholars of the Tang dynasty about novels. Li Wangyu was not moved at all. He rolled his eyes. So what? Why do you care what I wrote? What does it have to do with you? What do you want? Ma Zhou also said indignantly, even if my teacher wrote a novel, it's still a work passed down from generation to generation. How can it be called unorthodox? This romance of the 3 kingdoms is a work that both refined and popular can appreciate. It's a rare masterpiece and will definitely be passed down for generations. When Cui Daogu, Wang Ziqiao, and the others heard Ma Zhou's words, they laughed so hard that they bent forward and backward. Haha, a novel actually wants to be passed down for generations. You master and disciple are not afraid of boasting. The wind will cut your tongue. TSK, so this kind of hearsay novel can also become a work passed down from generation to generation. Today has really broadened my horizons. Why don't we let the scholars take a look and see whether or not this novel is a waste of time? Wang Ziqiao and the others mocked and ridiculed, but Li Wangyu was too lazy to even lift his eyelids. I'll ask you one more time. Are you going to compensate or not? Chapter 269. Faced with Li Wangyu's interrogation, Wang Ziqiao threw caution to the wind and stubbornly replied, what if I tear up a book that no one cares about? Li Wangyu looked at him with contempt. No one cares about it? Do you think you have the qualifications to evaluate my book? Why can't I say it? Why were there so many of these novels piled up in the bookstore? Li Wangyu, are you planning to sell it as cleaning paper? Wang Ziqiao mockingly pointed at the pile of Romance of the 3 Kingdoms in the bookstore. Haha, why don't I take out a copper coin and treat these books that no one cares about as waste paper and sell them all to me? It's also fine to use them to light a fire. Cui Daogu also joined in with a laugh. Lu Xiang and Cui Hong also laughed and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Ma Zhou and Yen Libin were so infuriated by this group of rich young masters that they almost went berserk. Humiliating Li Wangyu like this was equivalent to humiliating them both. However, Li Wangyu stopped the two who were about to go berserk. Facing the ridicule of Wang Ziqiao and the others, he only smiled contemptuously. Since you all keep saying that no one cares about my book, why don't we make a bet? Bet? What do you want to bet? Hearing the word bet, Wang Ziqiao and the others suddenly had a bad feeling. Whether it was in the Zhan Temple or in the brothel of Peace Square, they had lost both bets with Li Wangyu. Wang Ziqiao's face was even more unsightly. He remembered the bet he made with Li Wangyu, saying that he had to avoid him at all costs. Li Wangyu looked at Wang Ziqiao with deep meaning. Let's bet how many copies of this Romance of the 3 Kingdoms can be sold in 10 days. How about it? Okay, we'll bet that your book can't be sold in 10 days. How about it? Do you dare to bet? Upon hearing Li Wangyu's words, Wang Ziqiao's eyes lit up, and he immediately proposed an extremely difficult and impossible bet condition. After he finished speaking, Cui Daogu and the others also laughed loudly and agreed. That's right, we'll bet that you won't be able to sell 10,000 copies in 10 days. How about it, Huxian man? Do you dare to bet? Ma Zhou couldn't help but panic. How dare you spout such nonsense? How is it possible to sell 10,000 books in 10 days? Aha, what does this have to do with us? Didn't Huxian Nan want to bet on the sales of his book? Our conditions are as such. It's up to you whether you want to bet or not. If you don't dare to bet, then we don't have the time to grind our teeth with you. Goodbye. Wang Zichao thought that he had caught Li Wangyu's weakness. After ridiculing Ma Zhou for a while, he was ready to call the others to leave. Wait, you haven't said what the stakes are. Li Wangyu suddenly called out to them. What stakes? Wang Zichao and the others didn't understand Li Wangyu's meaning. Li Wangyu continued to ask, didn't you want to bet that I won't be able to sell 10,000 copies in 10 days? Why don't you tell me what the stakes are? If you sell it, what will you do? That's impossible. Impossible, wouldn't you win even more easily? What, you don't dare to bet with me? Li Wangyu continued to provoke them. Why wouldn't we dare? If you can sell 10,000 copies in 10 days, we'll lose to you, so what if we lose 10,000 gold? Wang Zichao blurted out after being provoked by Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu shook his head. 10,000 gold? Haha, can you take it out? Why don't we bet 1,000 gold taels, how about it? Can a dignified direct descendant of an aristocratic family afford 1,000 gold taels bet? 1,000 gold taels? That's 6,000 copper coins, 6 million gold taels. Wang Zichao and the others looked at each other. Although they were direct descendants of aristocratic families, they really couldn't take out such a large sum of money. Their families were rich, but it didn't mean that they had money in their hands. But how could they be willing to back down? Not to mention, in Wang Zichao and the others' eyes, it was impossible for them to lose. 10 days was equivalent to 10 days. And to sell 10,000 copies, let alone 10 days, even if it was a year, they wouldn't believe it. After all, the Tang dynasty wasn't the modern era. All the bookstores in Chong and East City added together might not be able to sell 10,000 copies in a year. Although Li Wangyu's novel looked strange and wasn't a common book, so what? Fuxian man, don't talk nonsense. Do you dare to make a written pledge and set a bet? Wang Zichao and the others were sure that they would win, so naturally, they were fearless. Li Wangyu laughed. Haha, that's right, lest some people lose the bet and don't admit it. Owner-son, please bring us a pen and paper. This Fuxian man, do you really want to bet with them? Why don't you just let it go? Why bother fighting based on personal feelings? Owner-son hesitated for a moment, but still tried to persuade him. He didn't want Li Wangyu to lose such a large sum of money just to stand up for him. Even owner-son felt that Li Wangyu couldn't win. 10,000 books were sold in 10 days. This was too inconceivable. To sign such a bet, other than losing 1,000 taels of gold, there was no other possibility. Ma Zhou and Yin Libin were also shocked by Li Wangyu's words. Although they felt that Romance of the Three Kingdoms was a good historical novel, it was impossible to sell 10,000 copies in 10 days. Division Master. Ma Zhou wanted to persuade him, but Li Wangyu reached out and stopped him. Owner-son, I only have my own opinion. Just go and bring me a pen and ink. Seeing Li Wangyu's resolute attitude, owner-son could only helplessly shake his head and bring over a pen and paper. Li Wangyu wrote down 2 bets on the paper and signed them. Okay, it's your turn. Sign. Li Wangyu put down the pen and raised an eyebrow as he looked at Wang Zichao and the others. Wang Zichao, Cui Daogu, and the other 3 were rather dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Li Wangyu to agree to such an absurd bet. Did he really have the confidence to sell 10,000 books in 10 days? How could this be possible? In the eyes of the Tang, the contents of this bet were no different from the modern era's demand to paint the Great Wall in 10 days. Sign. I don't believe that he can win. Wang Zichao coldly snorted as he wrote down his name on the bet. Cui Daogu and the other 2 glanced at each other and nodded, signing their bets. Li Wangyu chuckled as he picked up a bet, dried the ink and put it away. That's good. With the contract in black and white, we'll see who's the winner in 10 days. Remember, prepare the gold. Otherwise, I'll ask the saints to collect the debt from your clan. Wang Zichao and the others only sneered. Fuxian man, you should prepare the gold yourself. If you can't produce the gold in 10 days, be careful that we don't sue you at Taiji Palace. After saying this, they didn't stay any longer. After putting away the bet, they called out to their troops, and the crowd retreated like the tide. Fuxian man, what should we do? Old Mia, it's all old me's fault for implicating Fuxian man. Owner-son bowed to Li Wangyu in fear and trepidation. Li Wangyu waved his hand. It's fine. I have my ways. Chapter 270. When Li Wangyu made such a bet with Wang Ziqiao and the others, owner's son was the one who was the most frightened. He was worried that Li Wangyu would blame him in the future if he lost the bet. He was also worried that if Li Wangyu won, those young masters would vent their anger on his bookstore. What should he do then? For the old man, today's matter was in a dilemma. But no matter what, owner's son still hoped that Li Wangyu would win the bet. After all, Li Wangyu had only made such an unfair bet with the young master of an aristocratic family, because he wanted to stand up for him. If Li Wangyu lost, owner's son would definitely feel guilty. The merchants of the Tang dynasty were very honest. The word unscrupulous merchant had not yet appeared. In fact, the word unscrupulous merchant had evolved from the word unscrupulous merchant, and the original meaning was unscrupulous merchant. In ancient times, when merchants did business, other than filling the bucket full, they would also scoop more to make the rice in the bucket full. In other words, as long as they did business, they would always add something to the customer. However, because of the changes in people's hearts, later generations slowly became unscrupulous merchants. It was also a kind of moral regression. Old me, if there is anything old me can do, I will not refuse. Owner's son patted his chest and promised Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu nodded and smiled. There is indeed something that I need your help with. Old me, please tell me. Inform the bookstore to quickly start printing. There are only 1,000 books of the Three Kingdoms in this bookstore. If there are no books printed, even if all these books are sold out, I will be the one to lose. Owner's son nodded and promised. Old me, rest assured. Old me will immediately return to Huxian and arrange for the bookstore to start printing. Old me guarantees that within 5 days, the remaining 10,000 books will all be printed. That's good. Thank you, owner's son. Li Wangyu continued after thinking for a while. The second volume of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms has already been copied. Tomorrow I will have someone send it to the bookstore. Owner's son, please have someone start to engrave the plates. We will strive to have the second volume on the market in 7 days. We will still print 10,000 copies. Old me understands. Owner's son was now in the same boat as Li Wangyu. Naturally, he nodded his head and agreed. After leaving the bookstore, Yin Liben and Ma Zhou had a worried look on their faces. Division Commander, how can you agree to the wager of the Wang, Cui, and Lu families? It's really impossible to sell 10,000 books in 10 days. If we lose the bet, will the teacher really have to compensate them with 1,000 taels of gold? Li Wangyu didn't panic at all. He smiled at the two of them and said, What are you afraid of? There's no possibility of losing this bet. Do you think I'm as stupid as those Wangs? Take a closer look at this bet. Are they sure to lose? What? How is that possible? Ma Zhou and Yin Liben were stunned when they heard this. They hurriedly reached out to take the signed agreement and read it carefully a few times. After looking at the bet several times, the two were still confused. They didn't know what Li Wangyu meant. Division Commander, forgive us for being slow-witted, but why can't we see anything wrong with this bet? Li Wangyu chuckled and said, This bet only stipulates that the bookstore will sell 10,000 copies of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms in 10 days. Is that right? Ma Zhou and Yin Liben looked at each other and nodded. That's right. You still don't understand? You two should just die of stupidity. Let me ask you, if Cheng Chumo and the others go to the bookstore and buy all the books, does that count as completing the bet? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at the two disciples. Ah! Ma Zhou and Yin Liben were instantly petrified. Their minds were filled with lightning and thunder, and they were stunned. Can it be like this? How can it be like this? Isn't this cheating? But it seems like it really can be done. Anyway, it's nothing more than selling all 10,000 copies of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms to Cheng Chumo and the others. Afterwards, they can hand them over to the bookstore to slowly sell. In this way, Wang Ziqiao and the other aristocratic family disciples would really have to suffer in silence. Anyway, in the bet, there was no stipulation on who to sell these 10,000 copies of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms to. Division Commander, this is a bit. Ma Zhou was thinking about what words to use to describe Li Wangyu's shameless idea. But for a long time he couldn't find the right words. Li Wangyu stared at him. What? Are you going to let me lose to those disgraceful debauches? Of course not. This disciple naturally hopes that division commander will win. But what? Hurry up, I still have to rush back to Dingzhou village. You and Libin can go do your own things. Don't follow me. Li Wangyu didn't pay attention to the two dumbfounded disciples. He called Niu Wu and rode back to Dingzhou village. He was in a hurry to go back. Naturally, he wanted to find his beautiful boss to discuss how to make a marketing plan for the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Although Li Wangyu and Ma Zhou said that they wanted to trick Wang Ziqiao and the others, in fact, he didn't intend to bully these aristocratic family debauches. It was just a kind of insurance. Li Wangyu didn't want the famous book that he had painstakingly copied to be a pearl covered in dust in the Tang dynasty. That would be a waste of his painstaking efforts. He wanted to make a name for himself, but instead became a joke. That was not what he wanted to see. The romance of the Three Kingdoms being neglected in the Tang dynasty was something that Li Wangyu didn't expect before, but he didn't lose heart. At least from the performance of Ma Zhou and Yan Liben, the romance of the Three Kingdoms could still be accepted and liked by the scholars in the Tang dynasty. It was just that the romance of the Three Kingdoms had not become famous yet, so no one knew about it. Therefore, just like owner's son, who only put the book on the shelves and waited for people to slowly discover the treasure, was definitely not a good way to sell it. He needed to have a good discussion with his beautiful boss about how to make a marketing operation in the Tang dynasty. He needed to let the people of the Tang dynasty understand the great power of advertising and marketing. At the end of the 70s in Huaxia, the first TV advertisement appeared. A product called Ginseng Osmanthus Nourishing Wine was advertised several times on the TV stations in Shanghai. The result was that all the stores that sold this medicinal wine in Shanghai were sold out. The product was out of stock. When TV advertisements first appeared in the future, they had such an explosive effect. What kind of effect would advertising and marketing have in the Tang dynasty? Li Wangyu was very much looking forward to it. Li Wangyu didn't believe that with the ability of him and his beautiful boss, they wouldn't be able to make the romance of the Three Kingdoms set off a storm in the Tang dynasty. If that happened, the two time travelers would be wasted. After returning to the Li family's old residence, Li Wangyu immediately found Su Chongqing. He pulled her into the study, closed the door, and told her everything that had happened today. The two of them discussed in whispers for most of the day in the study. Finally, they decided on a series of advertising and marketing plans. Chapter 271. 5 days later, at the Vermilion Bird Gate in Chang, an imperial city. The Vermilion Bird Gate was the southern gate of the imperial city. It got its name because the vermilion bird of the four symbols represented the south. Outside the gate was the Vermilion Bird Avenue, the central axis of Chang'an. On the busy Vermilion Bird Avenue, carriages and horses shuttled back and forth. The 150-meter-wide Vermilion Bird Avenue had a 50-meter-wide imperial road in the middle. Commoners could cross it, but they were not allowed to walk on it. At 9 in the morning, the court session in the Taiji Palace had just ended. After the court session, the officials had to leave the Taiji Palace through the Sky Gate and head south out of the Vermilion Bird Gate. After that, all the officials returned home to sleep, while those who had to go to the Yamen for the morning roll call went to work. Some of the officials who were familiar with each other were chatting as they walked. Suddenly, they heard the sound of horse hooves coming from the Vermilion Bird Avenue. In Chang'an, horses were not allowed to gallop unless there were special circumstances. The sound of horse hooves naturally attracted the attention of the officials. They all looked up to find the source of the sound. They saw a general wearing a three-pronged purple-gold crown and wearing a beast-shaped armor. He held a halberd and rode a red horse toward the Vermilion Bird Gate. What was going on? The first thought in the minds of all the officials was there going to be another Xuanwu Gate rebellion? 3 years ago, didn't Pai Lupi charge into the Taiji Palace through the Xuanwu Gate with soldiers and force the retired Emperor Li Yuan to abdicate? Was there going to be another Vermilion Bird Gate rebellion today? Outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, the officials who had just left the court were in an uproar. Some of the more timid ones even exclaimed, but soon the officials realized that something was wrong. The Imperial Army guards outside Vermilion Bird Gate did not even bat an eye at the charging general. It was clear that these Imperial Army soldiers knew what had happened, and there was only one general charging toward the Vermilion Bird Gate. Of course, he was not here to start a rebellion. Otherwise, it would be too childish. That general galloped his horse to the Vermilion Bird Gate and pulled on the reins. He brandished his halberd and shouted, "I am Lu Bu Lu Fengxian. Who dares to fight with me?" When the officials and generals of the Vermilion Bird sect saw who it was, some of them immediately burst into laughter. "Isn't this the legitimate son of Duke Chai Linggu? Why are you dressed like this?" He even said that he was Lu Bu Lu Fengxian. Lu Fengxian was a general of the Three Kingdoms, right? That's right, the so-called Lu Bu among men, red hair among horses, is precisely Lu Bu. In the records of the Three Kingdoms, it was said that Lu Bu had the courage to fight a tiger, and was unparalleled in battle. But what exactly is Chai Linggu doing? "Duke Xiao, what is your young master doing?" An official familiar with Chai Xiao couldn't help but make fun of him. In the crowd, Chai Xiao's eyes were twitching. If it weren't for the fact that they were in public, he would have dragged this bastard over to beat him up. Shameful, truly too shameful. Just as the crowd was laughing and enjoying the show, they saw a handsome horse charge out from not far away. On the horse was a dark-faced general with round eyes and a serpent spear in his hand. The horse shouted, "Slave of 3 surnames, don't run. Zhang Fei of Yan is here." The officials roared with laughter. If this wasn't Cheng Yaojin's legitimate son, Cheng Chumo, who else could it be? Cheng Yaojin, that old bastard, was also in the crowd. When he saw this scene, he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he laughed heartily. "Wahahaha, this scoundrel, this brat is actually playing the role of Zhang Fei of Yan. Why didn't he call me over for such an interesting thing? When we get back to the manor, I'll definitely take care of this unfilial son." Cheng Yaojin's words stunned the officials who were watching the show. "Isn't your focus a bit off? You actually think this is interesting and want to personally participate?" Unconsciously, the officials around Cheng Yan slowly moved a few steps away from him, afraid that this old bastard would infect them with his insanity. Cheng Chumo and Chai Linggu, these two people, began to fight on the main street of Vermilion Bird Gate. It was very lively. This caused more and more people to gather around Vermilion Bird Gate. They applauded and cheered, making these two people even more excited. The two people fought for dozens of rounds. Then they saw a red-faced man, holding a green dragon crescent blade, rush over on his horse. "I am Guan Yunchang." This time it was Yuchi Jingda, that old bastard, who began to cheer loudly. He shouted with his broken voice, "It's my family's child. Dog, you even painted your face red. Yuchi Baolin, if you can't beat them, don't go home." His words almost made Yuchi Baolin, who was disguised as Guan Yu, fall off her horse. She calmed herself down and pretended that she didn't hear anything. She raised her blade and attacked Chai Linggu. The 3 horses fought for 30 rounds. Then they saw another horse rush out from the side. On the horse's back was a white-faced general, holding a double-edged sword. "I am Lu Bei Lu Xuanda. Little Lu Bu, don't hurt my brother." Then he urged his horse forward. The 4 people fought on Vermilion Bird Gate. This time it was Feng Xuanling's turn to be stunned. The old man's temples suddenly throbbed. The one who called himself Lu Bei was his second son, Feng Jun Feng Ai. Du Ruhui also poked him with his elbow. "Brother Xianling, your second son is also very brave." Feng Xianling was choked half to death by his words. He could only pretend that he didn't hear anything. He glared at his son, thinking about how to punish him when he returned home. Cheng Chumo, Yuchi Baolin and Feng Ai surrounded Chai Linggu and fought. Seeing this, the officials and the common people on Vermilion Bird Gate stared straight at them, cheering louder and louder. No one noticed that on top of Vermilion Bird Gate's Imperial City wall, Pai Lupi's figure quietly appeared, watching the 4 people fight with interest. "Zio, is this the 3 heroes fight Lu Bu in your book? It is very interesting." Li Wangyu was also beside Pai Lupi. Hearing Pai Lupi's question, he smiled and nodded. "Your Majesty, it is the 3 heroes fight Lu Bu." Pai Lupi asked again. A bit interesting. What about the chapter after that? Where did you write it? Has the 2nd volume been printed?" "The 2nd volume is being engraved and will be finished in 2 days. Once the book is printed, I will immediately send it to your Majesty for inspection." Pai Lupi nodded with satisfaction and continued to look below. Li Wangyu sighed. "Damn, such a big shot reader. I can't afford to provoke him. If I provoke him, it won't be a problem of sending him razor blades. In order to advertise and market his Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Li Wangyu went to the palace a few days ago and presented the first volume of his Romance of the Three Kingdoms to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi liked Romance of the Three Kingdoms immediately. This historical novel about the Three Kingdoms was very much to his liking. Li Wangyu also took the opportunity to make a series of requests to Pai Lupi, including today's performance, outside Vermilion Bird Gate. After receiving Pai Lupi's approval, it was carried out. Outside Vermilion Bird Gate, the performance was still going on. Chapter 272. Outside the gates of Vermilion Bird City, the four playboys fought for a long time before Lu Bu was defeated and retreated. The four of them left on their horses and the crowd on Vermilion Bird Avenue cheered again. For the people of the Tang dynasty, it was worth it to be able to see such a scene. For the people of Chang'an City, the scene just now could make them talk for a long time. The civil and military officials were also discussing with each other, not understanding the meaning of the playboys' actions today. Although Pai Lupi knew that the playboys were imitating the plot of the Three Heroes Battle Lu Bu in the book, he was still suspicious when he saw them leave on their horses. "Zio, is this your arrangement? Is it over just like this?" Li Wangyu laughed. "Your Majesty, keep watching, there's more to come." He had finally convinced Pai Lupi to allow him to hold a marketing event for Romance of the Three Kingdoms, in front of the civil and military officials, as well as the people of Chang'an City. How could it end so anticlimactically? The performance of the four playboys just now was just to warm up the atmosphere and attract the attention of the crowd. After the four playboys left on their horses, the crowd thought that there was no more drama to watch and started to talk loudly, discussing the meaning of the scene just now. Some of the scholars who were familiar with history immediately showed off their knowledge and explained who Lu Bu, Zhang Fei, Guan Yu and Liu Bei were in the Three Kingdoms. Just as the crowd was about to disperse, a few singers in palace attire walked out from the crowd on both sides of Vermilion Bird Avenue with various instruments in their hands. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, they slowly walked to the center of Vermilion Bird Avenue and faced the gate of Vermilion Bird City. They plucked the instruments in their hands and played pleasant music. The crowd that was just about to disperse immediately stopped. The singers opened their mouths and sang in unison. In the Han Dynasty, the heavens are Huanling. The red sun is about to tilt to the west. The treacherous minister Dong Zhuo deposed the young emperor. Zhang Jide of Yen appeared, holding the snake spear 8 zhang long. Lu Bu struggled to walk, looking at his home mountain from afar, flattering his horse. The song that the singers were singing was the poem from this chapter of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Accompanied by the singing, under the astonished gazes of Pai Lupi and the officials, more and more dancers, singers and musicians walked out from the crowd on both sides of Vermilion Bird Avenue and merged into the group of singers. The chanting grew louder and louder, and the number of people in the group increased as well. Along with the music and singing, the people on the Vermilion Bird Avenue started to dance. This scene left Pai Lupi and the civil and military officials dumbfounded. How could it be done like this? Weren't these people just watching from both sides of Vermilion Bird Avenue? Why did they suddenly walk to the Vermilion Bird Avenue one after another and start singing and dancing? Vermilion Bird Avenue, which was more than 100 meters wide, was now filled with hundreds of people. These singers, dancers, and musicians were all performing the same dance and reciting the same poem. After reciting the poem 3 times, the music suddenly stopped. The people performing on Vermilion Bird Avenue all shouted in unison. The general trend of the world, long united must divide, long divided must unite. Drinking wine and discussing heroes, all in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Fuxing County's Li Zio's new masterpiece, the historical novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms, talks about the general trend of the world. Changdong, Dong, and Shi City, all the major bookstores are selling it. After the advertising slogan was shouted, the civil and military officials in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate were almost petrified. The people watching from both sides of the avenue were also completely flabbergasted. Pai Lupi was even more speechless. He glared at Li Wangyu, who was secretly laughing to the side. What kind of nonsense is this? Isn't your shouting a bit too straightforward? What do you take my Vermilion Bird Avenue for? Even the peddlers walking the streets wouldn't shout like this, right? No matter what they thought, after the dancers, singers, and musicians on Vermilion Bird Avenue shouted the advertising slogan 3 times, they suddenly scattered in all directions. Very quickly, They merged into the crowd of onlookers and could no longer be found. Vermilion Bird Avenue once again became empty. Li Wangyu snickered in his heart. Have you seen the flash show of the future? Flash show refers to a lot of people in a specific place, at a specific time, unexpectedly doing a series of specific songs, dances, or other actions at the same time, and then quickly leaving. After Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss discussed it, they moved the flash show to the Tang dynasty's Chang. They did this to advertise the book Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It could be said that they had put in a lot of effort. These people who were performing the flash show on Vermilion Bird Avenue were all found by Li Wangyu from Pingkong Fong. A team of 100 people performed the flash show in less than the time it took to burn a stick of incense, but rehearsed it for a day. For this, Li Wangyu paid everyone the same amount of copper coins. If it wasn't for the fact that he had finally saved up some money, he wouldn't have dared to spend so much money. Li Wangyu originally planned to find an actor to cosplay the three heroes battle Lu Bu, seen at the beginning. However, when the other playboys heard about this, they immediately snatched this job. In order to compete for these 4 roles, the playboys even broke out into a fierce war. After a bloody battle, Chang Chumo, Chai Linggu, Fong Yai, and Yuchi Baolin snatched the right to perform. Chai Linggu originally didn't want to cosplay Lu Bu, and wanted to exchange roles with Chang Chumo, but Li Wangyu dissuaded him. Zio, why don't you let me cosplay Zhang Fei? Li Wangyu looked him up and down for a long time. He only said one sentence, which made Chai Linggu give up on the idea. Chang Chumo's face is black. The playboys who didn't get the role were very dissatisfied. Li Wangyu repeatedly assured them that there would be more opportunities for them in the future, which temporarily dispelled their resentment. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only shake his head. The Tang dynasty was seriously lacking in entertainment. Look at this group of playboys, they even wanted to snatch the opportunity to cosplay, which almost led to a bloodbath. TSK, how pitiful. Naturally, the rich playboys had also read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Thus, Li Wangyu had another group of followers, who would use force to threaten him. Faced with the threat of the playboys, Li Wangyu began to consider whether to put up a sign at the entrance of Dingzhou village. Playboys and dogs are not allowed to enter. However, considering that it would be unfair to the dogs, he reluctantly dismissed the idea. The cosplay performance in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate in the Imperial City, as well as a flash advertisement, immediately spread throughout Chang'an City at the speed of light. At the same time, Li Wangyu's leaflet publicity began again. Leaflets full of slogans and introductions of the Three Kingdoms were once again scattered all over Chang'an City by four-wheeled carriages. Fortunately, there were no urban management officers in the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, this kind of littering would definitely be punished until Li Wangyu went bankrupt. In any case, Li Wangyu's Romance of the Three Kingdoms suddenly broke into the sight of the people of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 273. The flyers that Li Wangyu had people throw around in Chang, and were picked up by the scholars. When they saw the content, their expressions changed drastically, and they carefully hid the flyers away like thieves. If there were transmigrators in the future who saw the titles of these flyers, they would definitely curse Li Wangyu for being shameless. The titles on these flyers were truly the essence of the news shock department. Shocking! 3 men did this in the Peach Garden. Yes, this was the oath of the 3 in the Peach Garden. Shocking! Men will be silent when they see it. Women will cry when they see it. Shocking! A woman actually dares to do such a thing in broad daylight. This was the story of Diao Chan's honey trap at the Fengyi Pavilion. Shocking! This kind of shocking headline was what people in the future hated the most. In short, the headline was hateful, but it was enough to attract attention. Li Wangyu shamelessly copied this trick and openly printed it on the flyers. In this regard, the beautiful boss could only roll her eyes to express her admiration for Li Wangyu's shamelessness. Even in the future, netizens who had experienced the baptism of countless headlines were still attracted by these shocking headlines time and time again. They clicked on them and were fooled, not to mention the people of the Tang dynasty who had not experienced the baptism of headline baiting. In short, these flyers had the effect they were supposed to have. In Chang'an, all literate scholars had a strong interest in Romance of the Three Kingdoms after receiving the flyers. As for whether they could find the content they wanted to read in the book, that was none of Li Wangyu's business. The effect of the flash advertising outside the Vermilion Bird Gate was naturally explosive. In addition to the shocking publicity effect of the flyers, the various bookstores in Chang welcomed a large number of customers who wanted to buy the book. After the eastern and western markets opened at noon, countless curious scholars poured into the markets and went straight to the bookstores. Even the civil and military officials outside the Vermilion Bird Gate asked their servants to go to the bookstores and buy Romance of the Three Kingdoms for them. The book written by the Crown Prince's imperial tutor, Pai Lupi's favorite, and the new Baron of Hu County, naturally had to be praised. Regardless of whether the book was good or not, everyone was curious about it. To be able to cause such a huge commotion outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, he had to read this book no matter what. Owner's son didn't go back on his word. His bookstore in Hu County worked for several days and finally printed all 10,000 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. However, with such a large number of books, it was obviously not possible to rely on his bookstore to sell them. Therefore, with Li Wangyu's approval, Owner's son contacted dozens of bookstores in the eastern and western parts of Chang'an City and asked them to sell the books on his behalf. Each copy of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms was priced at 500 copper coins, and those bookstores could earn 100 copper coins from selling them. Naturally, no one would refuse such a good deal. Without much effort, all the bookstores in Chang'an City had been placed in the Three Kingdoms. What the owners of the bookstores had not imagined was that a huge colorful poster was sent together with the bookstores. The life-sized portrait was unprecedentedly realistic and shocking. In the portrait was a lovely and moving beauty. Beside her was a powerful general holding a halberd. This beauty was so realistic that it was as if a real person was sealed in the painting. Her figure was beautiful. Her ears were thin and her smile was captivating. What was even more unbearable was that the beauty in the painting had a voluptuous body and a slender waist. It instantly made the bookstore owners feel a little impulsive. On the huge portrait were the words Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which spoiled the mood. The bookstore owners were so distressed that they beat their chests and stamped their feet. How could such a great painting be wasted like this? At the top of the poster were the words Honey Trap, and below the characters were the names of Diao Chan and Lu Bu. These colorful posters were all hand-drawn by Li Wangyu and Yan Libin in a few days. The two of them had drawn a total of 10 posters, and they were also very tired. Li Wangyu was very resentful about this. This damn Tang dynasty, why didn't they invent a color printer? The scholars and servants who went to the bookstore to buy books were all shocked by the colorful posters hanging in front of the bookstore. Such a soul-stirring portrait of a beauty made the men who had not been destroyed by the various movies of the later generations feel that it was somewhat difficult to control themselves. The woman named Diao Chan in the painting, that figure, that curve. For the scholars of the Tang dynasty, such a realistic colorful beauty was simply a visual bomb. In front of every bookstore with a colorful poster hanging in front of it, there were 3 layers of people inside and 3 layers of people outside. Even those who were illiterate were staring at the colorful poster non-stop. They were even reluctant to blink their eyes. The owners of the bookstores hurriedly sent out their employees to guard the colorful poster to prevent it from being snatched away by others. Many libertines even squeezed to the front and almost stuck their eyes on the poster. They were quickly stopped by the shop assistants. "Hey, what are you doing? You can't afford to pay for this painting if it's dirty. If you want to look, stay away, don't get so close. No matter how close you get, you won't see anything. What are you smelling? Are you a dog? You can smell something from the painting. Take your dirty hands away. If you reach out again, I'll call the patrolling Wu Ho." No matter how loudly the shop assistants reprimanded them, the libertines were not angry. They only stared at the colorful poster non-stop with an extremely vulgar expression. If Li Wangyu was here, he would have noticed that the expressions on these people's faces when they were looking at the colorful posters were exactly the same as the expressions on the faces of his roommates when they were watching Japanese romantic action movies behind closed doors. As for the scholars, they were still considered reserved. After staring at the poster for a while, they silently said, "See no evil" in their hearts. Then they squeezed into the bookstores and asked to buy the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, written by Hu Xiannan. The thick Romance of the Three Kingdoms was actually sold for only 500 coins. Such a cheap price surprised many of the scholars. Some impatient ones, after paying the money, began to flip through the book in the bookstore. The opening poem, Riverside Immortal, attracted the praise of the scholars. Huxian Nan Li Wangyu was still so talented. This poem described the rise and fall of history and the vicissitudes of life. As they continued to read, these scholars were fascinated. The Three Kingdoms era at the end of the Eastern Han was like a vast historical scroll that slowly unfolded in the book. After flipping through a few pages, all the scholars only had one thought in their hearts. This romance of the Three Kingdoms was a peerless book,